Heidegger and the Holy. New Heidegger Research. 1. Meditation is not melancholy, but gladsomeness in which everything is gladdened. Heidegger, 700 Jahrmeisterkirche. I am delighted to bring together this collection of essays on the topic of Heidegger and the Holy. The Holy is a distinctive theme in Heidegger's work that is perhaps familiar to readers, yet not attended to sufficiently in the scholarship. There are illuminating studies on Heidegger and the gods, such as Suzanne Claxton's Heidegger's Gods, an ecofeminist perspective, which was published in the New Heidegger Research series in 2017, and there have also appeared a number of books on Heidegger and religion. Yet this is the first scholarly collection to explore in depth the topic of Heidegger and the Holy. The essays in this volume, authored by an international group of scholars, offer readers an opportunity to consider the many dimensions and possibilities of the notion of the holy in his thought. By Heidegger's own testimony, the core question of his lifetime of thinking was the question of being. Yet we must take into account his well-known turn in thinking after the publication of Being and Time, or more broadly, after 1930. In the early work of the 1920s, Heidegger was clearly influenced by the transcendental phenomenological approach of his teacher Edmund Husserl in framing the question of being. Nevertheless, after Being and Time and into the 1930s, it became clear to Heidegger that he simply could not arrive at his core matter of being through a transcendental phenomenological positioning. On further consideration, the philosophical project of phenomenology was but another enshrinement of Introduction. Dwelling in nearness to the holy. Richard Capobianco. The human subject as the measure of all that is, and thus another version of the forgottenness of being. Heidegger abandoned the fundamental positioning of the phenomenological project, and, not surprisingly, the very term phenomenology virtually vanished in the later Heidegger's vast output of lectures and writings from the 1930s to his death in 1976. After Being and Time, Heidegger moved on in his thinking to experiment with a variety of new ways of addressing and expressing the matter of being. One hallmark of the originality and creativity of his later thinking was that he named being in a multitude of different ways to make manifest the various features of being as time as the unitary and unifying temporal emerging and unfolding process or way whereby and wherein all beings come to be. Thus, he looked back to the earliest Greek thinkers Parmenides, Heraclitus, and Anaximander to retrieve what he understood to be the earliest names for being: physis, aletheia, the primordial logos, hen, zoe, cosmos, apeiron. Or he crafted his own terms of art to name being: the clearing, Aranis, Gibt, and the holy. One regarding the holy, he stated in Letter on Humanism, only from the truth of being can the essence of the holy be thought. The authors of the essays in this volume document the multiple texts and contexts of Heidegger's discussions of the holy, and they offer detailed readings and their own particular interpretations and applications. The essays, taken together, make a significant contribution not only to the Heidegger scholarship but also to our understanding of our essential human situation in relation to being as the holy. For my part, I wish to make a few overarching observations regarding his motif of the holy. It is evident that a religious or spiritual sensibility suffused the later Heidegger's thinking of being. Too often, this salient feature of his later thought is overlooked or set aside, especially in recent times. There are no doubt several reasons for this, but we may leave such an inquiry for another time. What is more important is to attend to Heidegger's own experience of being and, more specifically, of being as the holy. Consider, for example, his evocation of the holy in his 1943 elucidation of Hölderlin's poem Homecoming. Just a few citations are needed. Heidegger invokes that which grants and hails the human being with a multitude of names inspired by Hölderlin's poem, the holy but also the gladsome, the highest, the most joyful, the joyful one, the most serene, home, homeland, and the source. The names are manifold, but, as Heidegger tells us, the holy is the unitary and unifying source of human beings and of all things. This joyful one is the gladsome, which illuminates the hearts of human beings, so that they may open their hearts to what is genuine and noble in their fields, their towns, and their homes. The holy as the joyful one reaches human beings especially through the poet's words, but the poet's words can never exhaust the holy as the source. The best that we human beings can do is draw near to the source and dwell in nearness to the source, but we can never penetrate the ultimate mystery of the source. We must preserve the mystery as mystery. What is more, according to Heidegger, the source keeps itself in reserve no matter how it springs forth into beings and no matter how we address it and name it. The source keeps to itself and remains itself even as it flows forth out of itself, and this mystery, he admits, confounds the principle of contradiction. We may delve further into the details of the text, yet the key point is this: the religious and spiritual resonance of Heidegger's language is unmistakable. His language of the holy as the source and the gladsome that pours forth light and abiding joy for humans and for all beings is a religious and spiritual language which certainly has metaphysical and theological implications. Of course, here is where the matter gets tricky. It is true that Heidegger himself made no such explicit commitments and simply allowed his language to resonate freely. And we know, too, that he insisted that being is not a being and therefore not to be construed in terms of a metaphysics or theology of substance or subject. Being as the holy is not the highest God or the highest being, if this is understood as the highest substance or subject. Yet we must be careful. These considerations do not close the door on all metaphysical and theological speculation, because metaphysics and theology, even historically, are not limited to considerations of substance, essence, subject. For example, Neoplatonic thinkers over many centuries made the metaphysical claim that the One is beyond such categories as substance, the One is the utterly unamiable source of all that is. Their thinking, and not theirs alone, certainly cannot be facilely criticized or dismissed as unto theological. Thus, we must acknowledge that the later Heidegger's language of being calls forth the religious and spiritual, and we are left to consider the implications of his manifold expressions. To be sure, he was a harsh critic of a certain kind of metaphysics and theology, but it is also the case that his later thinking of being leaned in the direction of a renewed and revised metaphysical and religious outlook. He allowed his poetic philosophical language to suggest again and again precisely these possibilities for thought. Consequently, the important lesson to be learned is that by no means did Heidegger overcome metaphysics as such. In other words, genuine thinking, by whatever name, is inevitably led to consider, in one way or another, all things and ultimate matters. As thoughtful readers, we should be mindful of Heidegger's distinctive approach and style, but we are not obliged to follow his very same path. We are free to think along with Heidegger but also beyond Heidegger. We are free to give form and shape to whatever creative metaphysical, spiritual, and religious speculations are suggested by his own resonant language of being. This volume of essays is a superb guide to Heidegger's theme of the holy, but it is also intended to help us pose the most fundamental questions that we human beings can ask, and to pursue answers to such questions for ourselves. This is the ongoing task for thinking that does not end with Heidegger or with any one thinker. 3. And, finally, may the reader of this collection of essays on the holy pause along the way and give careful consideration to some of Heidegger's many declarations, such as, the original essence of joy is becoming at home in nearness to the source. This is not merely an elucidation of Hölderlin's poem. Is this not, after all, Heidegger's own profession in the form of commentary? Is this not, after all, his own testimony to the joyful secret at the heart of things? After all, is this not his own testimony to the truth and promise of the ultimate and unfathomable mystery of the source? In the last century and a half, many have lamented the loss of a sense of the holy, das Heilige in German, that is, the condition of modernity that Friedrich Nietzsche called the death of God, or what Friedrich Hölderlin poetized as the flight of the gods. Martin Heidegger, even while speaking of the forgetting of being in the history of being, and even as he had discoursed on the nihilism of modernity, appropriated this term, das Heilige, as one of his many terms for being as distinct from, and yet granting, beings. In what sense, then, is the holy for Heidegger tied to its apparent opposite in the modern world, the sense of desacralization or nihilism in modernity, while also being the being of beings? And how are we to respond to the holy in an unholy world? In the following, I will attempt to unpack this paradox. Keys to solving this question may be found in the ancient Greek concepts of chaos and kara, to which Heidegger's understanding of the holy is connected. Heidegger's own concepts of Lichtung and Gegend can also be related to his view of the holy. When thinking of the holy in phenomenology, some may be reminded of Rudolf Otto's famous analysis of the phenomenon in his 1917 work Das Heilige. One Heidegger was asked by Edmund Husserl to review Otto's book soon after it had been published. Heidegger was unable to complete the review, but allegedly regarded Otto's book as a major contribution to the emerging field of phenomenology of religion. 2. But following the publication of Otto's book, in his preparatory notes for writing the review, Heidegger criticizes Otto's phenomenology as a failure due to its confinement to a modern subjectivistic framework that takes consciousness as predetermining phenomena, and in the face of the overwhelming numinous, cowering in fear. At the same time. Chapter 1. The Holy in Heidegger. The Open Clearing as Excess and Abyss. John W. M. Krummel. 6. John W. M. Krummel. Heidegger found Otto's book to ignore the historical genesis that gives rise to the experience of the holy. In the following years, in his lectures from 1920-1921, Phänomenologie der Religiösen, he goes on to emphasize the historical as the core phenomenon of religion instead. 3. Nevertheless, in his post-1930 works, Heidegger develops his understanding of this concept of the holy, further, as another name for being, but which in some aspects also is reminiscent of Otto's understanding. In some ways, it is a development of Otto's concept, but also an improvement upon it in an ontological direction that subtracts the subjectivist Kantian trappings to give greater voice to its alterity and excess that overwhelms humanity, and its environing aspect that clears room for our dwelling. In the following, I will focus on Heidegger's works after 1930, where he connects being qua the holy with the clearing gives room for the world while exceeding it. The unholy world of modernity. Heidegger's discussions of the holy in his works after 1930 first appear in the context of his being historical thinking concerning the destining or sending of being. In the 1930s, most notably in his Beiträge zur Philosophie, Heidegger speaks of the holy in association with the passing of the last God that marks an empty clearing or spacing whence all metaphysical absolutes or gods have withdrawn, an exhaustion of absolutes that characterizes the modern condition. This is what Nietzsche had called the death of God and Hölderlin poetized as the flight of the gods. For Nietzsche had proclaimed the death of God in his Die Frohe Wissenschaft 5 to announce the advent of European nihilism, meaning that the normative values predicated upon belief in a higher transcendent world, having revealed their all too human origins, are no longer tenable and without valence. Thus discredited, the belief in the Christian God has become unworthy of belief. 6. In the same century, the poet Hölderlin spoke of the flight of the gods in a similar vein. As is well known, Heidegger was very much interested in both thinkers. Certainly, with the global pervasion of capitalism and scientism and technicity, we find ourselves today in a desacralized or unholy world where quantification prevails, reducing reality to calculation and consumption. But for Heidegger, the resulting unholiness is ultimately not due to man's lack of belief or that we had somehow killed God, but to being itself in its unfolding of the constellations of concealment/unconcealment. And yet that does not mean that we are exempt from responsibility. The question is, how are we to respond to this unfolding of being in its withdrawal of the divine? The withdrawal of absolute principles at modernity's end, dislodging us from the familiar but no longer viable. The fleeing of the gods invites us to think through the conditions of their possibility, the empty clearing that has been made manifest. Thus, while Nietzsche proposed to replace that dead God, God crucified that for him symbolizes life-negating values, with a dancing God, Dionysius, representing the very earth whereupon we dwell, Heidegger, on the other hand, looks to Hölderlin's sense of the holy as an open clearing that encompasses the gods who flee but also give room for the potential reappearance of gods. Precisely in that negativity of the renouncing of the old gods is to be found godliness. 7. And yet that negativity, the open clearing that withdraws to make room, might also be connected to the Heideggerian sense of the earth in its relation to the world. 2. The clearing as UN/ground. What then is the clearing or the open? One sense of the open clearing for Heidegger is that wherein, or whereby, beings are given, hinting at the es of es gibt. Or literally it gives. Heidegger designates this openness of the being of beings, their unconcealing out of concealment, as the holy in Hölderlin's sense, to convey the sense that it is an irreducible and overwhelming excess, the excess of being over, and its irreducibility to beings, by always retaining a concealment accompanying the unconcealed, a chaos in Hesiod's sense of a chasm that engulfs the ordering or world of beings. In Einführung in die Metaphysik of 1935, Heidegger asks whether being as ground is the absence of ground or unground, an abyss. 8. As being remains untraceable, it is almost like the nothing, or in the end completely like it. 9. In Contributions of the same period, he writes that unground is the clearing for beings. In this denial of ground, originary emptiness opens up, and the originary clearing occurs. The first clearing of the open as the empty, 10. Wherein beings, man, gods, earth, world all emerge in mutual strife, befitted, and owned into their own and to each other, gathered in mutual differentiation. This abyss that clears space is also the knot of bane that gives, allows for, releases, beings into their own as what they are. 11. It is this abyssal element, the excess of being as such, that the dominant metaphysics of modernity and global technology had concealed in their focus on rationality, utility, and objectification. In this the holy as such had been forgotten even prior to the disestablishment of supersensory absolutes of previous epochs, including the God of metaphysics and onto theology under modernity's technological enframing. In modernity, beings have become objectified as nothing but standing reserve or stock for representation and manipulation, decided in advance, while what stands to be questioned, their being, becomes obscured. And yet, engulfing that desacralizing framework of the unholy world is the clearing in its abyssal depths, a groundless ground or un/ground. As ontologically irreducible, Heidegger describes the emptiness of this clearing as an all-pervading knot. Yet this emptiness is also what permits the fullness of being as that wherein everything, including our own being here, stands. Earlier in his Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik of 1929, Heidegger spoke of the concept of mana as characterizing the being of the mythical world and of the mythical being here, the how of being whereby the actual assaults are human being here. 12. Its understanding of being as mana. 13. The basic feeling of the holy. 14. Is lived out in the practices of the mythical being here, a particular configuration of being in the world, pre-reflectively inhabiting a tacit understanding of meaning. Expressed in thought and practice. 15. Here in 1929, Heidegger understands being qua holy in terms of mana that is overpowering and deeper than the specific worlds constitutive of any particular religious tradition as a mode of being in the world. This understanding of mana seems to approach Otto's position concerning the holy from his 1917 Das Heilige. 16. But also as a background opening to a particular world, including the framework of religions, as well as the desacralized modern world, and constitutive of man's being in the world, it connects to this later sense of the open clearing, which is how Heidegger comes to explicitly understand the holy when he turns to Hölderlin's poetry in response to the crisis of late modernity. In his 1943 reading of Hölderlin's poem, Heimkenfiet/en die Verwandten, Heidegger takes the holy to signify the background for the horizon of meaning. He takes the poem's theme of gaiety to be interchangeable with what Hölderlin also calls the holy. For the holy etymologically connects to the sense of gay or cheerful, which in turn originally referred to the sky or heavens above in their awesomeness or majesty. 17. But this also refers to the abyssal opening of being behind the coming and going of beings. For he claims that the joyous is what first makes room, that is, grants, the open to every space and to every time-space, and it is the holy. 18. The holy as such is the background against which phenomena can meaningfully arise for man. In its awesomeness, overpowering us like mana, it allows things in general to show up, but it can become concentrated or expressed in concrete sacred or holy objects and locales. And hence God or gods manifest on the basis of the holy. And the death of God and flight of the gods, made manifest in modernity, also give voice to this engulfing abyss that is the holy. We thus need to turn to this topic of God and gods, their presence and absence, in their relation to the holy. 3. God/s, Godhood, and the passing of the last God. Heidegger interprets Nietzsche's diagnosis for the death of God as the end, not necessarily of God per se, but of metaphysics as such and of the supreme principle of ontotheology that attempts to provide the definitive answer to the question, why is there anything at all, in terms of a grounding presence. God here is one being among others, albeit the highest or supreme being. But such a God of philosophy is not awesome. In his 1957 work, Identität differens, Heidegger says that one can neither pray nor offer sacrifice to it. 19. But more importantly, it is still a being among others. What then does Heidegger mean by gods in the plural, and how do both the monotheistic or metaphysical God and the plural polytheistic gods relate to the holy? Heidegger's understanding of the holy is inspired by Hölderlin's poetizing of the holy. While the thinker's task is to proclaim the truth of being, Heidegger understands the poet's mission to name being's mystery in its concealment that accompanies its giving of beings. The thinker says being. The poet names the holy. 20. The poet responds to the address of being in its mysterious self-concealing revealing of beings by putting it into words in poetry and naming it as the holy. But metaphysics can only think substantively or ontotheologically and fails to adequately conceive being. In refusing the grasp of ontotheological categories, that is, metaphysics, Hölderlin's sense of the holy escapes modernity's desacralization. In 1957, Heidegger remarks that the godless thinking which must abandon the God of philosophy, God as kausasui, is perhaps closest to the divine God. 21. And in his 1966 Der Spiegel interview, after mentioning how only a God can still save us, Heidegger adds that the only possibility for salvation is to prepare readiness, in thinking and poetry, for the appearance of God or for the absence of God during the decline, so that when we decline in the face of the absent God. 22. Who or what then is the divine God or this absent God? Is it in any sense closer than to what Hölderlin calls the holy? In his turn to Hölderlin, Heidegger treads a path that is neither theological nor purely ontological. This is exemplified by a phrase Heidegger, under Hölderlin's inspiration, repeats throughout his contributions to philosophy of the mid-1930s to mark the clearing that is made manifest by the fleeing of the gods, the passing by of the last God. What is this last God that passes? He proclaims that the greatest nearness of the last God is self-refusal. 23. Distinct from the simple coming and going of previous gods, its passing is a self-refusal, a hinting from out of the withdrawal of being. A God beyond God/s, utterly alien to human perspectives, escaping our projections and concerns, the last God surpasses any determinate configuration of divinity, it is wholly other than those that have been, especially over against the Christian. 24. Its passage instead points to the mystery of being in its concealment that accompanies every unconcealment. In facing its silent refusal, we sense its overwhelming power. Last as such refers to the highest form of denial, the originary no-thing of being. 25. Which at the margins of modernity bring the incubation of further possibilities, a transition to another beginning of immeasurable possibilities of our history. 26. A hinting toward a future excess of surprise and refusal, the open-endedness or novelty of the future that cannot be predetermined. This last God gathers the manifold horizons of possibility named gods in the plural and inner richness of potential grounds and abysses to which plurality is subjected. 27. This gathering shapes, or is, the regional epical configuration or economy of concealing/unconcealing that discloses the meaning of the divine. 28 and to which both theism and atheism, as well as other isms are relativized. Its ontological status is thus neither theistic nor atheistic. 29 and it stands outside the calculating determinations meant by terms such as monotheism, pantheism, and atheism. 30 for each such alternative assumes a metaphysic that thinks in terms of beings. The last God, as thus originary, reducible neither to flight nor arrival nor both, is the fullness of the granting of being in refusal. 31 as other than any present being including a God it is as the abyssal space of being itself. 32 the very clearing wherein the question of God/s first arises, permitting it/their affirmation or denial the momentary time-space for decision concerning the flight and arrival of the gods, their domain of decision. 33 the decisive takes its origin therein in a decisorin, separating and differentiating beings, including gods and man, distinguishing each into its own while the open clearing in itself remains undecided. 34 the flight of the gods that empties this space as the withdrawal of being, the highest form of withdrawal. 35 is the stillness of the passing of the last God. 36 even while marking the absence of absolutes in the nihilism of modernity, it marks the clearing open wherein the wonder that asks why, can occur in its full power. And in that openness gods come and go and world horizons are constellated for the meaning of being. This last God that passes by, wholly other and abides ally silent, then is another name for what Heidegger calls the holy being or being in its excess that overwhelms but makes possible our world/s. Later after the 1930s, Heidegger no longer speaks of the last God, but in 1945, he speaks of the all-unifying one, which is the divine itself. 37 and in 1963, he speaks of the God of gods that may appear in the sight of the locale that is the destiny of Hölderlin's poetry. 38 that side would be the holy. In Wozendichter and Brief über den Humanismus, both from 1946, Heidegger makes use of the threefold scheme of the gods, godhood, and the holy. Gods are understood only in light of the dimension of godhood. In the plural gods mark the horizontal delimitations of possibilities from the past and for the future, and the holy is the very expanse, wherein any god can appear or any claim to the absolute be made, the environing abyss wherein such horizons are constructed or deconstructed. Heidegger, as is known, was fond of Meister Eckhart, and for Eckhart, godhood is the region of the unspeakable, where God is none of the persons of the Trinity, neither Father nor Son nor Holy Spirit, and is no longer objectified in opposition to the knower nor the Creator opposed to creation. 39 it is the naked formless essence of divine unity, without name, the potentiality of nothingness from out of which creation occurs. 40 but Heidegger here views godhood American Samoa essencing within the domain of the holy. 41 the essential space of godhood that, in turn, is the dimension for gods and God. 42 the openness that calls forth mortals and divinities. In his 1951 essay, Bauen Wohnen Denken, Heidegger writes, the divinities are the hinting messengers of godhood. Out of the holy sway of godhood, the God appears in his presence or withdraws into his concealment. 43 God appears only on the basis of godhood but only from the essence of the holy, as such is the essence of godhood to be thought. 44 but in turn to think the holy as such we need to think the truth of being. 45 that is the open clearing making room for beings. As such the holy is connected to Heidegger's earlier notion of being in the world and is what constitutes the background for the horizon allowing reality, including the ordinary or mundane, the profane in Mircea Eliade's dichotomous terms of the sacred and the profane, to show up. Only in the background of being in its awesome otherness as the mysterious holy, a background that is an ground, can beings, including the gods, show up. The human encounter with divinities first becomes possible on the basis of the holy as what makes the constitution of their meaningfulness possible from an ontologically deeper layer. The holy itself as the being of beings enfolds and unfolds beings, mortals, and gods. In relation to mortals, divinities, and the order shaping the world on the basis of assumed rationalities and principles, the holy is an omnipresencing chaos, which Heidegger understood in its etymological ancient Greek sense, and with Hesiod in mind, as the initial gaping and abyssal chasm that swallows up everything while granting each its delimited presence in time and space. 46 Nothing real precedes it, everything emerges out of it. For Hesiod in his Theogony, chaos is the mother of the gods, simultaneously engulfing and giving birth to the world. Heidegger understands chaos as such, the holy, as providing the space both for our dwelling as mortals and for what we look up to as the divine. 47 In its overwhelming omnipresencing, gushing forth and exceeding the orders we attempt to establish, it overwhelms us and invokes awe. Following Hesiod, Hold Erlin himself in We when am Feiertage referred to the holy chaos, from high ether down to the low abyss. The recurring all-creative. 48 The mystery of the holy with its uncanniness, in the exhaustion of absolutes, is nevertheless our home, where the world's night is. The holy night. 49 It displaces but summons us, overriding and exceeding our self-resolution or will. It frees us from our entanglements with the self-evident or familiar. Its altirity addresses us as it withdraws into silence, escaping our comprehension, even as it gives beings for our understanding and appropriation, while remaining in excess to our projections. Only on its basis can we project our projects and construct the world. But with its refusal of ground, forcing us to face its irreducible excess, the unsettling call of the last God in its passing by, we are freed into the open to wonder and question. This is the holy as the clearing of concealment/unconcealment, from whence the world arises, beings are given, gods come and go, and history commences. What the thinker thinks of as being, even as it withdraws from conceptualization, the poet responding to it in wonder as it opens the very question of being, the truth of being names the holy. For chaos, kara, and regioning. If the holy is the space of godhood and realm wherein gods come and go, it is also that wherein mortals build their places of dwelling, the holy chaos encompassing worldly order. In Hesiod, as mentioned above, chaos is the pre-cosmic chasm or abyss that in its undifferentiatedness initiates cosmogony through differentiation. If the omnipresencing chaos in Hesiod is the holy, we can also link the holy to the Greek sense of kara that was etymologically related to chaos 50 and which Heidegger develops in terms of region or that which regions. Suggestions have been made 51 that Hesiod's chaos was the source of Anaximander's idea of the apeiron, and in turn many 52 have noted the similarity of the latter to Plato's notion of kara in the Timaeus, the undifferentiated realm from out of which the world is to be formed. In Plato's Timaeus, 53 kara is the formless matrix for all things, itself devoid of characters. In its indefinition, kara provides the abode or situation for genesis, the defining, differentiation, or formation of things. In Plato's Philebus, this same idea is in fact called the apeiron, requiring paras. The Greek chaos that gives birth to the world is also intertwined with the concept of paras as the difference or distinction necessary for plurality. Heidegger understood paras to mean that from which something begins its essential unfolding. 54 Paras permits the differentiation that allows beings to unfold into what they are. This unfolding of beings out of concealment is truth as aletheia, and their emergence is nature as physis. In the case of Hesiod's chaos, that differentiation of the cosmos, the emergence of the earth and from it the world, occurs within and from out of it. In the dualistic scheme of Plato's Timaeus, however, that limitation is provided by the demiurgos imposing ideas upon it from above. Nevertheless, as kara, in its formlessness and constant flux, resists the imposition of limits and determination, its depth, like chaos, seems bottomless and could be construed, contra Plato, as a bottomless source of creation. On the one hand, Plato's dichotomization of the real into the absolute and the relative relegates kara to a subordinate position of subjection. But, on the other hand, at the same time, its very recklessness and amorphousness as amorphon threatens to dismantle the demiurgos designs, the metaphysical hierarchy that Plato seeks to install even while providing a place for the formation of the cosmos. Its abyss or uncanniness is concealed even while permeating the world. As a nomos or a polis, it is a deconstructive undertow beneath our polis and its nomoi. Kara as such also appeared in other ancient Greek texts as an initial emptiness or a large and dark space existing prior to the emergence of things. 55 As the bosom of Genesis, Kara is the yawning wherein the cosmos arises, but that yawning is chaos, the depth of which, like the boundless apeiron, may be bottomless, an abyss. Kara's relationship to cosmos morphs in Heidegger's works of the 1930s into the earth in its dynamic pairing with the world. 56 Earth grounds the world, giving it room while escaping or exceeding its horizons. Heidegger articulates this idea in his 1935 lecture, Der Ursprung des Kunstwerks, in terms of the primal strife between the earth and the world. 57 While supporting the world, the earth refuses itself, beyond the horizon constitutive of human meaning. While the world cannot subsist without the earth's support, the earth in exceeding the world will not guarantee its subsistence. The world's ground is abyssal, and on/ground, the concealment behind the unconcealed. For Heidegger that abyss is being's withdrawal, and in a parenthetical remark to his introduction to metaphysics of the 1930s that he inserted in the 1950s, he reads Plato's Kara to be that which withdraws to make room for the presencing of things. 58 Therein he also refers to human creativity that constructs a historical world through the strife of creators, poets, thinkers, and statesmen, and its abode as where the sway of physis is made to stand. 59 Thus Kara, related to chaos, connects with physis. Kara's connection to earth and nature that grounds or surrounds man's dwelling was more explicit centuries before the exegetical history of Plato's text, when the ancient Greeks understood Kara in its pre-philosophical significance as the environing region or milieu inclusive of the land or country surrounding one's city or town, the concrete region providing one's habitat. On this basis, contemporary French geographer and philosopher Augustin Burke, appropriating Heidegger's term, understands Kara to designate the open shaping our concrete dwelling space upon the earth, as the environing field of human nature interrelationships constituting and surrounding the polis, on the basis of which a thing is what it is, the process of which he also calls choresis. 60 This field in the midst of which we dwell, nevertheless extends into nature, exceeding our grasp and all too human will, threatening the polis with its wilderness or wildness and irreducible alterity. But under the inspiration of Hölderlin that excess was what Heidegger also called the holy. Burke refers to Heidegger and was undoubtedly influenced by Heidegger's concept of the region. Region was also a development of Heidegger's earlier world, earth dynamic from the 1930s. In the 1940s and 1950s, he expands the notion of the earth in its dynamic pairing with the world in this conception of regioning or that which regions, while also associating it with Kara and chaos. 61 The region is that which environs us while withdrawing to clear space for our dwelling, gathering, and holding together a plurality of places. In his summer 1944 lecture on Heraclitus, Logic, Heraclit's lair vom Logos, Heidegger renders its sense as that which surrounds or a surrounding giving or surrounding region that makes room for the presencing of things through its absencing or withdrawing. 62 And shortly after, in 1944 to 1945, Heidegger further develops the idea of region in Zur Eroberung der Gelassenheit, where he takes Genet in its surrounding aspect as the open, the free expanse, or lingering expanse, an open that surrounds us while withdrawing to make room, wherein beings may while or linger as they come and go, presence and absence. 63 Here he takes what Husserlian phenomenology calls horizon, with its subjectivistic connotation, as but the interior aspect turned toward us of the region in its regioning, 64 Extending beyond it from its other side, implying alterity and excess. Like Kara that surrounds the polis for the ancient Greeks and the earth that grounds the world, region surrounds and grounds the place of our dwelling, but without guarantee, escaping our grasp. Then in the 1950s, for example in Das Ding and Bauen Wohnen Denken, Heidegger refers to the four cardinal regions of the fourfold, involving mortals and divinities, heaven and earth, gathered to constitute between them a primal spatiality for human dwelling. In the 1953 parenthetical remark to his 1935 Introduction to Metaphysics, mentioned above, After having thus developed the notion of region, Heidegger once again refers to Kara as that which withdraws to make room for the presencing of things, the self separating from every particular, the withdrawing, which in such a way admits and makes place precisely for another. 65 is further 1950s discussions of making room for a locality of places in his Das Wesender Sprach 66. A clearing away of the wilderness that brings forth an open space for dwelling continues the same idea of the formless and indefinite wilderness or chaos, as a regioning, allowing for forms and definitions, to found an inhabited space. 67 The withdrawing that clears room for dwelling, or the concealing that unconceals beings, is the yawning that ungrounds and yet allows grounding within its abyssal space. This ground that embraces while withdrawing in its excess the awesome is precisely what Heidegger means by the holy. By why is that yawning open the holy? As other than what any being is, the excess to what we can grasp, it evokes awe. It is overwhelming and awesome. Yet as the death of God or the fleeing of the gods makes explicit, the holy is not transcendent up there but down here in our midst, surrounding us, the region environing us, the abyssal chaos engulfing the world and creation. V. Dwelling and nature. The holy therefore makes possible our dwelling on earth. For Heidegger, what poets poetize in terms of the holy is that open clearing as the place of human dwelling, together with the things belonging there and the bonds between people, things, and landscape. Any genuine experience of the holy is to be accompanied by man's cultivation of that place of dwelling. In a 1969 seminar, Heidegger reflects upon his own path of thinking as having traversed three stages: the question of the meaning of being as formulated in Senuendizeit, the question of the truth of being initiated in the 1930s, and finally, the question of the place or locality of being, or the topology of being. 68 That place sinks into an abyss while sustaining our dwelling and the presencing/absencing of things. In that abyssal excess that overwhelms our comprehension, it is the holy. The place of dwelling is a major theme for Heidegger in the 1950s. In both the thing and building dwelling thinking, Heidegger discusses how dwelling is possible only on the basis of the four regions gathered to constitute a place of dwelling, grounding our world the fourfold, we mentioned above, as the originary but dynamic unity in mirror play of earth and sky, divinities and mortals. Within this fourfold in their oneness, the earth surfaces and the skies open, mortals dwell on the earth and under the sky, look up to the gods, appearing out of its holy sway, await for their intimations, and heed the beckoning of the holy. 69 Through this gathering for the fourfold and their concentration in concrete things or sites, such as a temple or a bridge, a world is installed for human dwelling amidst the surroundings. Thus in the essence of language, for example, Heidegger speaks of how space makes room for a locality or district and places, releasing them. 70 Later in 1969, in Die Kunst der Raum, he speaks of the movement that releases places and brings forth a locality preparing for dwelling. 71 The founding of an inhabited space, a topos as a gathering predicated upon an entire network of relations given room, takes place on the basis of the free expanse of that which regions. 72 The elements gathered configure a settlement but by assuming what lies beyond the horizon, the overwhelming excess the holy. The holy as this ontological opening wherein and whereby we receive the gift of being. And beings, in which we are both partakers and receptors, provides the space for our dwelling as mortals, a temporal configuration in the correspondence between ontological excess and the finite responsiveness of man. The place of our dwelling, cleared by the regioning and grounded upon the earth, is also amidst nature that Heidegger understood in terms of physis. The holiness of a land, as part of nature as physis, is what inspires awe. We dwell in the midst of this manifesting of nature that the ancient Greeks experienced as physis. Heidegger states in his Introduction to Metaphysics of 1935 that physis occurs everywhere, in the rising of the sun, the waves of the ocean, the growth of plants, the birth of animals and humans from the womb, and so on. 73 In his 1943 to 1944 Heraclitus lectures as well, everything emerges into the open from out of physis that exceeds is beyond them. 74 In As on a Holiday of 1941, Heidegger connects the holy with Hölderlin's conception of nature as the chaos, as the clearing wherein all beings can be present. 75 Nature is the holy for Hölderlin because she is older than all, even the gods. 76 Nature as the holy is thus the originary or first, which remains in itself unbroken and whole. The originary wholeness, through its omnipresence, confers to everything actual the grace of its own whiling. 77 But nature as physis is thus the very unceasing and emergence, lingering, and passing into and out of being, whereby all things come to presence in the dynamic of concealing/unconcealing. When nature is thus allowed to be itself, it is divine. 78. Authentic dwelling within the fourfold, upon the earth, amidst nature, in its regioning, thus in the face of the holy then calls for a certain ethos. The primal abyss is withdrawn from human grasp and yet gracious in the provision of our being here and living space and world of beings we can make sense of. But we need to remember our finitude as human vis-a-vis that graciousness that we are called to respect in the depths of our own being. The passing of the last God that moves within this gracious abyss calls our being here not to ground but to let go of grounds vis-a-vis its awesomeness as the holy, its ontological excess that is extra-human in origin. Kyoto school philosopher Ueda Shizudaru, who was also a reader of Heidegger, remarked that thought, in response to the call of the nothing that constitutes the very horizon of being and thinking, would have to proceed not through any kind of ontology or attempt to ground metaphysics or return to its ground, but instead by listening to the words of poetry. 79 He has in mind here Heidegger's turning to Hölderlin's poetizing of being in terms of the holy. For the holy, in invoking in us awe, is the domain of poetizing wonder Thomasian as the common source of both religious and philosophical experience. For Heidegger in the 1940s, the appropriate response to being qua the holy seems to be joy. As noted above, in his 1943 reading of Hölderlin's poem, The Homecoming/To Kindred Ones, Heidegger takes the poem's theme of Die Hittir to be etymologically connected to Das Heilige. 80 If being unfolds in being and time through the mood of angst in the face of death, for the later Heidegger in the 1940s, it is through joy in the face of the holy. In the face of the holy, our joy is really an amazement or wonder at the mystery of being. So, as stated above, despite his earlier critique of Otto's phenomenology of religious experience for being limited by a Cartesian understanding of consciousness in its relation to the irrational numinous, 81 Heidegger's later understanding of the holy as an ontological excess that overwhelms us and invokes in us awe, is rather reminiscent of Otto's analysis but minus the Kantian limitations. Specific modes of being in the world, including religion, are each made possible by our dwelling within this tacit relation to being as the overwhelming source of being and meaning poetized as the holy and invoking, no longer anxiety as in the Heidegger of being and time but a joyful awe or wonder. Awe and wonder also calls for a kind of respect and care for this abyssal opening wherein and whereby we dwell that is the holy as such, overwhelming us in its excess. Heidegger did not provide us with an explicit theory of ethics, but his notion of being qua holy seems to imply a certain ethos or way of being on the part of human beings. The earth upon which a place for our dwelling has been cleared nevertheless suffers for our occupancy and hubris, a planetary disease that James Lovelock in his Gaia hypothesis calls a disseminated primatemia, a plague of people in their superabundance. 82 In 1600, the population of Homo sapiens was approximately 500 million. In the 1990s, it increased by another 500 million. Today in 2020, it is 7.8 billion. It is predicted to grow to 9.9 billion by 2050. 83 John Gray claims that little will remain on Earth but us human beings and our prosthetic environment. 84 Human beings have ravaged the planet with arrogance, ruining the habitat of countless species and leading many to extinction. Gray argues that the Earth can recover only when it is done with human beings and human civilization is forgotten. 85 Nature, physis, can and will go on without man. As the biosphere is older and stronger than the human species, Gray asserts that instead of man killing off life on this planet, it is more likely for man to wreck the environment sustaining human life so that large segments of humankind will end facing less hospitable climates to be trampled and tossed aside like straw dogs. The population will be reduced to pre-plague levels, and sooner or later human beings will go extinct and Earth will forget. The human species and the play of life will go on. 86. The imposition of our will has led to the mechanization of life on Earth, covering it with human artifice, another aspect of the modern the flight of the gods. But the human world is still surrounded by the natural milieu, supported by what Heidegger called Earth in the 1930s. Nature as such resists the world's incursions, but the world cannot be without it. As stated above, the Earth grounds the world without guaranteeing that ground. The Earth grounds the world while escaping its horizons, as also articulated in Heidegger's notion of the regioning. If the heavenly God has died, revealed for Nietzsche as an all-too-human projection, and nihilism is what ensues in its death, leaving us with nothing but the earthly, but which we, nevertheless, have ravished, raped, and desacralized in our drive to produce and consume, ought we not to assume responsibility as shepherds to resacralize or reholify our home, that which has provided us with our being here, to lead the flown away virtue back to the earth, that it may give the earth its sense? 87. Heidegger's prescription in the face of the alterity of nature was not to conquer it but to let be, to let the holiness of physis be. An example may be the Standing Rock Sioux tribe of the Lakota people, who acted not only to prevent the water contamination that could come from the pipeline being constructed to pass through Lake Ohi in North Dakota, but also to protect the holiness of the tribe's burial site through which the pipeline was set to run. 88. In Iceland, a conservation act was introduced in 1990 with a clause protecting sites traditionally deemed to have supernatural significance, such as jagged rocks of lava fields in the country taken to be the dwelling places of Hulduf or little people. One must clear these laws, if one wants to build a road, house, or dam in these areas. As one Icelandic landscape architect put it, the elves stand for living in harmony with nature. 89. These cases may serve as examples for what a Heideggerian ethics of Avis Avis the holy might look like. As Richard Capobianco points out, in Zu den Inseln der Aga is of 1967, Heidegger prescribes a return to the ancient Greek experience of the originary meaning of nature as physis, as the emerging and letting come to presence of the presencing. 90. And in his Le Thor seminar of 1969, he tells us how, unencumbered by subjective mediation, the ancient Greeks experienced and dwelled in the midst of nature as the emerging of all things in its overabundance, the excess of what presences evoking the human response of astonishment before the overflow or excess of presence. 91. Overwhelmed by nature, one is forced out of the comfort zone of subjective projections and is unsettled. Standing out before the holy, faced with overwhelming overflow, we are called to regard the earth that clears our dwelling space, but also in the sublimity of its force always greater than man, a force repeatedly exemplified, among other things, in the 2011 Fukushima disaster, as well as the devastating hurricanes that periodically attack the Caribbean and Atlantic coasts of North America, as holy. The reticence of nature in its withdrawing silence calls for us to respond likewise in reticence with humble respect and awe, mindful of being in its alterity and sublimity as the holy. The holy after the death of God is no longer simply up there in a transcendent world, but rather revealed to be also down here as the concrete ground of our world. Ought we not then to respond mindfully with responsibility for the earth, nature, environing us? Conclusion. Heidegger's last God refers neither to the God of the Christians nor of the philosophers, but to the holy of the poet, as this domain of poetizing wonder Thaumazian, which is the common origin of both religious and philosophical experience, a pre-Christian poetic dimension more originary than the God of theology. It marks the clearing space that permits both presence and absence of the divine, both theistic and atheistic interpretations, the space wherein the very question of God and subsequent conceptualizations are possible. For even in the disenchantment of modern times, being as this bottomless clearing for the concealing/unconcealing of beings holds a mystery, reawakening our sense of awe that beholds the holy. Richard Capobianco has suggested that to recover that Greek experience would be to recover the joyful wonder and astonishment at that overwhelming awesome excess of being in or as the giving forth of beings, and to accept with humility the limit of all our saying, language, meaning concerning what is. 92 For the truth of being is never exhausted in our being here. 93 There is always the concealment behind the unconcealed, the lethe of aletheia, the earth extending beyond the world, the regioning surrounding us but on the other side beyond the horizon. To recover the Greek experience of the astonishment or wonder at being's inexhaustible giving in and as nature would require us to be humble in what I have called elsewhere an ethics of humility 94 and be aware of our own finitude vis-a-vis that ontological excess. If we take Nietzsche's death of God in modernity in a kenotic 95 sense as being a self-withdrawal in the way Heidegger takes Hölderlin's flight of the gods, in contrast to the modern attunement of anxiety or despair under nihilism, the appropriate co-response on our part as we are faced in awe and wonder with the awesome holy, would also be kenotic. As a letting be in response to being's letting be of beings. Awe as such is thus the attunement of one whether poet or thinker toward being, who has come home to one's source. 96 Awakening to the clearing of the economy of concealment/unconcealment, from whence the world arises and history begins, encountering it with amazement and awe, as we thus simultaneously face our own finite situatedness and earth-boundedness, we come home to the awesomeness of the holy and enter the calm of releasement. Freed therein, we can no longer ask the metaphysical question of what grounds beings, but instead can only ask the fundamental question of the truth of being, how can there be beings without ground? 97 The truth of being as the abyssal clearing for beings. In such wonder, bewildered by the chaos of being, which initiates our questioning but which can only let beings be, we affirm earth and life in their radical contingencies and come home to releasement to the holy. There is probably no other great philosopher who, like Heidegger, merged his thinking with the writing of a poet. Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin brings the essence of language into the center of his thought. In Heidegger's view, the poet's task is to name what is holy just as the thinker's task is to proclaim being. Yet it is the poets who, as guardians of the logos, are closer than others to its source, the poets who can hear the peal of stillness in language and echo it. So for Heidegger, Hölderlin's poetry is the returning home to a nearness to the origin, that is, to the logos itself, which is not due to concealment, but to the open space as clearing. Juxtaposing Heidegger's discussion of the holy with Wittgenstein's conception of language as the inexpressible as presented in his Tractatus, I maintain that the holy is the immediate that cannot be said, but which is the principle of all saying. Being as the holy refers to the poet who responds to the saying by articulating the saying in founding language, but what is made manifest thereby retains, nonetheless, a dimension of concealment. Heidegger's discussion of the holy. According to Heidegger, being is named in many ways in Hölderlin's poetry, yet the core matter remains the same. Being is called nature, that is, nature not as opposed to art, but in the sense of the Greek word physis, nature as the way whereby all things come to presence, physis as arising into the open, as Richard Capobianco has highlighted this in Heidegger's work. In this sense, nature is the poetic name for being. Capobianco has elucidated one of Hölderlin's late and last poems that Heidegger very much favored. Chapter 2. The Unsayable Mystery of the Holy. Hölderlin's late poetry. Säsonkreiseu. Titled Autumn, which was composed 1 year before Hölderlin's death. 1. The following is the poem in full as translated and discussed by Capobianco in his book Heidegger's Way of Being. Nature's gleaming is higher revealing. Where with many joys the day draws to an end, it is the year that completes itself in resplendence, where fruit come together with beaming radiance. Earth's orb is thus adorned, and rarely clamors sound through the open field, the sun warms the day of autumn mildly, the fields lie as a great wide view, the breezes blow through boughs and branches, rustling gladly, when then already to emptiness the fields give way. The whole meaning of this bright image lives as an image, golden splendor hovering all about. 2. The first line, nature's gleaming is higher revealing, is the one the poem grants to the reader. It is indeed another saying of the ontological difference between being and beings, as Capobianco discusses in detail. Heidegger's commentary on the poem as a whole 3 uncovers the poem's resonances according to his distinctive vision. Yet the philosophical language that Heidegger uses is also the language that Hölderlin tries to convey to us. Nature's gleaming is indeed a higher kind of manifestation, that is, of divine essence as spirit. Nature as spirit gives life to all beings present, it bespirits all beings into their being. As such, nature's gathering of itself in its unconcealment is to be seen both as an endless origin and as a perpetual presence of existence. This kind of presencing of existence as spirit serves as mediation among beings. But this much Hölderlin's poem itself says. By drawing a contrast between nature and landscape, Heidegger asserts that landscape lets appear nature in an initial gleaming. For what makes nature's gleaming holy? Nature safeguards and conserves beings in the integrity of their being. For Hölderlin, nature is the holy because it is the all-creative and all-alive and is older than the ages and above the gods. The holy is that which comes before humans, gods, God, or any divine entity. In other words, it is that by which they, too, are. The holy is not holy because it is divine, rather the divine is divine because in its way it is holy. 5. Nature for Hölderlin is holiness itself. As a law that lies beyond human law or God, it is that which makes possible the integrity of all beings in their being. In this respect, the holy as the essence of nature gathers together all, that is, the multiplicity of all beings. This gleaming manifests itself as a higher revealing or appearing, hence a manifestation of the holy as the source of light by which all beings shine forth and manifest themselves. In this sense, nature as a golden splendor imbues everything that is there, by hovering all about. We should note that the view and rendering of one is all is not a new one, since being and the one have been conjoined since Parmenides. Nevertheless, Heidegger insists that the one that he is speaking about has nothing to do with any metaphysical entity and that the gleaming of nature is not a state or condition, but a happening. 6. This gleaming as a self-revealing aspect of being constantly makes itself felt in the multitude of beings and events through its variously articulated forms of nature. But since this multitude of beings is ultimately nothing other than an unveiling or self-revealing aspect of being itself, one who approaches nature only through its variously articulated temporal forms would fail to perceive the unrevealed presence of all that passes from God to man, without which nature as the holy would lose its essence, that is, nature is nature only after the naming it receives from the poet, since, if the speech that establishes comes from him, he is only answering the exigent call of the sacred. 7. The all is to be found in the poet's calling of the holy because only through his song will the gods find their truth among the living. The poet's task is to say this unsayable poem. We should, however, note the difference between saying and naming. According to W.S. Allen, the difference is that while the holy unveils itself in the word, it does not do so in a manner that would make it present as the saying of the word. This is because its essence is to becoming, so in becoming separated from its non-essence as what is present, poetic naming names what is as what is coming, that is, what is not present. Thus the essence of nature, the holy, unveils itself not by becoming apparent in the saying of its name but in unveiling itself as the inapparent of the word, its immanence. 8. In this regard, it might be said that, for Hölderlin, the holy is the all that is the concealed name of being. In the second stanza of Hölderlin's Pindaric hymn, as when on a holiday, the emergence of the holy is conceived as a wonderfully all-present which embraces the poets. So in favorable weather they stand. Whom no master alone, whom she, wonderfully all-present, educates in a light embrace. The powerful, divinely beautiful nature. So when she seems to be sleeping at times of the year up in the heavens or among plants or the peoples, the poets' faces also are mourning. They seem to be alone, yet are always divining. For divining too she herself is resting. 9. Heidegger observes, only because there are those who divine, are there those who belong to nature and correspond to it. Those who correspond to the wonderfully all-present, to the powerful, divinely beautiful, are the poets. Poetry is in essence a relation between gods and the people. In addition, the very essence of the poet is drawn into this omnipresent embrace of the holy, and, thus, only an authentic poet is able to speak of the gods and name the divine, because this light embrace educates the future poets. They, as the initiated ones, know the holy. As seems to be sleeping at times and poets seem to be alone, they both share a common morning. Why morning? Heidegger explicates that this morning, however, is not merely an arbitrary darkness, but a divining rest. Night is the resting divination of the day. But now day breaks. I awaited and saw it come, and what I saw, may the holy be my word. The contrast between the passing of the night's darkness and the coming of daybreak may not be understood merely in the sense of Heidegger's explication, namely as the coming of the divining nature that has been to rest, or the pure calling of what those poets who are always divining wait and long for. Rather, it may also refer to that particular realm of being as the holy as it discloses itself to the poet at the stage when, according to firm law, as once begotten out of holy chaos/inspiration, the all-creative again feels herself anew. The poet witnesses the holy chaos, that is to say, he experiences the annihilation of all outward manifestations of nature. In my view, Hölderlin does not seem to say that this inspiration is a falling into abyss where nothing could be discernible anymore, but rather that this abyss is also said to be bright insofar as being in itself is essentially luminous, illuminating itself as well as the poet's self. According to Heidegger, the poem speaks of the poets and of the gift of the song only because the holy is the terror of universal shaking, yet why must the final word of the poem return to the holy? For de man, it is not because he has seen being that the poet is, therefore, capable naming it, his word prays for the parousia, it does not establish it. It cannot establish it, for as soon as the word is uttered, it destroys the immediate and discovers that instead of stating being, it can only state mediation. 10. De Man rejects Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin, arguing that Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin's poetry raises a question of the very possibility of naming being. For this theorist of deconstruction, no event that is present in Hölderlin's poetry is about the coming into being of the holy, but instead it is about the rift between language and being, or the articulation of the difference and opposition between the immediate being and a mediating language, that is to say, it is about the difference between the absolute being and languaged being. We might say that the holy is the trace of the unsayable mystery of the poet's speech that is made manifest in his words, yet cannot be said, except through this trace that it leaves behind in the language that cannot say it. The poet yearns to say it, but cannot, since the very calling of it would extinguish it. Yet, the holy as the unsayable mystery of speech is the very source of presence by which gods and men are present to each other and to being, hence, being functions as the immediate mediation between them. But the holy is not yet the poet's word, for the poet still needs the omnipresence to exist. Like sleeping infants, the gods breathe without any plan, the spirit flourishes continually in them, chastely kept, as in a small bud, and their holy eyes look out in still eternal clearness. A place to rest isn't given to us. Suffering humans decline and blindly fall from one hour to the next, like water thrown from cliff to cliff, year after year, down into the unknown. 11. The holy is the trace of the departed gods. The poet must take a stand and speak of the gods, for his task as mediator is to connect the near to the far. Gods themselves determine what the poet is to the divine, and, therefore, the poet must be responsive or attune himself wherever the holy discloses itself to him. Such attuning will be possible if the poet expresses a word that only the holy, preserved within him, may utter. By preserving the holy, he becomes a seer who foresees the time of the thing created, of which he is the creator. It is because, as Blancat observes, the poem is previous to the poet, and exactly this anon is the way for the poet to feel that he exists before himself and, free as he may be, as free as the swallow, in the dependence on this very freedom, his response may be free, but it is a response to this freedom. 12 For Hölderlin, the holy is the immediate. The immediate establishes a mutual relationship among beings, hence, it serves as mediation among them. Inspired by an early fragment of Pindar, Hölderlin writes: the immediate, strictly speaking, is as impossible for the mortals as for the immortals. The God must distinguish different worlds, in accordance with his nature, because heavenly goodness, for its own sake, must be holy, pure. Man, as the knowing one, must also distinguish different worlds, because knowledge is only possible through opposition. For this reason, the immediate, strictly speaking, is as impossible for the mortals as for the immortals. Strict mediatedness, however, is the law. 13. The holy as the immediate, however, is not directly approachable to the poet, for he cannot name it in itself, rather it discloses itself to him mediately, that is, in and through beings which it renders present. Human beings dwell in the vicinity of the holy in the same manner as the gods do. Mediation is first to be seen as an openness of the open which comes into a connection with what we call a world. The openness is the dwelling place of the poet where he welcomes the gods in his poetry. But to unveil the mystery of language is to unveil the origin of being. Instead, the poet's task as half-god or privileged mortal is to respond to being and recognize the holy as mediated through beings, for he must accept and respect the inaccessibility of being itself. As Heidegger puts it, the immediate is itself never something mediate. On the other hand, the immediate, strictly speaking, is the mediation, that is, the mediatedness of the mediated, because it renders the mediated possible in its essence. Mediation comes from what is superior or above the poet, that is, closer to some source of light of the holy, but not itself the holy, since it is only a being. Through the source of light, the poet may be enlightened by the holy, for the holy cannot be found by itself but rather in the beings that it illuminates. The poet is aware of the fall into the unknown, since this was the destiny as determined by the gods, and whether the coming of gods will be the gods of ancient Greece or the Christian God is determined from and within the realm of being. Hölderlin's God is unknown. The God that the poet refers to is not the religious God of the Christian faith, for Hölderlin is not a religious poet, but a poet of being, as Heidegger puts it. In my view, the human drive to reach and grasp the concrete coordinates of individual existence is to be understood as a religious drive. This is particularly the case with Hölderlin's much interpreted line poetically "Man dwells on this earth," about which Heidegger dedicated a whole essay. Following Jung's assertion that man is naturally religious, 14 we think that Hölderlin's line may also be understood in the same light, that is, humans are supposed to dwell poetically on this earth in the sense of a syncretism between conscious and unconscious dimensions. In this aspect, the reality of Dasein is mystified, that is, it is not a thingly existence, but fused with mysterious dimensions. There is in the human being a feeling of affinity with all things that surround and fill him, animals, plants, sky, gods, and the eternal. For Hölderlin, Christ is a divinely begotten hero. 15 Gadamer, on the other hand, observes that for Hölderlin, Christ is of different nature than a mere presence. The poets, then, must be of this world, because they can sing only of the present in which they are imprisoned. It is part and parcel of Hölderlin's present that Christ is not accessible to poetic form. The Greek gods are the present time of legend that becomes reinterpreted for the poet in the light of ever-present nature. Christ, on the other hand, is he who lives in faith and whose worship is in the Spirit. For Christ still lives. 16. In the poem that bears the title The Poet's Vocation, Hölderlin writes, fearless/man stands, and lonely before God/no weapon he needs/till God's being not there helps him. 17 The poet's task is to remind his people not to give homage to false gods, but to await the signs of the approaching of a future God as a salvation for his people. It seems as if Hölderlin foresaw the godless world of the modern age characterized by the technological worldview of Western civilization in which the absence of a god holds sway. We are living in an epoch that lies between the absence of the past gods and the absence of a new one, therefore the poet, as long as this absence lasts, must teach his people how to live in the vicinity of the essence of things or dwell poetically on this earth. In his essay What Are Poets For? Heidegger remarks, the default of God means that no God any longer gathers men and things unto himself, visibly and unequivocally, and by such gathering disposes the world's history and man's sojourn in it. The default of God forebodes something even grimmer, however. Not only have the gods and the God fled, but the divine radiance has become extinguished in the world's history. The time of the world's night is the destitute time, because it becomes ever more destitute. It has already grown so destitute, it can no longer discern the default of God as a default. 18. This is what Nietzsche would call the death of God, insofar as we are living in an epoch that has forgotten being. For the philosopher of nihilism, the death of God marks the death of metaphysics, or rather the forgetfulness of being as a mittance of being. 19. For Hölderlin, the poet is given the understanding of being as a necessity for the encounter with gods in the presence of the holy. By living in the presence of the holy, and therefore letting the truth appear, the poet will show his people how to dwell on this earth. The holy is revealed to him in the form of verbal expression, and it is by reason of this very essence that being passes into a word. Yet, the final words of Hölderlin's hymn as when on a holiday, read, I approached to see the heavenly, and they themselves cast me down, deep down, below the living, into the dark cast down the false priest that I am, to sing, for those who have ears to hear, the warning song. There 20. This last stanza of Hölderlin's hymn does not appear in every edition of his poetry collections, nor does it appear in Heidegger's elucidations. However, it can be found in the original manuscript of Hölderlin, which shows that the poet crossed out a number of verses and words. The lines express the poet's recognition of the absence of an authentic language in the epiphany of his suffering self-negation. The poet can hear the voice of gods but is cast down to live on earth and sing to his fellow men in a real language. This authentic language is silence. The poet realizes that he can enter into an appropriate relationship with the gods only through a grounding attunement, which dwells in silence, after realizing that his poetic language could not reveal the being of things. Yet the poet is into the dark that refers to the unreality of the world that he has been experiencing. In this aspect, the holy functions as an impenetrable dark veil obstructing the poet's sight to see or approach the self-revealing truth of being. Thus, it is through silence as the unsayable of the holy that humanity can reach into the depths of God. Yet how can the holy, which is unsayable, become speech? Blanchot insists that it can insofar as silence is marked by the same contradiction and the same tearing apart as language, if it is a way to approach the unapproachable, to belong to what is not said, it is sacred. Only insofar as it makes communication of the incommunicable possible and arrives at language. 21. The unsayable is a prerequisite for dwelling in the vicinity of the holy and must not be identified with the holy itself. The unsayable is to be understood as a mode of augmented receptivity to the word, but not constitutive of it. There must be silence for this word to make itself heard, or in other words, it is through silence that we can clearly hear and understand the spoken word. It is important to further affirm the interrelationship between the unsayable beyond language and ordinary language in terms of Meister Eckhart's ontological distinction between beyond being and being. God is a word, an unspoken word. Where God is, he utters this word; where he is not, he does not speak. God is spoken and unspoken. 22. Speaking in accordance with Eckhart's distinction, one could say that unsayability may be found in the omnipresence of God's no-thingness, or as Kazemi observes, at the plane of being where God is the word is spoken, while on the plane of beyond being where he is not there is silence, no thing. This does not mean nothing in the sense of the negation of being, but rather nothing as that which surpasses all things as well as being itself. As Eckhart says, God is spoken and unspoken. In this way, the poetic word becomes the concrete site of unconcealment, and thereby takes the poet in the vicinity of the holy, which allows otherness to spring forth as guarding the relation between mortals and divinities, man and God. This event of mutual bestowing and receiving in the manner of gathering what is unconcealed from out of concealment draws forth a mystery in our Dasein. We are drawn toward this mystery, we ceaselessly reach out unto being and bring back in the word what is addressed to us by being itself as the primordial logos. As Capobianco observes 23, we stand together with others on the ground of logos in gathering in language, and that is our dwelling. Still more puzzling is the question of whether what can be experienced cannot be said into words. Alfred Schutz notes that for 2000 years, the problem of philosophy has been not how do I know the things of the outer world, but what is the relation of the concept to that which I have designated with and also apperceived in a word. 24. Our question would be, does the world of words exist only outside the world, or is our cognition of it possible only through words? And will one's original experience be altered if one names the experience linguistically? Does the mystic's view that the unsayable is beyond language make it non-linguistic? Or is the unsayable unrelated to language? Or is it inseparable from language? Or is it the essence of language, as Heidegger maintains? Paradoxically enough, it might be said that the unsayable is made possible only through language, as in the lines of Rumi, when you say, words are of no account, you negate your own assertion through your words. If words are of no account, why do we hear you say that words are of no account? After all, you are saying this in words. 25. In order to make some sense of these questions, we will attempt to discuss Wittgenstein's views on language, silence, and the mystical as the inexpressible, as he discussed these notions in the Tractatus. 2. Wittgenstein and the limits of language. Ludwig Wittgenstein claims in the Tractatus that what finds its reflection in language, language cannot represent, and that what expresses itself in language, we cannot express by means of language. 26. To achieve this representation we would have to place ourselves somewhere outside logic, that is to say outside the world, and if this logical form is mirrored in propositions, what could be identified in the unsayable, that the reflection is of the world? It seems that nothing that is sayable could identify what is unsayable as identically mirrored in language. He further observes, language disguises thought. So much so, that from the outward form of the clothing it is impossible to infer the form of the thought beneath it, because the outward form of the clothing is not designed to reveal the form of the body, but for entirely different purposes. On this view, then, language disguises its essential structure. According to Wittgenstein, a proposition can only say how a thing is and not what it is. Furthermore, to view the world sub specie aeterni is to view it as a whole, a limited whole. This world as a limited whole is what Wittgenstein calls the mystical. The infinity of language encounters a limit, the unsayable is checked by the silence or speechlessness of nature. There are, indeed, says Wittgenstein, things that cannot be put into words. Yet in the context of our argument, the following question must be posed: can the logical limits of language be transcended by poetic language? William Franca observes, it seems that poetry excels only in the expression of inexpressibility, and that this alone, paradoxically, becomes the mode in which the sense of alterity and singularity can be communicated. Not by being communicated but rather by being marked as evading all linguistic formulations, the inexpressible is made at least to show up in poetry. As in Wittgenstein's dictum, the inexpressible shows itself, it is the mystical. This inexpressible as the mystical shows itself, yet might this way of showing be something that cannot be said, or in other words, is there a showing of what cannot be said? According to Franca, the linguistic trace of what cannot be said must precede and in fact constitute any presencing or evidencing of the unsayable, which is, to this extent, intrinsically linguistic, that is, an effect of language. Taking his cue from Derrida's discussions of the trace, Franca maintains that the trace is all that ever becomes real and effectual of the presence, which is never manifest as presence itself and as such but always only as some recognizable, specifiable trait, an instituted trace, which refers to what it is not and cannot represent but can only mark as vanished, absent, inaccessible. The unsayable is thus a trace that cannot be traced back to any origin. We cannot trace the unsayable back to its origin because we cannot put ourselves outside of the world. In these terms, what can be shown, cannot be said, claims Wittgenstein insofar as language is just its in the world structure. Wittgenstein sees a unity between two kinds of showing, the showing of what lies outside the world and the showing that lies in the world. These two worlds are not separate but bounded by a mutual structure of consciousness that is transcendental, that manifests itself both in the realm of logic and outside logic. Language and mind are the limits of the world which are separated by the transcending experience of the mystical. Russell Newley remarks, "One cannot say what does not exist in the world, because what does not exist in the world is the out-of-the-world mystic union, and for expressing this experience, the in-the-world structure of language and logic is not appropriate." Similarly, the out-of-the-world experience cannot be construed in thought, because thought, in the technical sense of the tractatus, is closely tied to picture propositions, that is, to what can be said in language. 28. In the mystical realm of experience there occurs a disembodiment of the self, for as Wittgenstein puts it, the philosophical self is not the human being, not the human body, or the human soul, with which psychology deals, but rather the metaphysical subject, the limit of the world, not a part of it. The disembodied self is therefore represented as the reduction of the metaphysical I from its body to a point from which it views the whole world. In other words, only in a mystical flight does a world come into being. Likewise, it might be said that only insofar as the poet destroys himself and the language he has created will the world come into being. Only at the limit of this negation might the unsayable take place. Whereas, for Wittgenstein, the limits of the language are the limits of the world, for Heidegger language is the house of being, and in this house human beings dwell. He does not directly maintain, as Wittgenstein asserts, that beyond the philosophical language lies the mystical. Heidegger attempts to create a new transformed language by demanding that language and grammar be freed from logic. The Greeks had no word for language, they understood this phenomenon in the first instance as discourse. But because the logos came into their philosophical ken primarily as assertion, this was the kind of logos which they took as their clue for working out the basic structures of the forms of discourse and its components. Grammar sought its foundations in the logic of this logos. But this logic was based upon the ontology of the present at hand. 29. Yet for Heidegger, poetry is opposed to inauthentic discourse. Poetry is not a particular part of language, language originates in poetry. Poetry, he maintains, names being and the essence of all things, it is poetry which makes language possible in the first place. In this sense, the essence of language itself is to be understood through the essence of poetry. However, Heidegger's suggestion that we should seek that essence in poetry, as Carsten Harries remarks, is no more convincing than Wittgenstein's decision to accept our language as a ground beyond challenge. Logic, ordinary language, and poetry must not be understood as three stages, where each successive stage is taken to be more fundamental than the one which preceded it, but as three dimensions which have to be seen together. It is also important to direct our attention here, however briefly, to Wittgenstein's paralleling of ethics with aesthetics. Ethics and aesthetics are one and the same. What is the relation binding them given the fact that they are two different domains? According to B.R. Tilgman, they are parallel in that both belong to the domain of the unsayable, just as there are no ethical propositions, so there are no propositions stating aesthetic judgments. Both values can only be shown. Both involve a way of looking at things that is contemplative. 31 Ethics and aesthetics, in Tilgman words, are intimately related in that art is one of the most important ways in which ethical value can be shown and a solution to the problem of life made manifest. This plausible idea, however, raises a number of dilemmas, For our question would be, what does Tilgman mean by ethics, if he does not speak about the ethical act, but refers to the ethical only in light of the individual quest for spiritual balance? Wittgenstein's identification of the mystical with that which cannot be put into words is closer to Eckhart's mysticism than to Heidegger's thought. Heidegger's thought is linguistic rather than mystical. Whereas for Meister Eckhart silence replaces language, for Heidegger silence is the condition and also an attribute of authentic language, but only insofar as it is a break-off or cessation within language. Consider the lines of Stephen George's poem The Word, so I renounced and sadly see, where word breaks off no thing may be. 32 The thing itself comes into being for us only through language, and where there is no word, there is no thing either. As Heidegger remarks in his explication of the poem, no thing is where the word is lacking. Thing is here understood in the broad sense as meaning anything that in any way is. In this sense even a god is a thing. Only where the word for the thing has been found is the thing a thing. Only thus is it for us. Accordingly we must stress as follows, for us, no thing is where the word, that is, the name is lacking. But once the poet experiences the limitation of language, he writes a poem instead, and does not lapse into silence. Why? Heidegger answers, because this renunciation is a genuine renunciation, not just a rejection of saying, not a mere lapse into silence. As self-denial, renunciation remains saying. It thus preserves the relation to the word. The difference between what is sayable and what is unsayable in what is said is rift. As Bernasconi explains, rift is the withdrawal, the withholding, the unspoken that accompanies all language and resounds in das Gelaut der Still. The recognition in remembrance of the history of being does not mark the withdrawal of being's withdrawal. It means rather that the silence is to be heard as silence and that the silence comes to permeate all speaking. The rift would thereby be maintained as a rift between the inside and outside of metaphysics or, better, between the first and another beginning. 33 Wittgenstein, on the other hand, is more restrained than Heidegger in this respect. Wittgenstein attempts to draw a limit to the expression of thought in language. Beyond this limit, there is nothing but silence. For Wittgenstein, silence is the only realm for the revelation of the mystical as the unsayable, which shows itself at the point or limit where language cannot reach. This realm where language cannot reach belongs to the sphere of aesthetics. To reach this aspect of the world in which the aesthetic and ethical resides, the metaphysical I, or the self, must transcend the specifics of rendering this world only by means of speech, babbling, and theorizing. It is for this reason, perhaps, that Wittgenstein ends his tractatus in silence. What we cannot speak about we must pass over in silence. According to Dieter Mersch, the mystical represents the place where every definition of the question of what or how ceases and only the pure presence in relation to absence manifests itself. That means, the world, as the self-revealing entity, is only in the event. But the mystical is not just the world, or being, or existence. The limits of being are non-being, nothingness, emptiness or the void, which are key concepts in mystical poetry as well. And if being as self-revealing originates in an event, it might be argued that the event discloses the emptiness or nothingness of the place whence the being as truth originates. This is what Hold Erlin told us. Themselves cast me down / below the living / to sing, for those who have ears to hear, the warning song. There. The poet sings his song by naming the holy as there as the very being of the place as void. Poetry as the essence of all things goes beyond logic and concepts and excels precisely in the expression of the inexpressible, becoming thus the only form in which the sense of singularity and otherness can be expressed. The inexpressible makes itself manifest in poetry, not by being expressed or articulated, but rather by avoiding linguistic formulations. The poet speaks, yet does not speak, and what is shown by him, is left unexpressed. But if gods ask him to speak to his audience through language, how is it possible for the audience or reader to hear and understand the poet? The idea of the audience in this respect might be related to Heidegger's conception of keeping silent as another essential possibility of discourse. 35 By keeping silent at hearing the poet's word, the audience can develop an understanding, and he can do so more authentically than the person who is never short of words. As Heidegger puts it, keeping silent authentically is possible only in genuine discoursing. To be able to keep silent, Dasein must have something to say, that is, it must have at its disposal an authentic and rich disclosedness of itself. In that case one's reticence makes something manifest, and does away with idle talk. As a mode of discoursing, reticence articulates the intelligibility of Dasein in so primordial a manner that it gives rise to a potentiality for hearing which is genuine, and to a being with one another which is transparent. Concluding reflection. We began this essay by highlighting passages from Hölderlin's late poetry that illuminate being as nature and as the holy. We proceeded to analyze Hölderlin's idea of the holy principally according to the philosophical views of Heidegger and Wittgenstein, and attempted to make an analogy between Hölderlin's idea of the holy and Wittgenstein's conception of language as the inexpressible. Following Heidegger's thought, we have observed that the essence of poetizing is to be understood through the essence of language. In the second part, we juxtaposed Heidegger's view with Wittgenstein's and found that to trace the mystery of what cannot be said back to an origin means placing ourselves outside of the world, passing into the realm of silence. We noted several passages that supported this interpretation. For Wittgenstein, it is through silence that the revelation of the mystical as the unsayable is made possible, the mystical which makes itself manifest at the point where language fails. Whatever the differences in their thinking, in the end, both Wittgenstein and Heidegger point to silence as the ultimate human response to mystery. As Heidegger reminds us, it is in the peal of stillness that we are in the presence of the mystery of the unsayable. And in Meister Eckhart's words, first we will take the words, in the midst of silence there was spoken within me a secret word. Yet in that ground is the silent middle, here nothing but rest and celebration for this birth, this act, that God the Father may speak his word there, for this part is by nature receptive to nothing save only the divine essence, without mediation. We may sum up what we have found by saying that in Hölderlin's poetizing the holy describes the immediate that cannot be said but that is the principle of all saying. The holy bestows the originary word upon the poet who is able to speak only by heeding silence. Struck by the holy, the poet hears the withholding of language in a transformed way. Hölderlin writes, often we must keep silence, holy names are lacking/heartsbeat and yet does speech hold back. Poetic language opens our world and guides our way, but silence before the mystery remains for the poet and for us all. Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh, at even, or at midnight, or at the cock crowing, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he find you sleeping. And what I say unto you I say unto all, watch. Mark 13:35-37. One must come to the sight with a seeing power made akin and like to what is seen. No eye ever saw the sun without becoming sun-like, nor can a soul see beauty without becoming beautiful. Plot News, Enneads, I.6.9. He who with the entire force of his being turns to God, lifts at this his point of the universe the divine immanence out of its debasement, which he has caused. Martin Buber, The Way of Man. I wish to show that for Heidegger, the divine makes itself manifest in great works of art. Such a work requires ontological effort on the part of mortals to preserve the truth that shows itself therein, but the impulse for such effort ultimately issues from the divine itself. I argue that this effort of the whole human being is best rendered as an acute and sustained attentiveness, a staying with, a readiness, waiting, watchfulness, or mindfulness. This puts Heidegger squarely within the contemplative traditions, both East and West, where such practices have been in place for thousands of years. And, after all, nothing less than an effort of one's whole being could be called for in a quest for the ultimate. Chapter 3. The Divine as the Origin of the Work of Art. Lawrence Berger. I review the origin of the work of Art 1 from this perspective, but I first look to Contributions to Philosophy 2 for more of the context in which the essay develops. Ich Samkeit does not appear in this work, rather appearing in the form of steadfastness, which is explicitly related to Ich Samkeit in the 1940s and beyond, as I have shown elsewhere. 3. After discussing the nature of ontological effort and how the divine may be made manifest in these earlier works, I show how the same themes appear in the later building-dwelling thinking 4 along with some citations from the 1940s, with Ich Samkeit now front and center as the essence of the required effort. I ontological effort in Contributions to Philosophy. I first consider how ontological effort is called for in Contributions, where the question is how to sustain an effort of one's whole being. Heidegger is of course aware of the classic problem of will and grace, and opts for the primacy of being, the appeal of which impels human beings to Insta-Endigkeit. 5. He asks how is this unique accomplishment to be brought about? There is no precedent for it and no foothold. Hence, the need for a leap out of the ordinary into preparation for the event. This only appears to be something that can be carried out by humans. Actually, being human occurs as historical through the appropriation that summons Dasein in one way or another, as can be seen in the discussion of the call of being as a hesitant withholding. 6. For Heidegger, it is not what we think up but what compels us into a thinking, which grounds truth. In this regard, he also discusses the decision which either leads to the pursuit of the path to the other beginning or to a continued decline into non-being. It comes about not through any act of the human being, but by way of the action of being itself, which calls for us to stay with the beings of worldly engagement and thereby enable the divine to shine through and be preserved therein. Being disposes us by way of the call of its withdrawal. In the opening section of Contributions, Heidegger discusses the complex of dispositions which are associated with the required effort. In particular, he discusses shock, restraint, renunciation, and diffidence. In all of these cases, a response is demanded from the negative call that arises from the manifestation of being as absent, withdrawn, and, in its full extent, as refusal. I focus largely on the disposition of restraint in what follows. Restraint is a COR responding, which means that we respond and belong, thereby relating to the truth of being that shows itself in the clearing to which Dasein is assigned. That responsiveness comes about by way of extraordinary attentiveness, by staying with steadfastly. Restraint is the appropriate, corresponding disposition of Dasein given the withdrawal of being and the abandonment of the divine. That is what calls Dasein to its task, the being disposed out of the event of appropriation. Disposition thus comes out of the event that essentially relates man and being. The disposition is the basis for steadfastness in Dasein. Presentiment places inceptual steadfastness into Dasein, but there is always the historical contingency of the actual response of humanity to the call. The question is if we correspond, whether this call still happens openly, or whether the plight becomes mute instead and all reigning is withheld, and whether the call is still taken up, provided it does happen at all. Therein is decided the future of humans. The problem is that we are not even aware of the plight. Much of Heidegger's discussion centers around that possible responsiveness. The response to being as refusal must consist in a corresponding decisive preparatory renunciation. The decisiveness here comes out of the enthusiasm for the inconceivable donation of the refusal, so the givenness of being manifests in fundamental concealment and the called for response of Dasein. We are called to hold fast to the alienation, the negation that arises out of essentially self-concealing being. This theme continues when Heidegger asks, can the refusal of being become in the extreme the most remote appropriation? This seemingly negative refusal is in fact the most remote appropriation, meaning that it is the highest gift, in that it enables the movement toward transformation. It is the most essential manifestation of being itself, in its most remote concealment, which is nevertheless accessible in this form. This is what we must steadfastly stay with by way of extraordinary and acute Samkeit. 7. Heidegger characterizes restraint as a predisposition, in that it enables one to be properly disposed to stay with the refusal as gift. What reigns in restraint is the staying with the hesitant withholding. The refusal of the self-concealing to reveal itself is the plight we must bear, and it is essential to stay with the plight as it presents itself so that true participation in that manifestation can occur. Such creating must make ready for the stillness of being, but also must be decisively against every attempt to confuse and weaken the unrelenting urgency in the plight of meditation. The plight must be preserved, it must not weaken. We must let it be, stay with it as it manifests itself to us. This sort of participation is essential here, which Heidegger expresses in terms of experience when he says that the seeker must experience the plight of the abandonment by being. 2. Effort for the divine. We now turn to the question of the relation to the divine, which Thomas Cayley sees as a codimension of being. 8. Heidegger considers the relation between Dasein and the divine in a discussion of appropriation and the encounter. Appropriation, i.e., in the indigence out of which the gods need being, being compels Dasein to the grounding of the truth of being and thus lets the between, the appropriation of Dasein by the gods and assignment of the gods to themselves, essentially occur as the appropriating event. The appropriation, as Dasein, brings the separated ones into the encounter. The encounter is the origin of the strife, and the strife essentially occurs by unsettling beings from their lostness in mere beingness. Being thus calls Dasein to its task of grounding aside for the sake of the divine manifestation. The encounter is a relation that holds between Dasein and the divine which unsettles mortals from their immersion in beings and urges them higher. Heidegger sees history itself as the result of the call of the divine, history, conceived as the playing out of the strife between earth and world, assumed and performed out of the belonging to the call of the event as the essential occurrence of the truth of being in the form of the last God. Heidegger lays out a path to the divine as enabled by restraint, whereby Dasein is disposed toward the stillness of the passing by of the last God, and the human being becomes the steward of this stillness. The acute and sustained watchfulness for the presence of the divine enables participation in the stillness which is essential for the divine manifestation. The source of the dispositions discussed above which enable steadfastness in Dasein can be traced back to the divine, given that the force of the divine is essential for the nature of being and hence the corresponding dispositions. 9. We participate in the showing of the divine by providing a site for its manifestation. At issue is the retrieval of humans from the intractability of non-beings into the tractability of the restrained creation of the site destined for the passing by of the last God. Note the restrained creation of the site of manifestation, which disposition is required for the appropriate effort. This restraint alone can gather humans and human assemblies to themselves, i.e., into the destiny of their assignment, the enduring of the last God. We are called to ground the opening of the Da as a concrete site for the divine manifestation. What appears in the clearing is the truth of being, so in this case what is made manifest is the remoteness of the divine, that is the truth of being, what is shown from that which is self-concealing. This truth calls us to respond to it, to withstand the pain of the remoteness, to bear it and hold open the clearing in staying with the pain. The staying with this clearing of self-concealment enables a more profound showing of the hidden dimension. We are assigned, appropriated to the gods for this task. We are at their disposal in order to open up the open realm of divinization. He asks, how remote from us is the God that appoints us ones who ground and create because the God's essence needs these. The divine is the highest and thus most concealed, and due to that remoteness, the most sustained and acute effort is required to clear the divine presence. This remoteness is the manifestation and requires a strenuous effort of staying with for that reason. Heidegger goes on to discuss how we are called to experience the plight of abandonment. This plight does not first need help but instead must itself first become the help. Yet this plight must actually be experienced. The awakening to this plight is the first dislodging of the human being into that between where confusion presses on and, in like measure, the God continues to abscond. Staying with the plight can help us move forward to an active letting, a letting pass by. The dislodging refers again to the need to wrest human being out of immersion in the common understanding in order to make the leap to the way of transition and transformation. We need to dwell in confusion rather than complacent knowing in order to be on the way. And we let the God continue to abscond, for we must stay with its manifestation to enable the transition. Heidegger goes on to say if, through this dislodging, humans come to stand in the event and remain steadfast there in the truth of being, that will determine in part the remaining absent or the intrusion of the divine. 3. Preservation of the truth of being in beings. The constitution, configuration, and restoration of beings are essential for the full occurrence of awareness. The abandonment by being happens to beings and indeed to beings as a whole and thereby also to that being which, as human, stands in the midst of beings. And, in so doing, forgets their being. Through a disclosure of the abandonment by being, the resonating of being seeks to bring back being in its full essential occurrence as event. That bringing back will happen only if, through the grounding of Dasein, beings are placed back into being as opened up in the leap. Thus, the abandonment of being affects beings themselves, including human beings who stand in the midst of beings but are absorbed in them, thereby forgetting the being that has withdrawn. The very disclosure of that withdrawal, the resonance of the abandonment by being, calls on Dasein to ground the Da, which would enable being to be brought back to full essential occurrence. The key point is that beings must be placed back into being in order for being to be brought back to awareness. That is, beings are needed in this quest in what is an example of reciprocal relatedness in Heidegger's holism, in this case between beings and being. Being essentially occurs only in the appropriating eventuation, in virtue of which Dasein achieves a grounding of the truth of being in a sheltering through beings. This grounding of the truth of being is achieved by way of great effort and strife, which enables it to be made manifest and embedded in concrete beings. Only through great breakdowns and upheavals of beings do the beings come to give way before being and thereby enter its truth. A further citation shows restraint as enabling such development of beings in the clearing of being. Establishes the opening of the simplicity and greatness of beings and the originally compelled necessity of securing in beings the truth of being so as to give the historical human being a goal once again, namely, to become the one who grounds and preserves the truth of being, to be the there as the ground required by the very essence of being. Restraint is a correspondence to the withdrawal which disposes Dasein to be the Da, which means to provide the constancy that is required for awareness. This enables human beings to ground and preserve the truth of being in beings. This is essential for it to be experienced, to be read off as it were from the concrete beings in which it is preserved. 10. Heidegger says that this preservation is required by the very essence of being, where Dasein becomes steadfast in order to transform the plight of the abandonment by being into the necessity of creating as the restoring of beings. That is, a transformation in beings comes about by way of Dasein discharging its task of preservation. This is Heidegger's version of world constitution, or reconstitution. Only then can beings again be beings, i.e., can be for the sake of the preservation of being. Thus the very steadfastness that is required for the constancy of the Da is also the basis for grounding the truth of being in concrete beings for its preservation, that is, in constituting a world that is founded on that truth. This process requires concrete sites for the manifestation of such beings, in order to carry out the recreation of beings, where future single ones ground the sites in advance of a more general transformation that is to be achieved by a critical mass of humanity. Works of art play an essential role in the process, because many of these preservations, and indeed exceptional ones, are required to let beings arise in themselves at all. There must be art, in whose work the truth is set. Heidegger speaks of this process with Platonic overtones when he discusses the work of Dasein here as a downgoing. Beings are brought into their constancy through the downgoing of those who ground the truth of being. He refers to the sheltering the truth of being in beings as a restoration of beings, which would indicate a return of sorts to a prior condition. The restoration can be viewed as a resacralization given the role that is played by the divine in the form of the last God, which would imply an earlier age where the presence of the divine was more palpable to humanity. For the presencing of the divine, the truth of being must be sheltered in concrete beings, and ultimately the truth of being is the divine. This means that the divine presencing itself is preserved in beings, de sen, as the sustaining of this strife, has its essence in the sheltering of the truth of being, i.e., in sheltering, within beings, the last God. 11 De sen must stand steadfast in the midst of the strife of beings in order to provide the constancy that is required for the divine presence. This is the essential decision that historical humanity faces, whether or not the last God will be made manifest. Heidegger discusses the last human being who denies to the historical human being the last God, which refers to the fallen humanity that has failed to open to the sacred, in contrast to the human being of the future who belongs to the truth of being. The decision calls for ontological effort to hold open and belong to the truth, thereby enabling the manifestation of the last God and its sheltering in beings. Heidegger explains that this decision is necessary for the last God to be honored and preserved, which is required by the God himself. The passing by of the last God requires a constancy of beings and thus of the human being in the midst of beings. In this constancy, beings in the simplicity of their respectively regained essence first withstand the passing by and so do not still it, but let it run its course. The contrast is interesting between the stillness that is required of de sen for the withstanding, while at the same time, the divine passing by is not stilled, but rather must be let be. The divine requires the constancy of de sen which enables the constancy of beings, which are thus able to withstand the passing by, to let it run its course. Human exertion is called for to bring being itself to its truth in beings, and thus for the divine as the most concealed truth of being to be made manifest in beings. This effort is simple watching and waiting in the clearing for the intimations of the divine to arrive, in preparation for that event. Watchfulness enables and maintains the presencing of the divine in things. Such preparedness above all requires that this truth itself already create the basic traits of its sight. The human subject must be transformed into the builder and steward of that sight. The creative efforts of human being are called for to build beings that enable the great stillness which can greet the coming of the divine. The called for attending can only be a waiting, a cor responsiveness by way of acute steadfast staying with the beings in which we are immersed. Such staying with enables the truth of being to be preserved in those beings. This is world transformative, in that beings are themselves transformed when the truth of being is preserved in them. Given that the manifestation of the divine is the most concealed phenomenon of being, the essence of the truth of being, this means that the divine enters the world in this transformation, and the dehumanization of humanity comes to an end as we are restored to our proper being. V. The origin of the work of art. I now consider the origin of the work of art, which was written at the same time as contributions and referenced 8 times in that text. As discussed above, Heidegger says in contributions that for beings to arise at all there must be art, in whose work the truth is set. This theme of setting the truth into work is spelled out in more detail in Origin. In this text, Heidegger discusses the nature of being in the context of the work of art, where work is taken in the verbal/ontological sense of effort and strife. Setting means bringing to a standing that is enabled by the work, where the being of de sen and its effort of preservation is essential for such standing to occur. He also considers the question of the presencing of the divine, here in the context of a temple that serves to found a world of human relations. Heidegger provides the example of a Van Gogh painting where the being of a pair of peasant shoes comes into the steadiness of its shining, and the constancy of the being of the shoes is enabled by being set in the work of art. He concludes, the nature of art would then be this, the truth of being setting itself to work. Heidegger then considers a Greek temple as an example of non-representational art in order to get at the happening of truth in the work. The building encloses a statue of a god, the concealment of which is the basis for its presencing in the temple, which in turn is the basis for the holiness of the holy precinct. Heidegger's insistence on the reality of the divine presence is consistent with the discussion in Contributions, where the truth of being that happens there is that of the last God. The temple and its precinct is the basis for the open relational context which is the world of this historical people, which means that the presencing of the divine attunes, or sets the tone for that world. Heidegger argues that the work of art must be understood within the context of the world that it creates, and that the world in turn depends on the work being of the work. A world is not a collection of pre-existing entities to which is added the work of art, but rather the opposite. The temple, in its standing there, first gives to things their look and to men their outlook on themselves. This view remains open as long as the work is a work, as long as the God has not fled from it. The entities which are made manifest in that world are not pre-given, but rather their very manifestation depends upon the temple and its presencing God. Moreover, the presencing of the God sets the tone for the whole world of this historical people. Crucially, the view that emerges here depends on the work being of this work of art, and the presencing of the God must be sustained for that work being to remain what it is. This is the work of preservation performed by historical humanity, which a key theme in the text. The work of art is not a representation, but is rather a vehicle for the presencing of the divine. The sculpture of the God is not a portrait whose purpose is to make it easier to realize how the God looks, rather, it is a work that lets the God himself be present and thus is the God himself. The sculpture enables the presencing of the divine, and the same is true for linguistic works. The theme of decision, which is important in contributions, also appears here, and while Heidegger notes that this is not an act of the human subject, we participate in it to the extent to which our whole being is engaged in these works. To further the point regarding the presencing of the divine, Heidegger discusses how the setting up of the artwork differs from the ordinary erecting, or bare placing of a building, in that it is erecting in the sense of dedication and praise. To dedicate means to consecrate, in the sense that in setting up the work the holy is opened up as holy and the God is invoked into the openness of his presence. Praise belongs to dedication as doing honor to the dignity and splendor of the God. Dignity and splendor are not properties beside and behind which the God, too, stands as something distinct, but it is rather in the dignity, in the splendor that the God is present. In the reflected glory of this splendor there glows, i.e., there lightens itself, what we call the world. The presence of the divine shows itself in the dignity and splendor that is to be experienced. These are not representations in a private mental sphere, but are rather in the world which glows in reflected glory. Thus the world of paths, relations, and decisions resides in the reflected glory of the splendor of the divine. The work keeps the world abidingly in force, which means that ontological effort of preservation maintains the worlding of that world in the divine presencing. Heidegger discusses how the being of the work sets up a world, and what that world is in relation to the earth. We saw above that the effort of preservation is required for the restoration of beings, for the production of constancy of entities in the strife of earth and world. He pursues this theme in the context of the work being of the work of art, noting that the work holds open the open of the world. World as essentially self-disclosing openness needs these efforts of opening to be sustained in its worlding. In a world's worlding is gathered that spaciousness out of which the protective grace of the gods is granted or withheld. Even this doom of the God remaining absent is a way in which world worlds. A work, by being a work, makes space for that spaciousness. The presence or absence of the divine grace depends on the open spaciousness of world, which depends in turn on human efforts of opening and preserving the work being of the work. The work makes a space, that is, ontological effort opens up a space that is an opening to the sacred in whatever manner it shows itself. Heidegger also considers the strife of the world, earth opposition, where earth is a self-secluding sheltering and concealing which consists of materials that are set forth in setting up the work and its world. That is, these worldly materials come forth for the very first time and to come into the open of the work's world. This interaction between the opening of world and the self-secluding grounding of the earth is the essence of the work being of the work, in that it forms the basis for the standing self-subsistence of the work in a closed, unitary repose of self-support. That is, given that the work is the happening of truth. Any repose has within it intense underlying activity, and is thus a rest that includes motion. Where rest includes motion, there can exist a repose which is an inner concentration of motion, hence a highest state of agitation, assuming that the mode of motion requires such a rest. Now the repose of the work that rests in itself is of this sort. Thus, the work of art is an ongoing activity that has its state of repose, which comes about by way of a force that includes the work of preservation by human beings. While the world as self-opening cannot bear anything that is closed, earth on the other hand is the spontaneous forthcoming of that which is continually self-secluding. In such opposition, they transcend themselves, going beyond what they would be in the absence of such opposition. The fighting of the battle is the continually self-overreaching gathering of the work's agitation. The unifying resting repose that arises out of such conflict is the work being of the work, which depends in turn on the stabilizing influence of the preservers who respond to the truth happening in the work. Heidegger also says that the being of the work, the thrust, and the steadfastness of the work's self-subsistence is expressed the more that the work opens itself and shows itself as created, which comes about by way of relatedness to the happening of truth in the clearing of being. The work itself instigates the striving between earth and world, so that the strife remains a strife. The key point, however, is that we participate in this work, as will be discussed below. This theme is also present in contributions, in that we must stay with the truth of being as it shows itself in order for transformation to occur. In contributions, the indigence of the divine leads being to call to ascend to its appointed task, which is also the basis for the strife. Sustaining the strife brings each entity into its own as reconfigured, holding the work in its being and the associated underlying struggle between earth and world, which enables the being of the work to endure. This is the preservation of the being of the work, together with the presencing of the divine within the work and the associated beings in the reflected glory of the divine. Ontological effort of standing and holding also appears at this point in origin. Truth happens in the temple's standing where it is. What is as a whole is brought into unconcealedness and held therein. To hold originally means to tend, keep, take care. Heidegger emphasizes beings as a whole, appearing in the clearing even though what is evident is the particularity of entities that are made manifest, but the very context for all that is forms the basis for their meaningful emergence. We also see the relation here between ontological effort of standing and holding, and care or preservation. What is held in the work of art is the truth that is happening in the work. This is the actual created reality of the work, in the conflict between world and earth. Heidegger explains further why the truth needs to be established in beings. The openness of this open, that is, truth, can be what it is, namely, this openness, only if and as long as it establishes itself within its open. Hence there must always be some being in this open, something that is, in which the openness takes its stand and attains its constancy. In taking possession thus of the openness holds open the open and sustains it. The nature of truth is to occur in the midst of beings because this enables the happening of truth to be sustained. There is a reciprocal relation in the manifestation and formation of beings and the opening of Dasein, in that the opening of Dasein enables the emergence of beings which in turn enables that opening to be sustained. The point now comes to take the step toward which everything thus far said tends, as Heidegger discusses the preservation of the work of art which is essential for the being of the work. We are called on to preserve the work in a particular manner as we respond to the truth that is happening therein and are transported out of our ordinary ways of being. To submit to this displacement means, to transform our accustomed ties to world and to earth and henceforth to restrain all usual doing and prizing, knowing and looking, in order to stay within the truth that is happening in the work. Only the restraint of this staying lets what is created be the work that it is. This letting the work be a work we call the preserving of the work. It is only for such preserving that the work yields itself in its createdness as actual, i.e., now, present in the manner of a work. 12. A staying within the truth that is happening in the work is called for, which is the essence of Achtsamkeit. This staying is a letting, and Heidegger says in the addendum that this letting is nothing passive but a doing in the highest degree, which evidences the activity that is called for in acute and sustained attentiveness. Related to this is the letting and preserving which is essential for the actuality of the work which shows itself in its createdness. Preserving is a staying with and a standing within, that is a knowing and a willing. Preserving the work means standing within the openness of being that happens in the work. This standing within of preservation, however, is a knowing. Knowing that remains a willing. Is the existing human being's entrance into and compliance with the unconcealedness of being. This is not the deliberate action of a subject, but is rather a freeing out of captivity to that which is, that is, from being immersed in beings to being present to the very event of their manifestation in the clearing of being. Heidegger goes further and insists that this is not the private experience of an enjoyable work of art, but is rather a joining in our very being with the truth that is happening in the work. Preserving the work does not reduce people to their private experiences, but brings them into affiliation with the truth happening in the work. We are affiliated with the truth of the work and with our fellow historical beings by preserving the work of art in this manner. In addition, Heidegger links the knowing that comes about by participating in the happening of truth with a being resolved, and says it is standing within the conflict that the work has fitted into the rift, where the rift is the basis for the gestalt of the work of art which comes about by way of the confluence of earth and world. The text concludes with a statement linking this knowing and attending: are we in our existence historically at the origin? Do we know, which means do we give heed to, the nature of the origin? 13. For Heidegger, Achtsamkeit, or acute and sustained human presencing, enables our participation in the happening of truth and is thus a knowing that is not a representing, but rather a belonging to the very being of what is at stake in the matter. Compare the following citation from the 1942 Parmenides, 14. Everything depends on our paying heed to the claim arising out of the thoughtful word. Only in this way, paying heed to the claim, do we come to know the dictum. What man heeds, what respect he gives to the heeded, how original and how constant he is in his heedfulness, that is what is decisive as regards the dignity allotted to man out of history. To think is to heed the essential. In such heedfulness essential knowing resides. 6. Building dwelling thinking. Similar themes appear in building dwelling thinking, which originated from a 1951 lecture on man and space and published in 1952. Heidegger begins this inquiry into the nature of dwelling and its relation to building by noting that bauen has roots in the High German word bauen, which means to dwell, to remain, or stay in a place. This is related to ich bin, which refers to the way we are as humans on this earth, which in turn is a caring that only watches or tends to the growth that emanates out of its own source, not a making of anything. Heidegger will go on to say that dwelling is the basic character of human being, which I have argued elsewhere is the staying with of Achtsamkeit. 15. Dwelling is related to a staying with things that rest within themselves within the freeing clearing of being. Heidegger now discusses the fourfold, which consists of a primal oneness where earth and sky, divinities and mortals belong together in one. Mortals are in the fourfold by dwelling. But the basic character of dwelling is to spare, to preserve. Mortals dwell in the way they preserve the fourfold in its essential being, its presencing. Thus the very being of human beings is dwelling in the fourfold, which is a preserving. But what they preserve is the presencing of the fourfold, which importantly includes the divine presencing. They dwell in that they await the divinities as divinities. They wait for intimations of their coming and do not mistake the signs of their absence. In the very depth of misfortune they wait for the will that has been withdrawn. Thus in another reference to the doom of origin, we see the misfortune that is associated with the withdrawal of the divine. The awaiting the divinities recalls the waiting of the 1944 to 1945 country path conversations, for instance, which in this text is associated with Achtsamkeit. In waiting, the human being becomes gathered in attentiveness to that in which he belongs, yet without letting himself get carried away into and absorbed in it. 16. The tendency to fall must be withstood. American Samoa. We stay with the essentials that present themselves to us. Heidegger continues to discuss preservation, which means that we care for the fourfold in its presencing. He concludes, dwelling itself is always a staying with things. Dwelling, as preserving, keeps the fourfold in that with which mortals stay, in things. Thus, staying with the things of everyday engagement enables the fulfilled presencing of the things as constituted by the fourfold. He goes on to inquire into the nature of a built thing, and considers the example of a bridge which gathers the earth as landscape around a stream, and grants their way to mortals. Now in a high arch, now in a low, the bridge vaults over glen and stream, whether mortals keep in attention this vaulting of the bridge's course or forget that they, always themselves on their way to the last bridge, are actually striving to surmount all that is common and unsound in them in order to bring themselves before the haleness of the divinities. The bridge gathers, as a passage that crosses, before the divinities, whether we explicitly think of, and visibly give thanks for, their presence, as in the figure of the saint of the bridge, or whether that divine presence is obstructed or even pushed wholly aside. The bridge lies before us whether we attend to it or not. This refers to the primal legain that enables homology. We must explicitly think of and give thanks for that presence, or risk obstruction or pushing aside the divine presence. When we do attend to the vaulting of the bridge and thus to the greater context in which we dwell, we remember our ultimate quest to transcend the common and unsound and relate to the divine, to bring ourselves before the haleness of the divinities. Thus in this later work, we see explicitly the relation between Iksamkeit and the divine which is so important in the world's spiritual traditions. Conclusion. The indigence of the divine is the origin of the work of art, and its manifestation shows itself in the fate of humankind and its relation to the divine. 17 For the presence or absence of the divine sets the tone for the world, which includes the disposition of the preservers of the site where the manifestation occurs, which is essential for that very presencing and the associated mortal disposition. This is Heidegger's hermeneutical and phenomenological take on the question of the relation of art and the divine and on the perennial notion of the spiritual quest. He comes to the astonishing notion of world resacralization, which means that the glory of the divine can reappear in the life of the people if they work to preserve that presencing in the things of this world, in which they themselves are included. Perhaps this means that we can aspire for our lives to be works of art which manifest the divine presence as long as we persist in the effort to stay present to it ourselves. In the epigraph to one of the most formative books for Heidegger's education, Vomsen, Aubry ss zur Ontologie, Karl Brage cites the medieval Franciscan Saint Bonaventure. Strange, then, is the blindness of the intellect which does not consider that which it sees before all others and without which it can recognize nothing. But just as the eye, intent on the various differences of color, does not see the light through which it sees other things, or if it does see, does not notice it, so our mind's eye, intent on particular and universal beings, does not notice that being which is beyond all categories, even though it comes first to the mind, and through it, all other things. 1. Bonaventure's analogy is clear enough. Color is to light as beings are to being. Just as we do not pay attention to the light that makes the perception of color possible, so too do we not pay attention to being, despite presupposing it in all our thoughts and actions. Yet how are we to understand the analogy when the terms are switched and being itself is compared, not just to light, but to color, thus to what would seem to be merely a being or, at best, a finite set of beings? What, moreover, is going on when being is not just compared to particular colors, but equated with them? In this essay, I will examine the work of two poets who, on Heidegger's interpretation, use particular colors to characterize being and the related concept of the holy. Although separated by 2.5 millennia, Heidegger finds that the victory odes of the ancient Greek lyricist Pindar and the melancholic poetry of the 20th century Austrian expressionist George Trakl were both written under a sort of holy compulsion. Through them, being spoke itself synesthetically in colors, gold in the case. Chapter 4. Poetic Colors of the Holy. Heidegger on Pindar and Trakl. Ian Alexander Moore. Of Pindar, blue in the case of Trakl. I first look at Heidegger's extensive excursus on Pindar's fifth Isthmian in the undelivered lecture course Der Sprüchte Anaximander. Then I turn to Heidegger's discussion of Trakl's poems Ein Winterabend, Abendele Ndisches Lied, and Summer's Nedge in the first two chapters of Unterwegs zur Sprache. While it might seem that, at the ontological level, golden shining is proper exclusively to the ancients and bluish twilight to the post-Hölderlinian moderns, I argue that, in his respective analyses, Heidegger is drawing out different aspects of being and the holy that belong to all epochs, even if they cannot always be seen as such, and even if different gods show up in them. I conclude with some reflections on what might be called, following Goethe, a Heideggerian Farbenlehre. Before I begin, 3 caveats. First, I focus on material from Heidegger's late thought, starting in the 1940s. In the late 1910s and early 1920s, Heidegger, like many of his contemporaries, was quite interested in the significance of the holy, especially in the wake of Rudolf Otto's path-breaking quasi-phenomenological study Das Heilige, where Otto famously coins the term the numinous to characterize the incomprehensible, mysterious, simultaneously threatening and enticing aspects of the holy. To Husserl, on whom Otto's analysis had, in the words of the founder of phenomenology, a stronger effect than almost any other book in years, once expressed disappointment that Heidegger did not have time to write a critique of it. 3. While it might be worthwhile to compare what Heidegger did manage to write on Otto in this time period with his later treatment of being and the holy in Pindar and Schruckel, for reasons of space I cannot do so here, especially since neither Otto nor the early Heidegger examines the holy's chromatic manifestations. Second, after Heidegger's interest shifted away from medieval mysticism and primal Christianity to phenomenological ontology in the mid-1920s, comments on the holy nearly disappeared from his writings, only to resurface in 1934 to 1935 with his first lecture course on Hölderlin. However, despite Hölderlin's overwhelming importance for the topic in Heidegger and for Heidegger's general appreciation of Pindar, the only times, of which I am aware, when Heidegger links the holy to color in his writings on Hölderlin are when he is drawing on Pindar, whose work accordingly remains the primary source for Heidegger's appreciation of the colored aspects of the holy. Third, I will bracket the question of whether and to what extent Heidegger's articulation of the holy overlaps with, or can assist in the understanding of, holiness in biblical faith. In the brief Über den Humanismus, Heidegger states that being is that on the basis of which the holy, the Godhead, and God may be understood. And yet, in a later discussion with a group of philosophers and theologians, Heidegger clarifies that, in the letter, God is meant to refer only to the God of the poet, not to the God of revelation. 5. This clarification would, presumably, also hold for the holy, although that need not concern us here. Ichryology, ontology, hierology. Heidegger's most extensive engagement with Pindar's fifth Ismian, indeed his most extensive engagement with Pindar as such, can be found in a long introduction he wrote for a lecture course on Anaximander, which would later serve as the basis for the final chapter of Holzweg. Although the manuscript is undated, it appears to have been written in 1942, thus as the first in a series of lecture courses on the Pre-Socratics, followed by the treatment of Parmenides in 1942 to 1943 and that of Heraclitus in 1943-1944. In this important manuscript, which has yet to be translated into English or discussed in extenso in the secondary literature, Heidegger turns to Pindar in order to elucidate the Greek experience of being, which he then uses to interpret ta anta in Anaximander's only extant fragment. 6. The manuscript contains two versions of Heidegger's commentary on Pindar, a first, shorter version, which draws heavily on the gold of the poet's earlier First Olympian, and a later, more elaborate version, which focuses almost exclusively on the fifth Ismian. My remarks will center on the second version. Heidegger's translation and interpretation of the first 18 verses of Pindar's Victory Ode are as remarkable and creative as his translation and interpretation of the first Stas Imen of Sophocles' Antigone, and they are just as liable to draw criticism from classicists the world over. Like his rendering of Sophocles' Choral Ode, Heidegger returned to and revised his rendering of Pindar on numerous occasions later in his career, including, as we will see, in his first essay on Schruckel. In order to gain a sense for the radically of Heidegger's reading of Pindar's poem, let us begin by comparing his translation of just its opening 3 verses with a couple conventional approaches. Here, first, is Pindar's Greek, along with my attempt at a literal, lexicological rendering. Mother of Sun, many named Thea, on your account humans judge gold mighty far beyond other things. Next, a translation into German that Heidegger consults and criticizes in his excursus on Pindar. Mutter de Helios, weil namage Thea, die nicht willen glauben die Menschen grossmhtig das Gold, überschuhe englich vor allem andern. 8. Compare, finally, Heidegger's version. Mutter de Helios, Reich namage, Gothiet, Dike indirect, den Auschwitz dirachten das Gold die Menschen, and we sender rings andiers als. Asterisk. Mother of Helios, richly named, Godhead, you, in consideration, because humans also consider gold far prevailing, more present around everything else. At the grammatical lexical level, Heidegger reads the last phrase of Pindar's invocation, peri ozion all on, independently from megas then e, he takes all on together with peri dash, and he exploits the derivation of dash ozion from ina. Gold is not just exceedingly mighty in comparison with everything else. Gold is more in being, more present, amid all else. How might Heidegger justify these idiosyncratic linguistic decisions, beyond simply claiming that all genuine translation first requires that we be translated, carried across, into the realm in which a poet or thinker speaks? On Heidegger's interpretation, Pindar's poem is not simply about the heroes it names, whether it be Philoctetes of Aegina, who won the all-in boxing and wrestling contest at the Isthmian Games, probably in 478 BCE, the Greek sailors who had recently defeated the Persians at the Battle of Salamis, or Achilles, son of the local Aeacidae. The poem is, accordingly, not simply an encomium or the fitting boast, mixed with song, about toils, as Pindar himself sings in the second strophe. 9. The fifth Isthmian also and more fundamentally names the holy and lets being appear. To cite Heidegger's conclusion right away. Because the poetizing saying, in itself, brings the being of beings to shine, everything that is said in the truly saying song is more in being, which is to say, however, more shining, more gleaming. 4. The saying of the songs names the holiness of Thea. They are therefore called Hyriaidae, holy songs. Ground, on the basis of which the poet says, can be called the ground of the pure gleaming forth, the gold ground. In order to appreciate the foundational role that gold plays in Heidegger's analysis of Pindar, we must first shift our commonplace impressions of it, whether it be as a color, an element, or currency. Gold is not, fundamentally, the property of an object that causes ocular sensation through the reflection or emission of light. It is not the perception of a particular wavelength within the visible spectrum. If it were, gold would not shine most among the colors, and we would have to wonder whether, as the product of perception, it would even be a being at all, let alone being itself. Might Pindar be referring to the metal, then, which, unlike color, has chemical properties that explain its existence independently of human sensation? This brings us closer, but even the polished element is not the brightest of all. Should we therefore return to the subjective standpoint and consider how people and the ancient Greeks, in particular, have tended to view it, namely, as valuable and thus as useful for exchange? Since, from this standpoint, gold has a greater purchasing power than other things, since it is greater in acquiring wealth than they are, it is mighty far beyond other things. Yet Heidegger does not, primarily, hear ousia in this sense. He is instead thinking about the word and its ontological roots before it becomes the guiding concept of substance metaphysics and before gold becomes little else than a quantifiable medium of exchange. On Heidegger's reading, ina, to be, has the sense of to be present, not as an object among others or as a resource to be exploited, but as a being that rises up into unconcealment, shining in its finite splendor. We might think of the Athenian sculptor Phidias' chryselephantine statues of Athena in the Parthenon and of Zeus in the sanctuary of Olympia, which, surely, were periousios in relation to everything around them. Surely, these statues outgleamed and gleamed around and gleamed through everything around them. Heidegger does not mention these works of art specifically, but, with their references to victory and the most famous of the Pan-Hellenic games, they seem especially fitting as material counterparts to the Epinician Ode. But even these artistic wonders do not do justice to Pindar's gold. We have to imagine something other than individual beings or even all beings as a whole, however glorious they may be. For, the gold of the fifth Isthmian is such that its mightiness first lets all beings gleam forth. We therefore cannot understand its own gleam solely in terms of that which it makes possible. Exceeding each and every being, gold is of being. In Heidegger's words, gold is thus in no way named only as one gleaming thing among others, a thing that would, gradually by degrees, exceed these others in the intensity of its gleam. Rather, gold is named because, thought in Greek terms, the essence of being consists in shining, so that this being that we call gold is in a certain way the being of beings. In gold, the essence of being has gathered itself in such a peculiar way that, in the being of this being, being can appear as itself. We are accordingly beyond the realm of bodily sensation, despite the seemingly fundamental ocular terminology. Indeed, we cannot even take these terms as metaphors or analogically, since the shining of particular things is possible only on the basis of the prior, prevalent shining of golden being itself, and there is no way from the former to the latter. We are not subjectively deeming gold great, we are letting it show itself as it is in itself and accordingly giving it its due, letting what belongs to it belong to it, heeding it in such a way that it comes into its own. 11. In order to have such a regard for gold, a regard that, notably, Heidegger contends is proper to our very essence, we must not interpret the shining of golden being in traditional causal terms. It is neither mechanistic nor teleological. It is, instead, more like the blooming of Silesius' rose, on whereum, without a reason why. 12. Its strength is not the exercise of violence, but a gathered and gathering radiance that gently holds sway over all things, letting them appear and thereby letting them be. 13. If gold, at this level, is holy and, judging from some later commentaries on the poem, it is then, for all its uncanniness, it has lost one of the key characteristics that Otto located in the numinous, fearsomeness. By this point in his career, Heidegger is much closer, not just temporally but also philosophically, to the releasement of the first country path conversation than to the violence of Einführung in die Metaphysik, where, incidentally, Pindar also appears as one of the great representatives of Greek poetry. We must, furthermore, not interpret the middle-voiced letting of ontological gold as the activity of yet another being, such as Helios, Selene, or any of the other Greek gods. The gods, theoi, on Heidegger's interpretation, are so many ways of looking, theistai, into beings, which is to say, bringing them to light, something along the lines of the formative imagination, Einbildung, of the German theosophists. In the other direction, these gods are also so many names for and perspectives on Thea. But isn't Thea also a goddess? Doesn't Pindar, following Hesiod, describe her as the mother of Helios, the sun god? And we could imagine Socrates asking here, aren't the parents of gods also gods? Heidegger, who takes the Greek suffix ia literally, as forming an abstract noun, interprets Thea as the essence of theos. She, if gender is even appropriate here, is, in Heidegger's rendering, Gotheit, divinity or godhead. 14. Thea is, therefore, not a god or a being. We now need to consider whether she would then, in a certain way, be the same as being and, if so, how she would relate to gold as, in a certain way, the same as being. It makes sense that Heidegger would identify Helios, god of the sun, as pure shining. But, interestingly, he also describes the goddess mother, who shelters pure shining in her womb, as even more shining than the sun. Shining, at its deepest level, is not what shows up to the animal eye, it is what first bestows the luminous and open. In this respect, as the most shining, Dia most makes room for other things, nay, for all things to shine. Heidegger therefore equates her with one of his most important ontological terms, die Art. Dia is the Lichtung, the clearing for the manifestation of beings. The mother of light is the one who is invoked, insofar as she is Dia. As the latter, she grants, looking ahead to the brightness of shining before the brightness and always the widely resounding open of the clearing. In this clearing, what comes to light is capable of first appearing and, as what is present, of shining. Although this is not his main focus, which lies, rather, on the shining of being, Heidegger also uses the language of sheltering to describe Dia's essence, thereby anticipating the more nocturnal, bluer dimension of the holy in the Trick Lectures. The maternal essence of the Godhead, Heidegger writes, consists im hu tenden hervergen rendered periphrastically, in a letting emerge that, at the same time, tends and keeps watch over that which emerges. Dia is the womb and protection of what pertains to the gods. More than a god, she is also more abyssal than any god. She is like, or perhaps she just is, the Geborgenheit and Lethe that lie at the heart of all truth, manifestation, and unconcealment. In his commentary on Pindar, Heidegger does not delineate the fourfold order of implication sen, das Heilige, Gotheit, Götter as clearly as he does in the letter on humanism. It is obvious that the gods come last in both cases. But, in the Pindar material, it is not so easy to distinguish being, the holy, and the Godhead from one another. On the one hand, Heidegger implicitly links being and the Godhead by describing the latter as shining, clearing, sheltering, and, through /her connection to gold, gathering. He also explicitly associates them in an overview of verses 2 to 17, which he calls the pure poem of the Godhead of the gods, and nothing else besides. In the poetizing of the Godhead of the gods, the essence of being is thought. For this reason, and only for this reason, is gold named. On the other hand, toward the end of his commentary, Heidegger situates the Godhead within what seems to be the deeper dimension of being, the unifying one, which brings what appears to shine, is, as the gathering, as hologos, being itself, wherein the Godhead of the gods rests. To resolve this tension, I am inclined to interpret Dia and gold as poetic articulations of different aspects of being, rather than as lower members in a hierarchy. In Pindar's Ode, which, Heidegger clearly states, poetizes the essence of being, Dia stands for a more chthonic, lethic, even chorological aspect of being, whereas gold is more auronic, alethetic, phenomenological despite Dia's own oxymoronically obscure shining. Through the mouth of the poet, being approaches us in the gleam of gold and in the musterion of Mother Dia. There is, furthermore, something holy about this golden mystery. Pindar's poetry is not, on Heidegger's interpretation, about making things last longer by preserving them for posterity with compelling and beautiful words. Pindar's poetry is compelling, but this is because he, like few others, assented to the holy compulsion to sing of gold and forge the gold ground into a language in which things are more in being, which is to say, however, more shining, more gleaming. To name this shining and all it involves is to name the holiness of Dia. Pindar's Christology is, at the same time, a hierology. His theology is Sitvenia. Ferboidiology. And his poetry, like any work deserving of the name, is an unspoken ontology. To Saker Blue. In the early 1950s, Heidegger returns to many of the ideas he had developed in his commentary on Pindar, including the synesthetic etymological link between Heli and Halland, the ability of poetry to let the unspoken be in all its fullness and, in such letting, to bring it to language and thereby bring it close to us, and, most importantly for the present study, the way in which holy being manifests itself in particular colors. In his 1950 lecture Die Sprache, which examines Trückle's poem A Winter Evening in order to let language speak beyond or before human expression. Heidegger even returns explicitly to the gold of Pindar's fifth Isthmian. Here, it is a matter of understanding a peculiar couplet from the second stanza of Trückle's poem. Golden bluht der Baum der Naden. Aus der Erdike Uhlum soft. Asterisk. Golden blooms the tree of graces. Rising from the earth's cool sap. Disregarding the Christian connotations of the couplet and of the poem in general, Heidegger glosses these verses in terms of what he had recently called the fourfold. The tree is rooted solidly in the earth. Thus, it thrives to the point of blooming, which opens itself to the blessing of the sky. The poem names the tree of graces. Its solid blooming shelters the fruit that falls unearned, the salvific holiness that is propitious to mortals. In the golden, blooming tree, earth and sky, divinities and mortals prevail. Their united fourfold is the world. As in his reading of Pindar, Heidegger here associates gold with the holy, only, this time, the holy is tied more explicitly to salvation. Not, to be sure, the salvation of the soul and its promise of eternal bliss in the beyond, but the salvation that comes with accepting death as the highest concealment of being or of being, salvation, not from the earth, but from the fantasy of everlasting life on the far side of it. Holy gold enables us to dwell authentically on the earth, accepting the gifts of being even as we accept being's insuperable concealment. To develop the connection between the golden holy and being, a word that Heidegger names, as such, only once in his lecture, but to which, by this point in its trajectory, he has already alluded with his reference to the fourfold of the world, Heidegger now invokes Pindar. In the recently published first version of Language, Heidegger claims that, if we are to hear the color of Trückle's A Winter Evening rightly, that is to say, the color of a poem penned by a drug-addled 20th century Austrian, then it is necessary to draw on, of all things, the ancient Greek of a Theban lyricist. The second and final versions of the lecture are hardly less abrupt, although they not quite as assertive. The turn to Pindar seems more an issue of expediency, helping the audience to hear Trückle's gold more clearly. In any case, it is plain that Heidegger simply imports his earlier analysis of the fifth Isthmian into his interpretation of Trückle. Here, I am interested less in the legitimacy of this approach as a reading of Trückle than in what it reveals about Heidegger's own color theory when it comes to the holy. In the first, more overtly ontological version of the lecture, Heidegger writes: at the beginning of this poem, Pindar names gold Krusen periosion all on, that which gleams above all and through all ousia, every instance of presencing, every shining forth into unconcealment. The word golden summons the luminous letting gleam forth, which brings everything forth into serene cheerfulness and shelters it therein. The final version, with its development of the prefix peri dash, is even more reminiscent of the 1942 analysis. At the beginning of this ode, the poet names gold periosion pant on, that which, like a ring around everything that is present, gleams above all through all, panta. The gleam of the gold harbors everything present, bringing it into the unconcealment of its appearing. 15. These quotations suggest that Pindar's gold pertains as much to Trückle's world and thus to our world as it did to that of the pre-Platonic Greek world, even if we might need a different language for becoming attuned to it, or even a different attunement altogether. 4. To modify a famous term for humans in Pindar's eighth Pythian, daylight may well have passed in the interim, making us Nachtwesen, creatures of the night. 16. In any event, the suggestion of subterranean continuity between Pindar's and Trückle's gold finds support in another reference to the invocation of Pindar's ode, this time in notes for a 1955 lecture on two poems by the 19th century pastor Eduard M. O'Reich. Regarding the latter's September Morgen, and in particular its final verse, which sings of warm gold, Heidegger writes that one should compare it with the fifth Isthmian, whose first three verses Heidegger cites and translates anew. Moreover, in a famous exchange from 1950 to 1951 with the literary scholar Emil Steiger, Heidegger argues that the word scheint in the final verse of Amo Reich es Aufgehen Lamp does not mean seems, viditer, but rather shines, lucid, in the precise ontological sense he finds in Pindar's Ode. 17. Thus, if Trukles and Amo Reich s concerns line up with those of Pindar, then the Greek chrysos and all it entails do not belong solely to the Greek experience of being, as one might be led to expect from a study of the earlier treatment in the Pindar commentary alone. They also belong, or more accurately, could and ought to belong, if only we were to pay heed to them, to our experience as well. What, however, should we make of the fact that, in Heidegger's second lecture on Trückel, Die Sprache im Gedicht, it is, not gold, but blue that characterizes the holy? Has Heidegger's position changed? Might this, moreover, mark a shift in his primary matter for thought? Has he, as Vincent Blanchett argues, moved beyond or before, not only the Greek understanding of being even in its most primordial form, but also beyond or before being altogether? Has Aletheia become irrelevant? Does, horrible dictu, even Hölderlin no longer have anything to say? Blanchett, the only scholar I know of to bring Heidegger together with Pindar and Trückel, sets up what I believe is a false dichotomy. If Trückel surveyed the same dimension as Pindar, why did the holy open up around him in blue rather than through the radiance of gold? Does this ultimately mean that, in Pindar, gold was not itself the holy? Or is it, rather, a sign that the Pindaric Occident is not yet, or no longer, that of Trückel? The alternative, therefore, is as follows: either gold thought in the most Greek way possible is not the holy, or blue itself is no longer Greek at all. In this sense, what blue and gold fundamentally expose to us is the question of the difference between the sight of Aranis and that of Aletheia. 18. As I see it, and as I will attempt to demonstrate in the following, Heidegger is not suspending gold, being, Hölderlin, and Grecian unconcealment in favor of blue, the appropriative event, Trückel, and Germanic Wahrheit. It is, rather, a matter of emphasis, of highlighting different aspects of being, or, better, of letting being show its true colors, which we can take literally as both gold and blue. 19. Heidegger does, admittedly, associate polemos with Aletheia in the Beiträge and elsewhere, and, in a 1969 seminar, he claims that, with Aranis, he is no longer thinking in a Greek fashion. But this does not necessarily mean that he is thinking in a Greek fashion when he is rethinking Pindar's gold, that Aranis is incompatible with being, or that, just because Trückel sings of a gentle twofold beyond all polemical discord, Aletheia and the Greek language would have fallen to the wayside. To cite just one example among many, one of the last things Heidegger ever wrote, he wrote in Greek, in a manuscript for a never completed introduction to the Gesamtausgabe titled Vermächtnis der Seinsfreude. Here, it is precisely a question of how to think Aletheia and therefore of how to think as such. When you attempt to think, heed beforehand and incessantly the state of affairs that the following word ventures to name, Nteirgien Kaimani Ihlethetesale the espege. In the beginning concealment was and remains the source of unconcealment. 20. Furthermore, the Pindar material, which Blanchett references only in passing, he ignores the pivotal role of Theia, for instance anticipates the very treatment of the holy in Heidegger's second Trückel lecture. In this 1952 lecture on the Poete Maudit, Heidegger, unlike many commentators, concentrates not just on the pain and putrefaction, the agony and lamentation that pervade Trückel's poetry, but also on the rarer moments in which the poet seems to prophesy redemption for the West and the possibility of what Trückel in his poem Occidental Song calls, following Bohme and Novalis, one Geschlecht, a gentle unification, without necessarily abolishing difference, of race, sex, generation, species. And even, if we take the dependence on Novalis seriously, color. 21-22. In the meantime, Trückel, like his poetic precursor Rimbaud and his painter friend Oskar Kokoschka, uses colors in oddest of ways. At times, these colors border on, or, as some commentators see it, even cross over into meaninglessness. Trickle lifts color adjectives from their corresponding nouns and places them beside words to which they otherwise don't belong. There are symptoms impossible to perceive and contradictions in a dicta. Colors become adverbs or transform into substantives with radically distinct senses. 23. Heidegger, for his part, acknowledges the ambiguity of Trickle's discourse, which is essentially on the way to a new language and locale, or rather to a language and locale that have always been held in store for it, if only in the pauses between everyday chatter and in the cracks of metaphysical Christian architectonics. On the one hand, Trickle's poetry must draw on the language from which it is detaching itself. On the other hand, it speaks, full of intimation, of what is to come, namely, the holiness of blueness or the blueness of the holy. The language of poetic work, Heidegger explains, is essentially polysemous, and this in its own way. We will hear nothing of the saying of the poetry so long as we bring to our encounter with it some dull sense of a univocal meaning. Heidegger proceeds to adduce examples for such ambiguity, with particular emphasis on Trickle's colors. Twilight and night, downgoing and death, madness and wild game, pond and stone, bird flight and rowboat, stranger and brother, spirit and God, likewise the words for color, blue and green, white and black, red and silver, golden and dark, in each case say something manifold. Green is decaying and blossoming, white is pale and pure, black is gloomily closing off and darkly sheltering, red is crimsonly fleshy and rosily gentle. Silver is the pallor of death and the sparkle of the stars. Gold is the gleam of the true and the hideous laughter of gold. Heidegger is quick to clarify, however, that the ubiquitous, supposedly dissonant ambiguity of Trickle's vocabulary is not the result of lax impression. Rather, ambiguity is itself ambiguous, and Trickle's comes from the rigor of letting language and being speak as they give themselves to be spoken. Trickle, like Pindar before him, is here kenning unto a sort of consonants whose intervals are not, as such, specified, but which if only we had ears to hear it has already gathered all the disparate tones into an einklang, not exactly a unison in the literal sense of the word, but more like the state of being of a single accord. We might expect Heidegger to shift registers here and speak of a color imperceivable by the senses, of course, but also incapable of depiction in the present state of the world, or perhaps even as such in which all colors are gathered together into a sort of Einfarbigkeit, not, for example, white as the totality of wavelengths of visible light or black as the absence of light, but a sort of gathering of color into the one. Instead, and despite his overt acknowledgement of its ambiguity, Heidegger seems to accept the color blue, along with blue's darkness, and make it an essential aspect of holy being and of the authentic human response to it. It is noteworthy that, of all the colors Heidegger mentions, he does not provide examples for the bivalent usage of blue in Trickle's oeuvre, although this would not have been hard to do. 24. Dark, for its part, appears only on the gentler, purer, side of black. In the poem Summer's Decline, Trickle sings of a blue deer or wild blue game that, he hopes, will commemorate the path of the stranger and the consonants of his spiritual years. Der Grune Sommer ist so leis. Geworden und esla Jutet der Schritt. De Fremdlings durch die Silbern Nacht. Get achte ein blaues wild Senspfads. De Wall lot seiner Geist liken Jahr. 25. On Heidegger's interpretation, the stranger is the one who treads the path away from the corrupt race of contemporary humanity and toward a new, more proper way of dwelling upon the earth. Stranger, Fremdling, comes from Old High German Fram, meaning, among other things, on the way toward. Thus, Heidegger reads Trickle's sentence from Springtime of the Soul, es ist die Seele ein Fremds auf Erden, not as, the soul is something strange on the earth, but as, the soul is on the way toward the earth. The wild blue game represents those humans who are willing to follow the stranger thoughtfully into this new homeland. To this end, they must heed the holy blue. Glossing a verse from Trickle's Occidental Song, which refers to the gentle cornflower cluster of night 26. Interestingly, unlike the English, the German Zione, from ancient Greek kwanos, cyan, bears a reference to the color of the flower's petals, although the English recalls the golden fields of wheat in which cornflowers grow as a weeds. Heidegger writes, in words nearly impossible to translate. The night is a cluster of cornflowers, something gentle. The cluster of blueness gathers, in the ground of its spray, the depth of the holy. From out of the blueness, the holy glows, even as it veils itself through the blueness's own darkness. The holy holds together while it withdraws. It confers its arrival by preserving itself in its holding withdrawal. The brightness that is sheltered in darkness is blueness. Bright, i.e., resounding, is originally the tone that calls from out of the sheltering domain of stillness and thus lights up. Blueness resounds in its brightness by ringing. In its resounding brightness, the darkness of blueness glows. Blue is not an image for the sense of the holy. Blueness itself is the holy, on account of blueness's gathering depth, which only first shines in its veiling. There are numerous parallels between this passage and what we saw Heidegger develop in his Pindar commentary. Blue, like Pindaric gold, is not a mere sign for the holy, it is the holy in one of its essential moments. In the Pindar material, Heidegger emphasizes the luminous side of holy being, without, however, ignoring its sheltering concealment. Here, he emphasizes withdrawal, even darkness, without, however, ignoring the brightness that it safeguards. At the ontological, hieratic level or, in the language of the Triclasse, at the level of Geist words indexed to sight intermix with those indexed to sound, we hear the brightness of blueness and see its paradoxically glowing darkness. Furthermore, just as it was crucial for Greek existence, in order to have the requisite regard for gold, to be caught sight of, i.e., shined on in the pure shining of the Godhead, so do modern humans require a certain kind of colorful illumination in order to become, to reference Pindar once again, who they are. 27. In the poetic name Wild Blue Game, Trickle calls upon that human essence whose countenance, i.e., counter-gaze, is, in thinking of the steps of the stranger, caught sight of by the blueness of night and thus is shined on by the holy. The name Wild Blue Game names mortals who commemoratively think of the stranger and would like, with him, to wander out to attain the native element of the human essence. The poet, above all, is receptive to the resonant illumination of holy blueness, just as the poets of Greece were especially receptive to the shining peal of holy gold. The lunar coolness of the spiritual night's holy blueness rings and shines throughout all gazing and saying. The language of the latter thus becomes something that speaks after and in accordance with this, it becomes poetry. Heidegger cites numerous poems in support of his interpretation, none perhaps more beautiful than Trickle's Gesang der Abgeschiedenen, with its blending of sight and sound, light and darkness, its palette of blue and crimson, green and black, its call for holder linean measure and for the Heiligen, the hallowing or sanctification, of bread and wine. Heidegger's entire interpretation of Trickle, one could say, is an effort to understand, to sanctify and to safeguard the ontological import of what this poem refers to as the blueness of night and its sheltering embrace. Only with efforts of this sort might we, in our current situation of global calamity, find healing and salvation. Only then might we develop a genuine regard for the holy. Here, in full, is Trickle's poem, which I have translated in accordance with the way in which Heidegger interprets Trickle's corpus in toto. The flight of birds is full of harmonies. The green woods have gathered at evening to form lodges of greater stillness, the crystalline pastures of the deer. Dark makes gentle the splashing of the brook, the moist shadows. And the flowers of summer, which ring out beautifully in the wind. Already the brow of the meditative man enters into twilight. And a little lamp, the good, shines in his heart and the peace of the meal, for hallowed are bread and wine by the hands of God, and from night-like eyes in stillness the brother beholds you, that he may find rest from thorny wandering. Oh, dwelling in the ensouled blueness of night. Silence in the room also lovingly embraces the shades of the elderly, the crimson torments, lament of a great lineage, which now piously passes on in the solitary grandson. For ever more radiantly does the tolerant one awaken from black minutes of madness on a petrified threshold, and embracing him mightily is the cool blueness and the luminous decline of autumn. The still house and the sayings of the forest, measure and law, and the lunar paths of the departed ones. 28. 3. A Heideggerian Farbenlehre? To the many well-known words for being in Heidegger's over Aranis, Lichtung, Aletheia, and so forth. 29. We must now, after our consideration of Heidegger's interpretation of the holy in Pindar and Trückl, add the colors. Gold and blue. These colors, to be sure, are not reflections or emissions of light. Nor are they what we perceive, howsoever we perceive it, on the surface of beings. We are far from optics or even Goethe's alternative to Newton. Rather, gold and blue are being insofar as it shines in truth and shelters in withdrawal. Colors, on Heidegger's theory, are ontological before they are aesthetic. What, however, would happen to this theory, or at least to the ontological results it arrives at, if we were to consider other poets and other colors, or even if we were to take seriously the unholiness of blue in some of Trückl's own poems? Perhaps Hölderlin's yellow pears and the gentle law of Stifter's Katzensilber would be compatible, but what of Sappho's more greenish yellow than grass, Dickinson's slash of blue, or Cellin's suppurating gorselite and yellow-starred arnica? What would Heidegger do with the post-Holocaust poet's appeal for a grayer language, a language that, among other things, wants to know that even its musicality is situated in a place where it no longer has anything in common with that euphony which, in a more or less carefree manner, continued to resound in the midst of the most terrible? 30. Putting Cellin's later poetry to the side, what would the Meister de Denkens do with the ashen hair of Schulemid? Are there colors for the unholy? Heidegger's Poetics of the Holy perhaps calls for a poetics of sacrilege, but I must leave that for consideration on another occasion. In his Aesthetics, in the course of discussing architecture, Hegel defers to Goethe for a definition of the holy. What is holy? Goethe asks once in a distich, and answers, what links many souls together? One, in this sense we may say that the holy with the aim of this concord, and as this concord, has been the first content of independent architecture. The readiest example of this is provided by the story of the Tower of Babylonia. In the wide plains of the Euphrates an enormous architectural work was erected, it was built in common, and the aim and content of the work was at the same time the community of those who constructed it. The ensemble of all the peoples at that period worked at this task, and since they all came together to complete an immense work like this, the product of their labor was to be a bond which was to link them together. In that case, such a building is symbolic at the same time, since the bond, which it is, it can only hint at. This is because in its form and shape it is only in an external way that it can express the holy, the absolute unifier of men. 2. The Tower of Babel, Hegel suggests, is the exterior, physical manifestation of the holy. The representation of the holy in architectural form is the sign of unity and community, that which binds people and peoples together. Building the tower was made possible, moreover, by the unity and community created by speaking one language, more precisely the Adamic language, the Ursprach, which all peoples of the earth shared. In Genesis 11, 1-9, the building of the Tower of Babel was the attempt to build a tower reaching up to heaven, an endeavor which did not go unpunished by God, who condemned the peoples of the earth to speak different languages. In Chapter 5, Tracing the Holy in Heidegger's Hölderlin's Hymns Germania, and the Rhine Elias Schuyler. 86. Elias Schuyler. This sense, the holy bond between peoples was based on building as well as language. With the confusion of tongues, building such a tower would no longer be possible, since the community between people had been broken up. We could say, then, following the myth of Babel and the subsequent fragmentation of language, that the holy as, according to Hegel, the absolute unifier of men withdraws or abandons the peoples of the earth. With no common language, people are condemned to live with misunderstanding, arbitrariness, and ambiguity, leading to polarization and conflict. With the dissemination of language, there is, in other words, discord instead of Hegel's concord. This is, we must infer, the situation we continue to live in, ever since the breaking of the bond of the holy, the unifying community created by building and the use of a common language. Accordingly, ours is a world where the holy has withdrawn. To recover the sense of the word, or to put it differently, its Stimmung, so as to be able to explore Heidegger's application of the holy, we must first return to its origins in language. Hence, this essay sets out to trace Heidegger's reading of the holy in Hölderlin in the lecture course Hölderlin's Hymns Germania and the Rhine, and also explores, more generally, how and in what ways the linguistic, the poetic, and the philosophic notions of the holy coincide and how they differ from one another. Still, the main focus remains on Heidegger's reading of the holy in the poetry of Hölderlin, a poet that he highly valued, no doubt, and considered to be the poet of poets. In what follows, I will begin by addressing the holy from the perspective of the science of language, or linguistics, and in so doing examine Émile Benvenist's theory of signification and referent in order to understand his approach to language in his work Dictionary of Indo-European Concepts and Society. This, I suggest, opens up a path to compare and contrast Heidegger's reading of the holy in Hölderlin with Benvenist's exegesis of the holy in Indo-European languages. In my closing remarks, I sum up my preceding reflections on the holy in linguistics, poetry, and philosophy, with a particular eye toward Heidegger's thinking and the holy. Prominence will also be given to Goethe and his two Distiches 68 and 69 in the Four Seasons, which can be said to bind my reflections together and also serve as an example of how the holy can be conceived of in what Heidegger calls poetizing, which translates the German Dichtung. I Benvenist, language, linguistics, and the holy. When we attempt to close in on the significance of the word holy, we soon run up against the difficulty of disentangling the word's etymology, as well as its history. As a point of departure, therefore, I will turn to Émile Benvenist's seminal work Dictionary of Indo-European Concepts and Society, a work published in French in 1969, and which has become widely considered as, in the words of Giorgio Agamben, a masterpiece of the human sciences of the 20th century. 3. To begin, it is first necessary to address Benvenist's method in the dictionary, since it has ramifications for what we understand to be the meaning of a word. More precisely, we must clarify the distinction Benvenist makes between designation and signification, that is, between reference and meaning. Thus, in the essay The Semiology of Language from 1959, Benvenist makes a distinction between semiotics and semantics, taking his cue from Saussure's theory of the sign. In the essay, Benvenist claims that there are two distinct but complementing systems of meaning or signification working simultaneously in language, namely the semiotic and the semantic. Benvenist's differentiation between these two systems, or orders of signification, runs as follows. Semiotics designates the mode of signification proper to the linguistic sign that establishes it as a unit. Taken in itself, the sign is pure identity itself, totally foreign to all other signs, the signifying foundation of language, the material necessity for statement. It exists when it is recognized as signifier by all members of a linguistic community, and when it calls forth for each individual roughly the same associations and oppositions. Such is the province and the criterion of semiotics. 4. In contrast, the semantic system of signification is concerned with discourse and enunciation. With the semantic, we enter into the specific mode of meaning which is generated by discourse. The problems raised here are a function of language as producer of messages. However, the message is not reduced to a series of separately identifiable units, it is not the sum of many signs that produces meaning, on the contrary, it is meaning, globally conceived, that is actualized and divided into specific signs, the words. In the second place, semantics takes over the majority of referents, while semiotics is in principle cut off and independent of all reference. Semantic order becomes identified with the world of enunciation and with the universe of discourse. 5. This, then, is the difference Benveniste identifies between designation or reference and meaning or signification in the dictionary. In the preface, he gives the example of the Greek word hegeomai to illustrate his intention. When it comes to his study of Indo-European concepts, which lies on signification rather than designation. If we deal with the Greek verb hegeomai and its derivative hegemon, this is in order to see how the notion of hegemony was established, but without regard to the fact that Greek hegemonia came to mean successively the supremacy of an individual, or a nation, or the equivalent of a Roman imperium, etc. What concerns us is the connection, difficult to account for, between an expression of authority such as hegemon and the verb hegeomai, which means to think, to judge. In so doing, we explain the signification, leaving to others the problem of designation. 6. The issue of designation, which Benveniste leaves out of his study, would consist in exploring the historical and sociological aspects of the word. Now, what is under scrutiny in the present essay is the word holy. Hence, under the heading the sacred, in Benveniste's dictionary, we come across the word holy, and, importantly, the German heilig, and its relation to the word per hagios hieros in Greek, and sacer sanctus in Latin. Benveniste specifically highlights the fact that there are two terms for the scared, and besides the word pers, just mentioned, in Latin and Greek, this is also true of the Germanic languages, so that we have the Gothic wes, meaning consecrated, and the word heilig in Runic and heilig in Germanic, meaning holy. Of the German word heilig, Benveniste states, the starting point for the notion represented today by German heilig holy is the Gothic adjective heils, which expresses a quite different idea, that of safety, health, physical and corporal integrity. 7. Moreover, in Old Icelandic we have the word heil, which means good omen, giving us the Icelandic verb heilsa, meaning to salute someone and to wish someone good health. 8. In addition, we have the meaning whole, to be intact, of the word heil, as in the German heil and heilung, to be whole, without injury, and healing, respectively, which according to Grimm's dictionary, derives from spiritual healing and salvation. As Benveniste also notes, by its very nature divinity possesses this gift which is integrity, well-being, good fortune, and it can bestow this on men in the form of physical health and by omens of good fortune. The notion of heilig, though not present in Gothic, was latent in that language even though the nature of our texts do not bring it to light. In the course of time the primitive Gothic term wes was replaced by heils, heiligs. 9. Given this etymological analysis of the holy, and the double nature of the term that Benveniste insists on, what is the semiotic signification of the word? As Benveniste maintains, we are not in a position to construct a single model on the basis of these coupled terms. They function only within a given language, and the relations established between the members of the pairs are not on the same plane, or else the notions expressed are the same but the terms are different. In avspe enta and gr hieros, under etymologically different expressions we can discern the same idea, that of a power which is full of ardor and swollen with fecundity. To this there corresponds in Gothic heils, the notion of integrity, of perfect accomplishment, a force which protects the object or being from all diminution and makes it invulnerable. Latin sacer, on the contrary, conveys simply a sense of something set apart and hedged round, an august and awful quality of divine origin, which separates it from all human relations. 10. And he concludes by saying, finally hieros and hagios show clearly the positive and negative aspects of the notion, on the one hand, what is animated by a sacred power and force, on the other hand, what is forbidden and placed out of bounds to human beings. This is how these two qualities are distributed in the vocabulary of each language and illustrate the two aspects of the same notion, what is filled with divine power and what is forbidden to human contact. 11. What we end up with is a double signification of the sacred, singular to each different language, but which follows the same pattern of meaning. From the perspective of semiotics, the holy belongs to one of these two significations, which is to say it signifies, in Benvenist's words, what is forbidden and placed out of bounds to human beings. How does this meaning of the holy correspond to the notion proposed by Heidegger of the holy as bringing the souls of people together, the holy as a gathering force? On Hegel's view, the binding together of souls is the act of building, and to be able to build, a shared language is needed. The holy could thus be described as an activity characterized by its disinterestedness, by the collaborative effort demanded by building, and which requires each soul to tend to itself as much as to other souls, bound together by a common activity and a shared endeavor. However, the building of the Tower of Babel resulted in forgetfulness. The people, closely connected by language and culture, forgot the divine and in their hubris reached for the heavens. The conclusion of the story of the Tower of Babel is well known. The holy and the sacred lost its meaning as well as its significance for the people, so that their building, guided by empty ambition and greed, turned into an effort that God punished by the dissemination of language, the confusion of tongues, the free play of the signifier. As we will see, this loss of the holy and of divine language, where being, beings, and saying coincide, is what Heidegger calls the Grundstimmung, the fundamental attunement, as holy morning in Hölderlin's poetry. Holy morning is Hölderlin's manner of addressing the loss of the gods and of the language of the gods, while for Benveniste and the science of language, linguistics, it means the scientific recuperation of order and systematicity to language as, in Benveniste's case, reference and meaning or signification within semiology and semantics. In what follows, I will attend to an altogether other way of reading the holy, while keeping Heidegger and Benveniste in mind, namely Heidegger's remarks on the holy in his lecture course on Hölderlin's hymns Germania and the Rhine. 2. Heidegger and Hölderlin on the holy. We are now ready to enter, in Benveniste's words, the world of enunciation and the universe of discourse. However, we are entering two particular discourses and worlds of enunciation that by their very nature constitute a critique of and confrontation with the foundations of enunciation and discourse, namely philosophy and poetry. This brings us to Heidegger's readings of Hölderlin, which constitute one of the best examples of the intimate relationship and dialogue between thinking and poetry, and the way in which each sets out to express, but also question, the ground for and nature of human Dasein. The importance of philosophy for poetry, and of poetry for philosophy, is a salient feature of German idealism, which is also something that Heidegger points out in his reading of Hölderlin. In the lecture course, just mentioned, given in Freiburg in the winter semester of 1934 to 1935 on Hölderlin's hymns Germania and the Rhine, Heidegger refers to Hölderlin's essay on the operations of the poetic spirit, 12, about which he states, the essay remains incomprehensible without a genuine understanding of the innermost core and of the fundamental questions of the philosophy of Kant and above all of German idealism. 13. At the same time, he states that we should be careful not to simply trace Hölderlin back 14 to Kant and German idealism generally, since when it comes to original thinking, Heidegger maintains, one cannot translate or transform one philosophy, or poetry for that matter, into or as an explanation of another. Now, to get to the heart of the matter, what Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin's essay primarily considers is Hölderlin's reference to the holy. In doing so, Heidegger provides an account of what characterizes the holy in Hölderlin's understanding of it, after which he cites a number of passages from Hölderlin's poetry where the word holy can be found, in order to show its importance to Hölderlin. Heidegger states that Hölderlin clarifies his own understanding of the holy precisely with reference to what we are naming a fundamental attunement. 15. A fundamental attunement Grundstimmung Heidegger defines as an originary morning which is characterized by the lucid superiority of the simple goodness of a grave pain. 16. What characterizes the holy is thus that it belongs to the fundamental attunement of morning, in fact, the entire fundamental attunement, Heidegger says, is holy. 17. But, what exactly does the holy mean? Heidegger asks. To Hölderlin, the holy is something disinterested. Heidegger points out, and disinterestedness means being without self-interest and self-limitation. It is neither useless nor involved in an economy of utility. Instead, Hölderlin's notion of the holy as something disinterested refers to the holy as, precisely, a Grundstimmung, a fundamental attunement. But what, exactly, we must ask, is a fundamental attunement? It is at this point in his reading of Hölderlin's idea of the holy that Heidegger invokes the essay on the operations of the poetic spirit, which, Heidegger warns, requires a supreme mustering of thoughtful energy and the longest endurance of a dialectical and metaphysical comprehension in order to follow the thinker-poet in his essay. 18. One cannot but agree with Heidegger when it comes to reading Hölderlin's essay, with its long winding sentences and internal contradictions. This difficulty becomes evident when Heidegger quotes a long passage from the end of the essay where Hölderlin mentions the holy. There, Hölderlin argues that the human being is a unity of opposites and that such unity can only come to pass through the divine. In Hölderlin's words, "For this is possible only in beautiful, holy, divine sentiment, in a sentiment that is beautiful because it is neither merely pleasant and happy, nor merely sublime and powerful, nor merely unified and peaceful, but that is all at once, and can be such only in a sentiment, one that is holy because it is neither disinterestedly given over to its object, nor merely disinterestedly resting on its own inner ground, nor merely disinterestedly hovering between its inner ground and its object, but is all at once." 19. These different sides that make up disinterestedness, Hölderlin insists, must be taken all at once, bound together as a wreath as Goethe has it in Distich 68 of the Four Seasons, for the sentiment, or as Heidegger prefers, attunement, to be considered pure disinterestedness. Similarly, morning, says Heidegger, is holy in this manner, that is, its fundamental attunement is pure disinterestedness. The holy, then, is the foundation of morning and disinterestedness conceived of in this manner, and together they form the fundamental attunement of holy morning. This is the point of departure for Heidegger's reflections on the holy and its fundamental attunement in Hölderlin's hymn Germania. However, we should keep in mind that when Hölderlin, as well as Heidegger, speaks of the holy, they do so from the perspective of poetry, or rather, as the title of Hölderlin's essay makes clear, of the poetic spirit. It is through poetry that the holy is expressed, rather than explained, and poetry, in turn, is expressed through language. This is why Heidegger, in the lecture course, before starting out on his analysis of Hölderlin's notion of the holy, takes time to talk about language, poetic language in particular, and most importantly of Dichtung, poetizing. He does this in the introduction and in Chapter 1 of Part 1 of the published lecture course titled Preparatory Reflection, Poetry and Language. There, Heidegger outlines what looks like a different approach to language, poetry, meaning, and signification than the one Benveniste proposes based on his notions of language, meaning, and significance, in general, and of the holy, in particular. But, first, it is crucial to outline Heidegger's thoughts on language and poetry as they are presented in the lecture course on Hölderlin's Germania and the Rhine. 3. Dichtung, language, poetry, and community. Speaking of his approach to Hölderlin's poetry, Heidegger is careful to point out that he is not contemplating poetry in general, but specifically the poetry of Hölderlin. To do so is necessary, Heidegger maintains, because poetry is a situated and unique expression of language. Each poet has his or her own way of engaging with language, which cannot be generalized into a poetics outside of the poet's own work. This is particularly true of Hölderlin, since he is, on Heidegger's view, arguably the most important poet writing in the German language. 21. Thus, to begin to approach Hölderlin's poetry, Heidegger first outlines how to understand language and poetry as expressions peculiar to the human being. Language, says Heidegger, is the most dangerous but also the most essential to human Dasein. It is dangerous because it has the possibility to make us forget what is worthy of speaking about, so that we only engage in prattle about everything and nothing. Language is the most essential, since it provides the means for human Dasein to found and ground itself in the world. In a significant passage, Heidegger states, "Only where there is language does world prevail. Only where there is world, that is, where there is language, is there supreme danger, altogether the danger, which is the threatening of being as such by non-being." Language is dangerous not only because it brings the human being into a particular danger, but is what is most dangerous, the danger of dangers, because it first creates, and alone keeps open, the possibility of a threatening of being in general. Because the human being is in language, he creates this danger and brings the destruction that lurks within it. As what is most dangerous, language is what is most double-edged and most ambiguous. It places the human being into the zone of supreme achievement, yet at the same time holds him within the realm of abyssal decline. 22. The essence of language, says Heidegger, is thus its dangerousness, a Dangergefahr which both presents human beings with the possibility to reveal being as such and to degenerate into pointless and superficial chatter. Furthermore, it is from out of the essence of language, that is, its dangerousness, that poetizing springs. Poetizing, Heidegger asserts, is the originary language of a people. 23. It is what founds and grounds the being of human Dasein, and this is why Heidegger frequently returns to Hölderlin's lines in the poem, which begins in beautiful blue, full of merit, yet poetically human dwell upon this earth. 24. This does not mean, however, that poetizing is free of the danger of language. On the contrary, as Heidegger points out, poetizing too can be watered down, turned into idle talk, and shallow prose, which has lost its relation to the divine, and so also lost its power to reveal being, and so, has lost its relation to the holy. Specifically, Heidegger explains how originary poetizing expressed as poetry declines into superficial prose in his reading of Hölderlin's The Rhine, yet viewed with respect to its essence, language is in itself the most originary poetizing, and that which is poetized in language, in the narrower sense that which we specifically call poetry, is the originary language of a people, which then disseminates itself as prose and becomes leveled out in such dissemination, so that poetry appears to be a deviation and exception. 25. As Heidegger reads Hölderlin's mission is to restore the Ursprache of the people in his poetry. This is why it often centers on the loss and mourning of the divine. Heidegger's mission is similar in his attempt to restore the ability of the human Dasein to reveal being as such, an ability which humans have let fall into oblivion. For both Heidegger and Hölderlin, then, the only way we can come to terms with the withdrawal of being and the divine is to revive our sense of and sensitivity to language, so as to reach that state of mind in which we can thoughtfully think through what language is in its essence, that is, as Dichtung, poetizing, poetry is, Heidegger states, the awakening and delineation of an individual's own most essence, through which he reaches back into the ground of his Dasein. If each individual proceeds from there, then a true gathering of individuals into an original community has already occurred in advance. 26. What is noticeable in this passage is how close Heidegger is to Hegel's and Goethe's idea of the holy as a binding together of souls, spirits, and people, which we started out with by quoting Hegel's reference to Goethe in his Aesthetics, and in reading Goethe's Distches 68 and 69 in the Four Seasons. What is more, the notion of community and its relation to poetizing as the original language of a people makes it possible to read the story of the Tower of Babel, which Hegel mentions, in an alternative, perhaps unorthodox, way. The loss of the holy is the loss of the original language, and so also the loss of community. The dissemination of language is perhaps not so much its division into many languages, as it is a decline into prattle and idle talk, making poetry into superficial prose, which, as such, causes a loss of significance and understanding. After the fall of Babel, its verfall, people became unbound and no longer recognized what language is in its essence, and so also lost the sense of unity, or Gemeinschaft. This situation corresponds, I suggest, to the forgetting of being in Heidegger and the loss of the gods in Hölderlin. In both cases, it gives rise to Heidegger's ultimate formulation of the holy, which runs as follows: the fundamental attunement of holy mourning, yet in ready distress. I will return to this formulation of the holy, but before I do so, I want to come back to the question of language with the aim of comparing some comments on language by Heidegger with Benvenist's linguistic project. Perhaps, after all, there are some affinities between these two thinkers that deserve to be highlighted. As already noted, the semantic for Benveniste is the world of enunciation and the universe of discourse, in which human subjectivity is constituted as such. It is within enunciation and discourse that human beings enter the world, or rather, how the world becomes meaningful. This is what Benveniste means by significance. Each enunciation is an event of language that generates significance, but for that matter not always meaning. And, with enunciation, we enter into a discourse which gives context and reference to the event of language that constitutes the enunciation. Enunciation becomes an experience, an exploration, in and of language, stretching the limits of discourse, for language, Benveniste holds, has no origin, but is always in development. Hence, the different meanings and significations of, for example, the word holy, heilig, sacer, sanctus, hieros, and hagios. These words can be traced to similar etymologies, but they differ in significance, precisely because of the work of enunciation and discourse. Similarly, in speaking of the essence and origin of language as poetizing, 27 Heidegger states, we humans are always already thrown into a spoken and enunciated discourse, and can then be silent only in drawing back from such discourse, and even this seldom succeeds. Insofar as we stand within existence, we ourselves are only a dialogue, and in such dialogue experience something like world. 28 Just as Heidegger here, Benveniste emphasizes the human being's contextualized experience with language as an ongoing dialogue, the significance of which Benveniste sets out to analyze by focusing on salient keywords in Indo-European culture and society. Yet it must be said that while Benveniste is content with uncovering the linguistic significance of these words, such as the holy, Heidegger's project is to uncover, so as to prepare for the recovery of being as such. Someone who has noted the similarity between Heidegger's and Benveniste's notions of language is Julia Kristeva, who in the preface to the English translation of Benveniste's last lectures at the Collège de France in 1968 and 1969, addresses the similarity between Heidegger and Benveniste. She writes, "Indeed, according to Being and Time, language is discourse or speech, words having no signification outside the mitsane of dialogue. It is the responsibility of Dasein to interpret, its localization in the existential analytic is taken into consideration, to the detriment of language as such." 29 However, despite what she calls the detriment of language, that is, what she finds being a limitation haunting the analysis of language in Being and Time, she suggests that with the later Heidegger of On the Way to Language, Benveniste and Heidegger cross paths, even though their notions of language never come to complete agreement. For Benveniste, writing as graphism and as poetic experience from Baudelaire to Surrealism seems to cross Heidegger's definition of language that speaks only and solitarily with itself, and makes sonority possible. But to distance itself from it immediately, since the elusive remarks of the last lectures and the manuscript notes on Baudelaire place this letting go which would be the essence of language, deftly threatened with becoming meaningless in the later Heidegger, in apposition to the vigilance of the linguist, for whom discourse includes both the limit and the unlimited, unity and diversity. 30. Kristeva is certainly right in claiming that while there might be no clear opposition between Heidegger's and Benveniste's thinking concerning language, neither is there complete agreement. Rather, a more fitting stance is to view them as opposite philosophies, which might shed some light both on Benveniste's linguistics and Heidegger's thinking. However, it should be pointed out that in the lecture course of 1934 to 1935, which we are concerned with in this essay, namely Hölderlin's hymns Germania and the Rhine. Heidegger insists on dialogue as being essential to human language, and so for the grounding of human Dasein. As he clearly states, our being occurs as dialogue, in the happening of the gods addressing us, placing us under their claim, bringing us to language with respect to whether and how we are, how we respond, by committing our being to them or by way of a telling refusal. Our being therefore occurs as a dialogue in so far as we, speaking as thus addressed, bring beings as such beings to language, open up beings in what and how they are, yet at the same time also cover over and dissemble them. Only where language occurs do being and non-being open up. We ourselves are this opening up and veiling. 31. It is in the unity of dialogue that we as human beings come together to discover who and in what way we are, that is, in what we show and do not show in and through language. And it is in this dialogue that the danger of language makes itself known, says Heidegger, a danger that we must pay heed to. Must fathom the entire dangerousness of language in order to experience what the event of language, the dialogue, is as the dialogue that we are. We are a dialogue in commencing and thus in ending history, as the supremely violent word, as poetizing, as keeping silent, and as idle talk. 32. It is the silence, specifically, that speaks to us as the loss of the gods, which is what concerns Hölderlin in his poetry, a silence, moreover, that makes itself heard to the human Dasein as holy mourning in ready distress. 4. Silence and the holy. Thus, engaging in dialogue can also be a response to the sign or the hint wink which the god's silence provides in their withdrawal and abandonment. This is what Heidegger calls a beckoning silence, so that what has left us and is denied us still speaks to us in silence. Indeed, silence speaks, but cannot be presented to us as such. It can only be represented as that which it is not. Silence is holy precisely because it is that which is forbidden and unavailable to human beings, as Benveniste reminds us. The holy thus comes to speak in the unspoken, in what Hölderlin calls the caesura, the pause, in his Sophocles translations, and it also speaks in the unspoken of poetry, meaning that which is not represented, but only presented as silence. We notice this silence in how Goethe's Distich 68 is enacted, where the holy is expressed in the silent gesture of the language of poetry, the poetizing binding together in language of what is not said, but still remains an essential part of the poem. The holy is in this silence as the unity which binds the poem together and in poetizing binds souls and people together. Just as with silence, the fundamental attunement of holy mourning in ready distress, says Heidegger, does not represent something or set it before us 33 but is rather an event, that is, not a fixed attribute but a happening. 34. The fundamental attunement is a transporting, more precisely, a transporting out toward the gods and a transporting into the earth 35 at the same time. 36. This transporting out and into is what first opens up the possibility of something being represented. But, it is active listening to the silence of what comes before any representation that gives rise to poetizing and, specifically, Hölderlin's poetizing as the fundamental attunement of holy mourning in ready distress. The silence, moreover, signals the abandonment of the gods, an abandonment that forms into distress, and which at the same time constitutes an awaiting, and so a readiness, as distress, the distress of holy mourning becomes readiness. In this way, the fundamental attunement prevailing in this poetizing is first completed into its full essence. 38. The fundamental attunement of holy mourning is grounded in silence, since silence is that in which being originates. Accordingly, Heidegger's most decisive statement on silence in the lecture course comes within the context where he is discussing poetizing and community. If we were to reflect philosophically still further back here regarding the essence and origin of language as originary poetizing, we would have to recognize that language itself has its origin in silence. It is first in silence that something such as being must have gathered itself, so as then to be spoken out as world. That silence preceding the world is more powerful than all human powers. No human being alone ever invented language, that is, was alone strong enough to rupture the sway of that silence, unless under the compulsion of the god. 39. Originary poetizing begins in silence, Heidegger says, and it is from out of silence that being speaks and becomes world. It is silence, moreover, which brings about the holy in the manifestation of morning. And the morning that Heidegger finds in Hold Erlen is, as noted, a disinterested morning. What is of most importance, however, is that silence implies that meaning is secondary. If we place meaning as our primary objective, then we always end up stating something, explaining, or defining something. Meaning is thus never silent, but conversely, the holy is always silent. It has no meaning since it is, as Benveniste suggests, forbidden to human beings. Or as Rudolf Otto asserts in his The Idea of the Holy, not even music, which else can give such manifold expression to all the feelings of the mind, has any positive way to express the holy. Even the most consummate mass music can only give utterance to the holiest, most numinous moment in the mass, the moment of transubstantiation, by sinking into stillness, no mere momentary pause, but an absolute cessation of sound long enough for us to hear the silence itself. 40. We cannot reach the holy by dissecting it, analyzing it, or breaking it apart, but only fathom it in the blink of an eye, in the event of poetizing. 41. When the holy appears, it is there only for an instant, and eludes being systematized or categorized, measured, or accounted for. This is the difference, which Heidegger identifies in Hold Erlen's Germania, between the meaning the poem receives from an analysis of it in terms of form and content, or as the representation of the poet's lived experience, as Heidegger calls it, and the significance that the poem expresses by silently hinting at that which cannot be heard. This hinting, or beckoning, figures itself in Hold Erlen's poetry as the exposure of the silence of the gods in words, that is, as poetizing. Thus, Heidegger says, the poetic is an exposure to being, and as such exposure is the fundamental occurrence of the historical Dasein of the human being. 42. The gods beckon in silence, and they hint, Heidegger says, insofar as they are. 43. And it is in the saying or telling that we as human beings come to know the gods. However, the saying is not what a poem, such as Germania, presents to us as words on the page, but what is left unspoken. And it is in the unspoken of poetry that the holy speaks. It speaks, to borrow a phrase from Heidegger's reading of trickle-in language in the poem, in a withholding withdrawal, or as Heidegger puts it, the holy bestows its arrival by reserving itself in its withholding withdrawal. 44. In other words, the holy arrives as silence, which is to say it is a gift that does not announce its coming. This is why Heidegger insists that, in mourning and distress, we should prepare for the arrival of the holy by listening to the silence which Hold Erlen's poetry enacts by leaving unspoken. If we do this, if we attempt to read Hold Erlen's poetry as something else than what can be extracted from it by analyzing its form and content, or as the life world of the poet represented as poetry, Heidegger seems to say, we are preparing ourselves for what is yet to come, and so open ourselves up for building, in dialogue and in community, that which may become the ground and foundation Grund und Boden of our human Dasein, united and bound together in spirit. 45. This too, it seems, is what Goethe confidently states in his Distich 68, what is the holy? 'Tis that which binds many spirits in union. Bond, though ever so slight, like the grass on a wreath. Or better, in German. Was ist heilig? Das ist es, was viel Seelen zusammen bindet, bandes Auchner leicht, wie die Binst den Kranz. Closing remarks, Heidegger and the Holy. The preceding reflections have mainly focused on the holy in Heidegger's Hold Erlen's hymns Germania and the Rhine. They have been an attempt to explore some of the keywords which can be seen to serve as the framework for the notion of the holy in Heidegger's lecture course. As such, these reflections are not, in any way, exhaustive when it comes to unravel the holy as a theme in his thinking, or even Heidegger's conception of the holy in Hold Erlen's hymns Germania and the Rhine. They should rather be seen as probing thoughts that will hopefully elucidate, from my chosen perspective, How Heidegger relates to the holy. One should bear in mind, furthermore, that the keywords I have chosen to highlight in the lecture course are, for the most part, words that can be found in Hölderlin's poetry, such as holy, morning, silence, etc. This fact goes to show the importance Heidegger places on the singularity of poetry, that is, how each, in Heidegger's estimate, great poet and thinker, for that matter, has his own peculiar or idiosyncratic way of expression, or rather poetizing. This is also one reason why I have mainly referred to Heidegger's reading of the holy in Hölderlin, although I do make an exception when I invoke his reading of Trickle and the holy. This, since I believe the conception of the holy that Heidegger develops in his reading of Trickle has affinities with the one he develops in his exegesis of Hölderlin. I have, for a similar reason, juxtaposed Benveniste and Heidegger. Reading them in apposition serves to contrast their respective notions of language and in particular the holy. Thus, the holy as both positive and negative, a sign of the divine, and that which is forbidden to human beings, provides a point of departure for reflecting on the holy and its significance in Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin. My most important comparison, however, comes with Goethe, who in his Distiches 68 and 69 of the Four Seasons offers an intimation of what the holy can be thought to be outside of Hölderlin's work. I want to conclude with a final reflection by once more following the path of Heidegger's reading of the holy. Accordingly, I would like to trace the path of the German word for holy, heilig, and highlight its kinship with Heilung, healing or cure, which might have a special significance in the year 2020, considering the pandemic that struck us unawares. In emphasizing the connection between heilig and Heilung, we could say that poetry, as poetizing, heals the broken, the wound left by the severed tie between the holy and the human. And from Heilung we get Heilungsdauer, recovery time, recovering the holy through poetry, dialogue, community, and that kind of mourning which does not mean a fall into utter hopelessness or self-pitying despair, but mourning as waiting for what is yet to come. This waiting does not take time, but gives time. Holy mourning gives us time to wait for what Goethe names the most holy. Was ist das heile Saint? Das, was hut und wig die Geister, Tiefer und Tiefer gefuhlt, immer nur einiger Macht. I Heidegger's early thought, the holy is a value and the critique of Neo-Kantianism. The holy is a key concept of contemporary philosophy of religion. Important study, many of which exhibit a phenomenological outlook, have been devoted to the interpretation of this crucial concept or phenomenon. 1. There are many reasons for the widespread interest in the holy. After the critique of religion, in general, and of Christianity, in particular, and after the announcement of the death of God in the 19th century, the holy seems to allow for an understanding of religious phenomena that is not dependent on a specific religion nor on the presupposition of the existence of God. It does not come as a surprise that Martin Heidegger's thought, too, has significantly inspired the philosophical and theological examination of the holy. 2. Scholarship on Heidegger's own understanding of the holy normally focuses on his later, that is, his being historical thought. 3. But as an emerging scholar, 2. During the time of his first lecture courses at the University of Freiburg, Heidegger dealt with this concept in a manner that not only reflects his own religious origins and his early theological interests but also explains his silence about the holy in the 1920s and early 1930s and sheds light on his somewhat surprising rediscovery of the holy in the 1930s and later. The young Heidegger knew well contemporary discussions of the holy. Rudolf Otto's famous study The Idea of the Holy. An inquiry into the non-rational factor in the idea of the divine and its relation to the rational 5, however, was met with grave disapproval by Heidegger. 6. A letter to his wife Elfriede, written on October. Chapter 6. Heidegger and the Question and the Need of the Holy. Holger Zaborowski. 27, 1918, shows how important he considered it to distance himself from Otto's understanding of the holy. The reason is that Heidegger, already on his way to his early hermeneutics of facticity, or of factical life, aimed at developing a radically different approach to what philosophy is and how it is to be pursued. In this letter, he therefore declares that he intends to position the problem of the holy into these new fundamental contexts, not only because they are entirely missing in Otto, but in a purely objective interest. 7. Otto was for him, as he writes a little later to his wife, on a false trail. 8. Presumably around this time, when he prepared in 1918 and 1919 a lecture course on the philosophical foundations of medieval mysticism, 9. A course that he contrived in parts, but never delivered because he did not feel he had coped with the subject. Heidegger also worked on a review of Otto's book that he eventually neither published nor even finished. In the dense and partly cryptic notes for the book review, it became clear what led to Heidegger's skepticism about the idea of the holy. He refers to the principal problems of Otto's approach which, as he points out, demand initially, if not solution, at least to be named and outlined. 10. Heidegger explicitly names two problems of Otto's phenomenology of the holy that are closely intertwined: first of all, the problem of historical consciousness, and, second, the problem of the irrational. According to Heidegger, the holy may not be made into a problem as theoretical, also not an irrational theoretical noema. 11. It should, as Heidegger points out under the significant influence of Schleiermacher, rather be interpreted as correlate of the act character of faith, which itself is to be interpreted only from out of the fundamentally essential experiential context of historical consciousness. 12. Otto's phenomenology of the holy thus shows Heidegger the limits of any kind of phenomenology that examines the holy as an a priori idea and limits itself to the rational categories of the merely theoretical, even if it is the category of the irrational. This kind of philosophy, Heidegger holds, is not open for the temporal and living act character of human existence and for the phenomenon of historical consciousness that he increasingly discovered and explored in the late 1910s and early 1920s. Heidegger did not go on to develop a distinct phenomenology of the holy on the basis of his criticism of Otto, even though the comments that he made to his wife suggest that at some point he was, presumably because of his interest to understand his own religious faith philosophically and at the same time because of the influence of his teacher Edmund Husserl, 13, contemplating such an endeavor, a kind of new phenomenology of the holy as a genuine phenomenology of religion. He was too aware of the neo-Kantian undertones in Otto's book and in Wilhelm Windelband's Das Heilige, 14, which he briefly also mentions, 15, and considered the whole concept of the holy an invention that did not originate in an original experience. In the winter semester 1925 to 1926, he concluded that the value of the holy was devised in order to complement Kant's three critiques by integrating religion into the philosophical system. 16. In the context of his close readings of some of St. Paul's letters and of St. Augustine's Confessions, presented in lecture courses in 1920 and 1921, Heidegger, therefore, avoids the concept of the holy and focuses on a phenomenology of religious life, that presupposes the method of formal indication, that is, an approach that does not objectify religious phenomena but helps understanding the lived religious experience. In so doing, Heidegger goes way beyond a theoretical interest in the holy as a key category of intellectually grasping the religious. 17. In the following years, the concept of the holy disappears altogether from his thinking as, by and large, many other questions concerning religion or, more broadly speaking, the religious which he leaves, on the basis of his own distancing from the faith of his youth and from his concern with theological issues and against the background of his methodological understanding of philosophy as atheistic 18 in relation to traditional theology. This is, however, not to say that the phenomena that Otto describes as holy are entirely absent from Heidegger's thinking. On the contrary, Heidegger comes even close to some of Otto's observations regarding the holy as mysterium tremendum et fascinosum in his phenomenology of anxiety in being and time, in his approach to the experience of nothingness in what is metaphysics, and even in his later thought. 19. As is often the case, if Heidegger disapproves of another thinker very strongly, there is a deep and often even ongoing influence of this particular thinker on his thought, too. he would in many cases at least partly adopt an idea or view that he criticized and significantly transform it in an innovative manner in his attempt at disclosing a radically original dimension of human life or, later, of Dasein or of the truth of being. All the more striking is the central position of the concept of the holy in his later thought after the turn toward being historical thinking or the thinking of the event of being. When Heidegger, after his so-called turn, draws his attention to the poetry of Friedrich Hölderlin, a fellow Swabian, inspired by a deeply Nietzschean understanding of modernity, he uncovers the historical absence, or lack, of the holy in the contemporary age and finds an entirely new approach to this word and its possible significance that should leave an imprint on his thinking until his death. To Heidegger's middle thought, the death of God and Hölderlin's poetry of the holy. In his encounter with Friedrich Nietzsche, Heidegger becomes aware of the implications of the death of God and of the completion of Western metaphysics in modern nihilism. His being historical reading of the history of Western metaphysics shows him the conditions of the traditional Christian and metaphysical concept of the holy. Heidegger thus finds a justification for his early skepticism with respect to the philosophical significance of the holy. It is his close reading of Hölderlin's poetry, however, that allows him an utterly different approach to the holy, so much that the holy understood not as a metaphysical category nor as a theological or religious concept, but as a hint takes a crucial place in Heidegger's middle and late philosophy. Particularly famous is Heidegger's much-cited reference to the holy in his letter on humanism: only from the truth of being can the essence of the holy be thought. Only from the essence of the holy is the essence of divinity to be thought. Only in the light of the essence of divinity can it be thought or said what the word God is to signify. 20. The further context of this passage is Heidegger's search for a new understanding, or thinking, of God that goes beyond what he conceives of as the onto theological conceptualizations of God as highest being in which the holy, as it is often understood, participates, or on which it depends. This metaphysical God, he maintains with Nietzsche and Hölderlin on his side, has died. If one wants to speak of God again, one should reorient oneself, think more primordially than metaphysics ever could think, and become attentive to the truth of being of, or from, which Heidegger speaks. This, as Heidegger maintains, will also allow a new understanding of the holy which indeed remains closed as a dimension if the open region of being is not cleared and in its clearing is near to humans. 21. In another important text, Heidegger clarifies the difference between being and holy as well as their similarity. Being and the holy, he writes, call the same and yet not the same. While the holy is experienced by Hölderlin, the poet being is pre-thought by Heidegger, the philosopher. 22. Both are not to be understood as ground, cause, or as an absolute, but as that what prevails and essences before the gods and human beings. 23. Only on the basis of this new thinking of being and of the holy, Heidegger maintains, is a new approach to God possible. This is why Heidegger does not only invert the common relation between the holy and God, in that he prioritizes, as it were, the holy over the divine and over God, while this relation is commonly understood conversely. He also makes the thinking of divinity and of God dependent on the thinking from the truth of being. Thus, Heidegger himself as the thinker of, or from, the truth of being takes a central role for the possible new thinking of the holy and of God. The holy, then, is not merely something irrational nor can it empirically be observed. It is related to, or from a certain perspective even identical with, the disclosure of being, understood being historically. It is, therefore, not thinking alone that can find a new approach to the holy or the healing. It all depends ultimately on being itself. To healing being first grants ascent into grace, to raging its compulsion to malignancy. 24. Thinking cannot affect the holy or its ascent. It has an altogether different, but no less important duty or possibility. Its task is to guide historical existence, that is, the humanitas of Homo humanus, into the realm of the upsurgence of healing. 25. It is at this point that Heidegger highlights that thinking is dependent upon a dialogue with poetizing. Their tasks, as has already been mentioned, are different, the thinker says being. The poet names the holy. 26 Here, Heidegger follows a trajectory that he first entered in his close reading of Hölderlin's poetry in the 1930s. As is well known, when he speaks of the poet, he particularly and almost exclusively thinks of Hölderlin 27, who shows a path beyond the constraints of metaphysics and onto theology, for which God can descend to a causa efficiens. 28 In his elucidations of Hölderlin's poem Remembrance, 29 first published in 1943, Heidegger characterizes what the poet Hölderlin pursues as follows: for as the one who points, the poet stands between men and gods. Out of this between, he thinks that which passes beyond both gods and men and makes them holy and is different from them both, and addresses itself to him as the poem which is to be uttered. Thinking like a mortal, he puts the highest into a poem. 30 Heidegger thus reads the word of Hölderlin's poetry in light of a very special hermeneutics. The word of this song is no longer a hymn to something, neither a hymn to the poets, nor a hymn to nature, rather, it is the hymn of the holy. The holy bestows the word, and itself comes into this word. This word is the primal event of the holy. Hölderlin's poetry is now a primordial calling which, called by what is coming, says this and only this as the holy. The hymnal word is now compelled by the holy, and because compelled by the holy, also sobered by the holy. 31 It is the holy itself that calls the poet and grants him his words that are themselves holy by virtue of both being disclosed by the holy and disclosing the holy. The holy is thus not something that can be experienced and analyzed theoretically. It is also not something that is founded in the performance of one's life or in Dasein's moods. It is the horizon within which experience in the sense of receiving something on one's way of thinking and poetizing is possible. Heidegger, the thinker of the history of being, now interprets similarly to the later letter on humanism the holy as allowing a new disclosure of gods and of human beings. Hölderlin's word conveys the holy there by naming the space of time that is only once, time of the primordial decision for the essential order of the future history of gods and humanities. 32 For Heidegger, Hölderlin serves as a new prophet of the holy prophet, literally understood as the forespeaker or forecaster of what is yet to come. Heidegger's own role in his thinking about the holy, however, oscillates. On the one hand, he limits himself as a thinker to merely elucidating the poetry of Hölderlin, who, by virtue of being a poet, is closer to the holy. It is, on the other hand, the thinker Heidegger who understands what poetry really is and who, on the basis of this understanding, awards an eminent role to Hölderlin. It is as if Hölderlin's poetry is a new revelation that for Heidegger replaces both the biblical revelation of the Judeo-Christian tradition, as well as the political revelation of National Socialism. While theology interprets biblical revelation and political action realizes the message of National Socialism, Heidegger's being historical thinking elucidates Hölderlin's poetry. Heidegger's approach to Hölderlin's poetry of the holy has, therefore, two important dimensions, one with respect to Heidegger's religious and theological origins and the other with respect to his political involvement with National Socialism, particularly during the Rectorate. This claim becomes clear if we briefly remind ourselves of two important personal challenges that Heidegger faced in the mid-1930s. He mentions them in a letter that he wrote more than a year after he resigned from the Rectorate, to Karl Jaspers. In this letter, he refers to two thorns in the flesh, the confrontation with the faith of my origins and the failure of the Rectorate. 33 Heidegger, to be sure, had lost the religious belief of his youth and his interest in Christian theology that let him develop a particular interest in the concept of the holy in his very early career. He also increasingly lost his faith, as it were, in Hitler, in National Socialism, and in his own possibilities of shaping the German university, in particular, and German society, in general, under the new regime. 34 Vis-a-vis the thorn of this loss and this failure, Heidegger seems to interpret Hölderlin as an answer or solution to what he considered the philosophical key problem of his time. This is the problem of nihilism that, as he now holds, can neither be overcome by traditional religion because of the death of God and also because of the close link between Christianity and metaphysics, nor by National Socialist politics. It is Hölderlin's poetry as poetry of the holy that shows Heidegger a way of leaving nihilism behind. For in its coming, the holy, older than the ages and above the gods, grounds another beginning of another history. 35 This historical beginning, Heidegger writes in On the Beginning, is not to be understood within the framework of the opposition of religion and Christianity, on the one hand, and paganism, on the other. 36 It is to be understood as radically transcending and overcoming this traditional opposition, as does the holy that Hölderlin's word conveys. It goes without saying that this reading of Hölderlin's poetry of the holy remains deeply problematic, as it is dependent on presuppositions that are far from being persuasive. Heidegger provides not many conclusive arguments for his approach to Hölderlin, however inspiring it may be. Among many other things, he aimed at overcoming the modern subjectivist perspective on the holy that, in his reading, has characterized the neo-Kantian approach to the holy. If he succeeded in doing so or not is a different question. It may be plausible to argue that a kind of subjectivism remains in the eminent roles that Heidegger attributes to himself and to poet Hölderlin. This reading of Hölderlin, one can argue, is indicative of the in-depth crisis of Heidegger's thought in the 1930s and early 1940s, symptomatic of his continuing search for understanding and orientation in a time of fundamental crises on a personal, religious, political, and philosophical level. 3. Heidegger's late thought, the lacking of holy names and a new way of questioning. One of the last texts written by Heidegger stands under the title The Want of Holy Names. 37 In this text, a gift to the Romanticist Hugo Friedrich on the occasion of his 70th birthday, Heidegger resumes his elucidations of Hölderlin's poetry and his interpretation of the contemporary epoch. The title of this short essay refers to Hölderlin's word in the last stanza of the elegy Homecoming: holy names are lacking. Heidegger calls this word simple, all-explaining, and yet mysterious. 38 And reads it as a key to understanding the specific situation and need of the technological age. This need, he points out, is hidden in the absence of the presence of the divine. 39 According to Heidegger, we have not yet recognized this absence, and thus we have not yet captured the need of our time. If we were able to have insight into the character of this absence and its origin, which presumably hides in the withdrawal of the holy, 40 we would be able to understand this need. The technological age, Heidegger maintains, cannot understand itself the power of enframing that determines it. 41 And thus fails to find the region of the saving. 42 A new kind of experience is necessary. It may appear, Heidegger writes, that modern thinking can lead to such an experience. 43 Heidegger, however, declines this possibility and distinguishes sharply between the modern post-Cartesian focus on methodology and the required path of thinking as being on a way. 44 For Heidegger, the poet can let himself be said the pure call of the presence as such, be it even only and precisely a presence of the lacking and of the withdrawal. 45 Thinking, he goes on, can prepare the experience of the lacking and thus help the poet to understand in the sense of enduring the need of the lacking of holy names, which is forgetfulness of being. 46 There is, therefore, in times of need the possibility of an insight into that, what is today by lacking. 47 So Heidegger does not remain hopeless, as there are still poets, such as Hölderlin, and thinkers, such as himself, who help one another in understanding the lacking of holy names. At first sight, Heidegger may simply appear to continue his earlier thinking of poetry and of the holy. But the differences between his earlier and this reading of Hölderlin are remarkable. At this late stage, Heidegger calls Hölderlin's word far looking ahead and thus still takes his poetry in very high regard. 48 But he no longer interprets Hölderlin as the prophet of a new revelation of the holy, nor his poetry as word or event of the holy. It is now the need of the holy itself that urges the poet into saying. 49 Neither Hölderlin, the poet, nor Heidegger, the being historical thinker, are in positions of certainty and proper understanding as they seem to have been earlier when Hölderlin's word could convey the holy and Heidegger could self-confidently elucidate it. On his way of thinking, Heidegger's tone and temper have become significantly more careful, more tentative, more questioning, and, indeed, more humble than in his middle period. The short statement questions over questions 50 after a series of fundamental questions, frequent conjunctives, and the reference to a mere possibility 51 shows this important difference in both style and content. It is almost as if the withdrawal of the holy has become even more pressing for the late Heidegger. The wider context for this transformation is that Heidegger, already beginning in the mid-1930s, increasingly moved away from a philosophy of will and decision that still had somewhat of an impact on his early being historical thinking and, thus, on his early reading of Hölderlin to his later thinking of radical releasement. He also dealt intensively in the year after the war with the question concerning technology and thus with the question concerning the completion of metaphysics as something that could not easily be overcome, not even by a philosopher as insightful as Heidegger himself or a poet as prophetic as Hölderlin. It seems that Heidegger, after a period of masterfully providing answers most prominently shortly before, during, and immediately after the Rectorate, has incrementally regained the radical questioning attitude of his very early way of thinking that had led him to question so blatantly Rudolf Otto's approach to the holy. Heidegger's late approach to the holy, that is, to its absence, not to its calling the poet or the thinker, can not only be read as an interpretation of the radical godless and holy-less dimensions of late modernity, what Max Weber called from a different perspective the demystification of the world. It is also protective against the danger of finding too easily replacements for what is really holy, yet seems to remain absent, be it in the irrational as the opposite of the rational, in ideological religious or political movements, or in idolizing poets as prophets of the holy and a very specific way of thinking as bearing witness to these prophets. Thinking is no longer motivated by a hidden religious or political agenda, and be it the agenda to replace religion and politics by thinking and poetizing. All that is left to do, the very late Heidegger suggests, is to address the absence of the holy, to continue to raise questions, and thus to remain on the way. For after Heidegger, from the anonymity of the holy to the holy of revelation, and to the holiness of the human being, one simple, yet mysterious word such as the holy allows an understanding of Heidegger's complex way of thought from his early beginnings over the attempts to establish a new kind of thinking of the 1930s and early 1940s to the serenity of his very late thinking, which takes questioning to be its piety. What is needed is to stay on one's way of questioning. This approach to the holy in late modernity as an approach to the absence of the holy may be Heidegger's lasting contribution to the phenomenology of the holy. There is, however, something irritatingly lacking, as it were, in Heidegger thinking of the holy. This lack may even explain the radical focus on the absence of the holy in the late Heidegger. The holy, understood along the lines of Heidegger's interpretation, as an almost anonymous holy as a life experience or, later, as an event, may truly be absent and, indeed, even questionable. Closer to us, to use another key word of the late Heidegger, may be the possibility of an altogether different holy, of the holy, or the healing, as revealed and promised salvation, or of the holy in concrete human form. Heidegger's particular perspective, the absence of the possibility of divine revelation and salvation and of the saint, of the holy human being, shows the extent to which Heidegger left the Jewish and Christian perspective on the holy behind. Two thinkers who were both deeply influenced by Heidegger have focused on divine revelation and salvation and the conditions for the possibilities of understanding it, on the one hand, and on the possibility of the holiness of the human being, on the other. On the basis of Heidegger's understanding of being, the theologian and philosopher Bernhard Welt has examined the understanding of the holy or of salvation as the transcendental horizon within which the event of biblical revelation and the promise of something that is fundamentally healing can be understood. While Welt adopted Heidegger with respect to Christian theology, the Jewish philosopher Emanuel Levinas did so with regard to a deeply and radically ethical thinking. In a phenomenology that goes beyond the borders of phenomenological thinking, he distinguished sharply between the sacred and the saint and explored the dimension of holiness as ethical saintliness in the face of the other. 52. However different their approaches are, they both show the inspired dimension of Heidegger's thought on the holy in its achievement as well as in its failures. They show, in other words, what it means to be and to remain on the way of thinking toward the holy. Commentators agree that around 1935 an important new phase in Heidegger's work starts. Right around this time Heidegger starts to speak of the holy, of things gathering the divinities around us mortals living between the earth and the sky. Needless to say, however, that many are struck by Heidegger's poetic, and at times even enigmatic, writings in this period. This essay proposes therefore to take Heidegger at his word, both when it concerns his statement that thinking in effect can be learned and that, through such thinking, a passage through being to the holy can be attempted. On the one hand, from at least being and time onward, Heidegger instructed us about the question of being. It is no exaggeration to say that Heidegger's grand endeavor was precisely to teach us how to move away from beings in order to ask, once again, the question of being. Such a move, however, was to be accompanied with a specific experience. We of today, Heidegger once stated, are scarcely able any longer properly to raise even the question of the being of beings, to raise it in a way which will put into question our own being so that it becomes questionable in its relation to being, and thereby open to being. 1. There is also Heidegger's explicit recognition that, when properly asked and thus when properly questioned by being, the experience of the question of being can open the way to an experience of the holy. This essay will therefore try to trace these steps through being to the holy. Turning. What happened, then, around 1935? Andrew Mitchell argues that ecstatic existence is no longer a privilege of Dasein appears within a world must appear ecstatically. 2. If in being and time such ecstasy. Chapter 7. Through being to the holy. Learning to ask the question of being. Jori Shrijvers. Was reserved to Dasein, in that it reaches into the past, the present, and out to the future. It is now up to the thing to call the mortal forth toward its unique temporality. If it was up to Dasein to create the meaning of being, the mortals now discover meaning in the interplay between world and earth. Slowly but surely, the quite formal structures of existence, being and time outlined, find their material counterpart in the later work. The mortals deal with bridges, jugs, and temples, whereas Dasein could do nothing but hammer. For some, such as Benjamin Crow, Heidegger's talk of God and gods presents an effective coloring of the basic structure of being in the world. With the earth in a sense, the transcendental structure of being in the world materializes and takes on specific spatial and temporal contours. 3. This makes it possible for Crow to see in the Greek polis, with its temples and its offerings, the Greek being in the world, or, as Jussi Bachmann attempts, to see in a simple desk already the contours of the somewhat lofty thing Heidegger imagines. For this thing, then, is meant to be a counterpart both not only to the stale Gegenstand of modernity but also to the reductive stance towards beings of the metaphysical tradition, reducing them to displaying merely a visible form of an invisible essence. Such things will show us how to appreciate, for instance, that the full meaning of my desk is never equal in two instants but always different. It is now first and foremost a storeroom for my books, now a support for my computer, now a surface on which to place my cup of coffee, now an example to be used in my text, and so on. 5. Yet for Bachmann, it is clear that Heidegger here is also pointing beyond mere whatness and mere matter. Whereas matter only can individualize a thing spatio-temporally as a particular specimen of a common type, the fourfold context individuates each instant of presence. Even instances of a thing that is the same in the sense of numerical identity, for example, one and the same jug, are not equivalent to one another in meaning. A jug is now a holder for a libation of the gods, now a vehicle for pouring a drink to friends, and so on. 6. These things, like desks and jugs, point us toward an understanding of beings beyond the metaphysical and modern tradition, and even beyond being and time. Whereas the tradition taught us to see in this particular desk the instantiation of the deskness of the desk, every desk will always and everywhere display the idea of deskness being, and time taught us to see that the deskness of the desk also lies in our use of the desk in and through a context of the desk's ready-to-handness. The desk is a being used to put my coffee on. Heidegger's idea of the thinging of the thing calls forth entirely new horizons of meaning just to understand the presencing of these simple beings as jugs and desks. Yet these jugs and desks can be part of the gestal just as well. This gestal, which Heidegger uses for our own modern era, brings about what Mitchell has beautifully called the birth of the commodity. 7 Objects present themselves exclusively as object, and their presencing as things is forgotten or at least attenuated. What so comes to the fore is a throwaway culture in which everything and all becomes manageable and replaceable. There are a few instances in which Heidegger pointed to what would become our consumption culture. 8 For our purposes, we need to keep in mind that for Heidegger, however, any object can become a thing just as all things can be reduced to objects. What we have called earlier the need to learn to experience being is just this. Heidegger's endeavor teaches us to move from objects to things. For objects have nothing unheimlich about them. 9 The human being will forget that not everything is manageable, consumable, and replaceable. Heidegger saw intimations of this in transcendental and idealist philosophy. If for Kant the object was exhausted in the subject's transcendental categories or in phenomenology's constitutions which conditions the object's appearance, then Hegel's idealist philosophy took this one step further by arguing that these objects are created even by the subjects. With all this, Heidegger argues, the most radical withdrawal of being begins. The essential provenance of being can never come into view as a question and as worth questioning. 10 It is for these inexhaustible horizons of meaning that the thing brings about that Heidegger found it necessary to turn to religious language. This language speaks of what beings ought to be, of their purpose, and of the inexhaustible reserve of meaning these things present. There always is a discrepancy or unfugue between what these things show us and what we can say of beings. The question, then, remains, how are we to experience this inexhaustibleness of meaning, and what, if anything, does this have to do with God and the gods? Are these more than figures that show the purposivesness of meaning, that is, its adjustment and its insertion into being as an ideal and as a goal for human presence and culture, more than cultural givennesses, and heir to the heroes that already in being and time functioned as exemplars for a given culture, even more than mistaking these cultural givennesses with a theological realism? Let us for this, first, listen to Heidegger's understanding of such a fourfold. In 1950, Heidegger writes, "The things that were named, thus called, gather to themselves sky and earth, mortals and divinities. The four are united. 120 Jory Schrijvers. Primally in being toward one another, a fourfold this gathering, this letting stay is the thinging of the things. The unitary fourfold which is stayed in the thinging of things, we call, the world." 12. It is clear that we need to see the thing first as an expansion of the world. The world is no longer made up of mute beings which are only present at hand or ready to hand. The world now contains things which open up the world to its other, to the heavens and the divinities. The thing gathers, it is ecstatic, which means it cannot contain itself and reaches out to us mortals and to the earth on which we dwell. It comes from beyond the beings within the world. From this, it is clear to that Heidegger is gesturing already toward a presencing and meanings that are not to be reduced to its presence to and meaningfulness for human beings alone, through ready-to-handness or present-at-handness. Heidegger's abandonment of transcendental thinking, simply put, mean this: objects within the world present themselves not to me, my transcendental ego, alone, but presence around us and for us all. Through readings of several poets, Hölderlin principally, but George and Trickle too, Heidegger will point out that the thing offers a gleaming and a radiance to the world. It is quite correct to state that here Heidegger proceeds to a re-enchantment of the modern scientific world. 13 Heidegger does not hesitate to name this radiance holy. Such a holy radiance is not a spectacle, nothing exceptional or sensational in which nothing of these beings would remain concealed and would lose, as we will see, its uncanny character. In its stead, things bring before us the permanently essential, the simple and ownness of beings. 14. Insofar things are allowed to emerge as the things they are, one might say, they simultaneously allow human beings as the mortals that they are. Human beings find themselves before these things, not as a final answer to a riddle, but as the questions that they are and have to be amidst the coming and going of beings. It is from this stress on what is simple and uncomplicated that, understandably but not entirely correctly, the pastoral and parochial interpretations of Heidegger take their cue. Yet one must not forget that the holy is not something present, it is not before us as an object nor already facing us as simple being would. At best, the holy presences it is a process rather than a product, a movement rather than a completed action. Quite some exercise, however, is needed for the human being to be in tune with these movements. In his What Are Poets For?, Heidegger says, "The turning of an age does not occur at just any time by the eruption of a new god or by the new eruption of an old god from an ambush. Where is he supposed to turn, upon his return, if human beings have not already prepared for him his sojourn? How could there ever be for God a sojourn for God unless the radiance has already begun to appear in all that is?" 15. Most often in effect, there is nothing holy in this world. The holy is exempt from all conditions and creations on the part of human beings. One used to call this transcendent. It should not become part of the gestalt that rages through our era. Heidegger's lines thus set the human being a task: the mortals are to prepare a sojourn for the gods. They must learn to perceive the radiance in all that appears. For this, one might say, human beings must first learn to dwell on earth themselves, they must see that dwelling is the essence of being in the world. 16. Heidegger, in a way, is teaching us how to have such an experience. 17. However, there is no guarantee that even when one learns to dwell the gods will appear. Man does not decide whether and how beings appear, whether and how God and the gods come forward into the clearing of being. 18. One should note that Heidegger is here far removed from the metaphysics of Neoplatonism, in which what diffuses from the one will sooner or later return to the one, as well as from Christianity, in which what is created will one day be redeemed from sin and so safely return to its creator. There is, for Heidegger, to be no certainty that, were the human being to prepare a divine abode, the divinities are prepared to show up and present themselves within being. Some have imagined Heidegger's thinking of the unity of being as one of pure loss, an endless outpouring of beings evident only in their finite coming and going. 19. Yet there is much to learn here. If the gods are to dwell with us, we must first learn to dwell. Heidegger poetically describes our dire situation amidst commodities as follows: if we are lacking in names that are holy, and if no things are, if the words are failing, then surely this means the holy in fact is not. And it is not even certain that it will come. One must first learn to dwell in being, and one must learn to speak of beings anew. It is here that Heidegger's attention to language, to the intimate relation between the word and the world, comes into play. It is through the word that the thing attains being just as much as beings and things call for proper wordings. Long before Austin's How to Do Things with Words, Heidegger could in effect write that essential words are deeds, words bring about things just as much as things invite us to speak. 20. We are therefore not to take lightly Heidegger's steps, as it were, through being and beings to God and the gods. This step is however occasioned through the mediation of the thing. Let us read with care. Only from the truth of being can the essence of the holy be thought. Only from the essence of the holy is the essence of divinity to be thought. Only in the light of the essence of divinity can it be thought or said what the word God is to signify. Or should we not first be able to hear these words if we are to experience a relation of God to man? 21. Whereas most commentators jump right into the question of the holy, as if the holy is always present and up for grabs, it pays to take Heidegger here at his word and begin at the beginning, namely, with the question of being and beings. He taught us to ask, why are there beings rather than nothing? For if we are to prepare a sojourn for the gods, we need first to ask about beings. 3. Being and the holy, learning to Think learning to question. We need to realize that the event of being or the event of world is not of our own making. We do not decide whether and how beings appear, we are rather thrown in the world in which beings present themselves. Or, as Heidegger later has it, we are thrown into the open. 22. Recall how being and time, and the works around this period, mentioned anxiety, death, and boredom as those particular moments in which an awareness for Dasein was raised that it is and has to be nothing but the span of 80-odd years or so between its birth and death. Now we should wonder whether Heidegger's thing provides a similar momentum for us mortals. Whereas Dasein is chased outside to recover its authenticity from out of its dealings in the world, the mortals are already in the open. They enact an Inestehen in the open, in the Lichtung or clearing from out of which they need to learn to properly tend to beings which are also in the open. For this, a double movement seems required. The mortals are the ones that follow, trace, and seek after the throw that throws them in their thrownness in the open. What throws the mortals in the open clearing is not man, but being itself. 23. But how can we perform this double movement, from out of beings in which we find ourselves thrown, to that which has thrown us in the first place, being itself? In this regard, it is important to note the thematics of the Sprung in Heidegger. In one way or another, from being and time onward, we need to jump away from beings, be this through a sort of fading away of the omnipresence of beings or through beings that can show us the way away from beings. The thing turns out to be just such a pointer or messenger. Such a movement might be considered along a certain passageway. First we cling to beings, then we jump into the open region, only then to rediscover beings again. We will now trace consecutively these jumps and jolts. In his introduction of metaphysics, Heidegger proceeds this way. Why are there beings at all? If we ask in this way, we start out from beings. They are given to us, they are in front of us and can thus be found before us at any time. Now the beings given to us in this way are immediately interrogated as to their grounds. Such a method just broadens and enlarges, as it were, a procedure that is practiced every day. 24. The question quickly receives an answer. The ground of beings is what all will call God. Heidegger will here insinuate already that this ground, itself, will be conceived as itself a being, made in any case of the substance of beings. To avoid such an answer, Heidegger proposes to add to the question asked, and why not nothing? This addition allows us to hold out into the possibility of not being. A lot has happened. We have moved away from an everyday manner of questioning, what is caused by what or by whom. We have moved away from a tendency to cancel, almost unnoticeably, the contingency of the beings surrounding us. Heidegger is however not satisfied and wants us to query further. Question is a foundational metaphysical question, which is metaphysically answered through the fact that an explanation of beings is reached from out of a cause and a ground. Being historical thinking asks all metaphysical questions silently, slightly different insofar it does not rank beings within explanations but rather asks about the primacy of beings itself. The answer comes from the knowing about the abandonment by being of beings. Being leaves to beings such preponderance. 25. Why indeed would this or that being tell us everything we need to know about being? Would it, for instance, not be better to ask about being qua being, an avenue Heidegger indeed will pursue? Beings have a tendency, then, a preponderance, to stand in the way of the question of being, just as the human being at first clings always and only to beings. 26. Similarly, being just leaves beings out in the open, to themselves. We then need to unlearn our addictiveness to beings and the tendency to explain being by way of some sort of being. 27. Even if it would be the highest. This movement was, in What is Metaphysics of 1928, described as a repelling gesture in which beings as a whole are involved in a parting gesture. 28. Here the experience of nothing lets beings fade away in order to let appear an original openness of beings as such. Nothing particular is revealed, except that beings reveal themselves in their appearance in the openness of world, and that, now, this appearing of appearing can be noted. Somewhat metaphorically, one might say, what appears is nothing, but it is. What one is aware of is now no longer the finitude of one's own appearance in being, but rather that such finite coming and going needs to be extended to all that appears in the openness of being, and that this open clearing of being makes clear that, as the appearing of appearing, its revelation is so simple that it seems to be nothing at all. At the same time, this appearing of appearing, or this event of world, is essential. Without its event, one would not even have appearances of beings at all. Heidegger's Introduction to Metaphysics has a slightly different take on this being of beings. More and more Heidegger wants to attain being through thinking, which, certainly for Heidegger, was an experience in itself. In this regard, being seems to be everywhere although it is nowhere and resembles nothing more than anything else. Being, that which pertains to every being whatsoever and thus disperses itself into what is most commonplace, is the most unique of all. 29 Although being is omnipresent, and dealt to every being alike, it allows itself no comparison to anything else. Moreover, compared to beings which are immediately accessible, being manifests the character of holding itself back, of concealing itself in a certain manner. 30 Yet how to attain being? It is here that Heidegger's insistence on the sprung becomes relevant, because the task of unlearning, of kicking the habit of dwelling amidst beings, is never once and for all attained. Heidegger is clear about this unlearning. We moderns can learn only if we unlearn at the same time. Applied to the matter before us, we can learn thinking only if we radically unlearn what thinking has been traditionally. To do that, we must at the same time come to know it. 31 At this point Heidegger's thinking will evolve, and he will no longer hold that a single jump outside of metaphysics is possible. The thinking of being first, however, needed a place where only the leap will help us further. Leap takes us abruptly to where everything is different, so different that it strikes us as strange. 32 In the same years, mid-1950, Heidegger also writes that this leap is the vault out of the principle of reason as a principle of beings into the saying of being qua being, away, that is, from the practice of explaining beings through beings, of finding a foundation and ground for what is, which is a practice, in Heidegger's words, of vergreuenden und begreuenden that determines our ton and lassen. 33 Yet here still Heidegger seeks for beings that can aid us on our way to being. The Introduction to Metaphysics will therefore point to artworks as signaling the very being of beings, written around 1935. It is no surprise that it overlaps with the short essay on the origin of the work of art, in which he first speaks of understanding the thing as thing. 34 It is through the workings of the work of art as a thing. The work of art is a thing, but not all things need be works of art, that the work holds open the open region of world. 35 Throughout one finds the same principle, as it were, the open is itself the immediate. Nothing mediated, be it a god or a human, is therefore ever able to reach the immediate immediately. 36 Just as one cannot look at the sun directly, one first notices that these beings are in the light of the sun, only then to see the sunlight, indirectly, through its light on particular beings. 4 Unusual beings. We have noted that this thinging of the thing is but a step on the way to see the shimmer of being. This shimmer of being is a preface to the question of the holy and the gods. Yet most often we do not pose the question of being, let alone do we encounter the holy. According to what is called thinking, one needs to recall it is not just scientists who do not think. The most remarkable fact remains that we do not yet think. How can thinking let being light up and shine? What is it that we are to experience and perceive? How is one to comport oneself if one is to name the holy and experience God's relation, if any, to us? This is, if you will, a third step in the question of being. It raises an awareness, one might say, a sensibility perhaps, a contemplative interruption amidst everyday preoccupations. If Schopenhauer finds that the mark of a philosopher is the ability to imagine that everything that is going on might be just a dream, then Heidegger would insist that a sure sign of a philosopher is a dissatisfaction with what commonly assumed to be common and usual. Let us look at this last moment in our encounter and experience of being, which started with moving away from beings only to move into an appreciation of the strangeness of being. In What is Metaphysics? Heidegger walks a fine line between the anxiousness that marked his existential analytic and the more positive experiences of homecoming and marvel that are present after being and time. Here one reads: only because the nothing is manifest in the ground of Dasein can the total strangeness of beings overwhelm us. Only when the strangeness of beings oppresses us does it arouse and evoke wonder. Only on the ground of wonder the revelation of the nothing does the why loom before us. Only because the why is possible as such can we in a definite way inquire into grounds, and ground them. 37. We have seen that, later, Heidegger will loosen his focus on this why question. It is to be noted that here already Heidegger points to the strangeness and Befremdlichkeit des Sehenden if we are to marvel at being. Something must strike us as strange or uncommon if we are to pose the question of being. In the origin of the work of art, these artworks, as things, similarly bring us to a region in which everything is other than usual anders wie sonst. 38 Yet the work of art and the thing do not reveal something new or something that we did somehow overlook. There is no spectacle in Heidegger. Neither are we in the region of transcendental phenomenology whose ego could align its intuition of the artwork to its intentionality if only the ego could make a sufficient amount of adumbrations of this particular artwork. Instead, the thing reveals what is already there in a different way. Through the work of art one learns, Heidegger says, that what is common, namely that everything around us just is actually uncommon. 39 2 years later, in the Grundfrage der Philosophie, Heidegger will elaborate on such wonder, adding that in wonder the common itself becomes uncommon. 40 This process is however best described in Heidegger's Parmenides. Here it becomes clear that anything can become a distinctive thing and that this was perhaps misleadingly expressed by the high cultural examples of Greek temples and Van Gogh's shoes Heidegger had used earlier. Heidegger now states: the uncanny, or the extraordinary, shines throughout the familiar ambit of beings we deal with and know, beings we call ordinary. What shines into beings, though can never be explained nor constructed out of beings, is being itself. 41. The question of being, then, teaches us the Aushaltende Unerklärbaren, to realize, at least, how strange and uncommon it is to be. 42 This is what simple and essential, the passing over into the more wakeful intimation of wonder a worlds around us at all, things are that we ourselves in their midst are. 43 In this sense, the question of being teaches us not to take for granted what is granted to us. We now need to understand the role of the thing in its relation to this question. In the terminology of Heidegger's Parmenides, the thing is what winks and hints at the uncanny from within the canny and the common. 44 One should again note the interplay between beings and being. Where in being and time Dasein projected itself onto being through the leap away from beings, here, because of the ecstasy of the thing, being reaches out to us precisely through the mediation of the thing. The thing, and its interplay between heaven and earth, spills over into the world and hints at a meaning that is not yet, that perhaps is still is to come, and that at least does not stifle into the full presence of an essence as metaphysics was wont to think. Heidegger would still affirm that higher than actuality stands possibility, but would now say that the meanings that are still to come are not things to be created, projected, or constructed by the human being. Mitchell even argues that Heidegger's last God arrives in the mode of only ever arriving. 45 It will always remain possible that God will come even if one is to follow Mitchell, who is influenced here more by Jean-Luc Nancy than strictly following Heidegger. This God never presents Godself in the present. 46 It is tempting to phrase these turns in Heidegger as a transcendental first phase and a later realist phase. 47 This would, however, perhaps not completely represent or show how Heidegger frames our encounter with being. No way of thought, not even the way of metaphysical thought, begins with man's essential nature and from there goes on to being, nor in reverse from being and then back to man. Rather, every way of thinking takes its way already within the total relation of being and man's nature, or else it is not thinking at all. 48. It is not that the human being is a meaning-making machine that, from time to time, asks about being. It is not, in turn, that being addresses the human being without a role to be played by beings. If being braucht beings, then the reverse is true as well, human beings are dependent on their very relation to being. If anything, a transcendental framework would, for Heidegger, need to be properly placed within the realist framework in which being is given for and to the human being. It is not that these projections of meaning never attain anything more or other than world. Rather, these meanings coming, and sent, to the human being are made of the stuff of possibility to such an extent that a demarcation of these meanings within a transcendental framework would deny Heidegger's emphasis on being as evading every man-made construction and explanation. It is the event of being and world that conditions and constitutes any and all constitutions that the transcendental ego could or would want to make. 49. One needs to focus on this total relation between the human being and being if we are to understand what the holy can mean for Heidegger. For what do we attain when we attain being? Nothing present at hand, nothing that can become a Gegenstand. At best, one attends to a movement or a happening. Through the light that shines on beings in a clearing we attain the Lichtung of being. Heidegger's critique of humanism sheds some light on what this can mean for the questions of religion and theology. For this address of being, toward the beings that we are, through the beings that we encounter at least speaks of a concern about man on the part of being. 50. It is up to the mortals to meet the demands of being, Heidegger would say in Sprechen and Display, at least, a care for the light, a care, that is, for being's concern for us. 51. Heidegger will never allow the possibility that beings other than human can meet this demand. Here the central role of language is clear, only through words are beings revealed. In Heidegger's Schelling essay an elucidation of the role of human beings is given. The human being the word fully expresses. The human being itself speaks and essences in language. With this, the human being is uplifted above the light of reason, he moves not only in something lit up like the animal but speaks about this light. 52. Yet this speaking about the Lichtung, this movement from the Gelichtheiten to the Lichtung, from what appears to the appearing of appearing is not something at our disposal. Rather, a thing abides only for a while. First and foremost, there seem to be no things at all. Let alone do we notice the presencing of being or name the holy within the dimension of being. The time of the thing, for a while. The concept of the while became important in Heidegger's work in the 40s and names the temporal interplay between being's approaching beings and being's care for the concern or Bemühung that being shows in their regard. For this interplay seems to be governed by time, time might be saved from being/beings, it is clear that being and beings are not saved from time. It is clear too that the showing up of being in and through beings, if only rarely appreciated, shows something like a finitude of being and time, a realization Heidegger used to conclude being and time. Despite the realization, Heidegger still thought that being always and everywhere would be the same, whereas the being historical Heidegger will clearly state that being is in each epoch differently. The while names the presencing of the thing, for instance, the happening of the artwork as a being that never was before and never comes to be again. The work turns the usual into the unusual for a while only. 53. The presencing of the thing therefore names an event and a beginning, something shows up that we had not seen in this way and will likely never see again in this particular way. The artwork arrests our attention. It, as every other thing, gathers the fourfold around its happening. Yet appropriating the fourfold, it gathers the fourfold's whiling into something that is there for the while, into this thing. 54. It begins with a simple recognition, where being and time pointed out that we are the span of 80-odd years between our birth and death. We now need to realize that an expiry date comes along in all that appears. All of us are here together for a while only. For such an event to happen, everything must align in the right manner. Commentators mention an ultimate relationality in Heidegger here, for in the thing one notices precisely such a mutual belonging, a being confined to one another, einander zugetrotzen. 55. Mitchell explains that here each one is a movement out to the other. Heidegger's essay on Schelling beautifully mentions our Wesensame Beijweisung der andere, our essential directedness to the other. 56 Yet this alignment, this presencing of all with all, is fragile and, as we will see, a bit suspect. For now, one needs to realize that this happening, of truth, of being, of the truth of being is generally a joyful gathering, so much so that commentators wonder what happened to the anxiety so central to the work of a youthful Heidegger, although these joys and jubilations never seem to occupy center stage as much as anxiety did. 57 Yet, for Heidegger's interpretation of the holy, it is important to know that Heidegger's thinking of the while is related to his readings of feasts and festivals in Hölderlin's poetry. One sings and dances at festivals, not something one usually does for the god of Onto theology, a cold kausasui that supposedly is the ground of all being. 58 Two more things need to be mentioned about this while. First, it is the occasion for Heidegger to conceive of another, perhaps more phenomenological, account of causation. Second, it speaks of a Fug in and of being which seems to know no longer of any Unfug, and for this reason is, for someone like Derrida, somewhat suspect. In this regard, one recalls Derrida's deconstructions of the infamous Schlag, which set in motion an entire critique by Derrida. The entire Geschlecht series centers around the Schlag that the one, united humanity suffers before it falls apart in multitudes and plurality, and finds its division between, among others, friends, and foes. In the same manner, in the Heidegger's concept of the thing, all is gathered in such a way that a unity with no division whatsoever seems intimated. Such a unity would, in more than one way, resemble for instance the metaphysics of the Neoplatonist one, where all loss is ultimately recovered when such a loss of being will be united again with the one. It was examples such as these that urged Derrida to wonder whether or not Heidegger was not simply repeating metaphysics' grand gestures rather than overcoming or overturning metaphysics. 59. One should note, though, that in the Principle of Reason Heidegger once relates the concept of the while to our everyday practice of looking for reasons and grounds. Throughout Heidegger is commenting on Silesia, saying that the rose is without why, it blooms because it blooms. Heidegger hears a different form of causation here, not what exactly has caused this rose to bloom but rather to see what is happening with this blooming while it is blooming. In German, the while points to a different sense of causation. It is not an answer to the why question, the rose simply blooms while she blooms. This might help us to see our own without why. We are there in the clearing while we are there for some odd years, we are in being and witness its event. For Heidegger, this event of blooming is an aid in coming to understand what exactly pertains to being when it comes to the question of time, to understand this temporality of being. In a sense, it comes naturally to us to frame this event of time from out of what is present and lies before us. If we have seen one rose, we basically have seen them all. We frame time, when asking about the essence of time, as follows: in being means, being present. Beings are more in being the more present they are. Beings come to be more present, the more abidingly they abide, the more lastingly they abide. What is in time is present and therefore of the present. Only the now is of the present at each given moment. 60 What is most present will be therefore be configured as eternal. When we see this rose blooming, we see a process that in any individual case and at any given moment is the same. Given the right circumstances, any rose and all roses will bloom. The idea of being sees them as in their being as independent of time. 61 Metaphysics, when cancelling contingency, cancels time altogether. It fails to ask about the relation between time and eternity, between, one might just as well say, the presencing of beings and the presencing of the eternal God. Metaphysics, Heidegger's late Zur-Sachte Denkens will argue, takes for granted the passing away constantly of time and, from here, it will forget the remaining of time in its very fading away. To every being, there pertains a certain time, but such time will remain after the fading away of this particular being. 62 It is tempting, for metaphysics to time by a kind of being, to see time as a being that is granted to us, likely, by a highest being or as a being that we can manage, as today's mantra goes. 63 This procedure stalls the movement of being toward us. To talk of presencing, however, requires that we perceive abiding in lasting as lasting in present being. What is present concerns us, the present, that is, what, lasting, comes toward us human beings. 64. This is what the blossoming of the rose teaches, its blossoming lasts as long as it lasts. The blossom obeys a certain timing, in spring for instance, for which there is no reason to assume that this blossoming here and now will be the same come next spring. It is this timing of time that makes for the fact that for Heidegger it is time that grants beingness rather than the other way around. Yet this granting of time to us and to everything, in no way whatsoever, makes the question of the holy and the eternal God any less pertinent. If anything, it calls for a reconfiguration of these questions. This is exactly what Heidegger intends when he likens the blossoming of the rose to the while it blossoms and, especially when we are to think about the coming of God and the gods, we should not look past its presencing in being and in time. One learns what its blossoming is from its very blossoming since and as long as it is blossoming. It would not be wrong to interpret this as bringing phenomenology back to its very grounding. The rose is without why means that it both blossoms because it is blossoming and needs no further reason for this, and that there is a certain timing for these things to happen. For all these reasons, Heidegger asks, citing Goethe, "You stick to the because but ask not why. What does the while mean?" It guards against investigating the why, therefore, against investigating foundations. It balks at founding and getting to the bottom of something. For the while is without why, it has no ground, it is ground itself. 65. One can conclude that Heidegger finds here the phenomenological origins of our obsession with causation. In the Principle of Reason, Heidegger traces this process from Hegel's idealism through Kant's transcendentalism back to the Greek experience of being/s, which speaks of a lying before us of beings that have, as Richard Capobianco calls it, from out of pure emerging itself. 66. This Greek experience knew about causation too. It simply did not turn its effects into the building blocks of scholastic and modern systems. 67. The Greekation for Heidegger is rather simple. If, for instance, the wind blew the pen off the table, one says that the wind is what changed the appearance of the table, what made for the fact that this table now appears and presences differently. 68. One can therefore argue that Heidegger returned phenomenology to its beginnings in what emerges of itself, echoing the definition of the phenomenon in being and time. 69. Heidegger thus traces the self-showing of the phenomenon. The danger of a metaphysics, of asking for an ultimate why, is to stick to the being that so shows itself and to forget that in this appearance and self-showing there lingers the event of the appearing of appearing, the it gives withdraws in favor of the gift which it gives. 70. Throughout his career, Heidegger will prefer natural appearance over and against fabricated appearance. The blossoming of the rose too is supposed to manifest itself on its own. 71. It is tempting to read in Heidegger a manifesto for ecology and a nature mysticism, as some are minded to do. The question here, to Heidegger and to such interpreters, is whether this is phenomenologically correct at all. The rose may well blossom on its own, but if the rose bush were not trimmed and cut by the gardener, this blossoming might not appear. 72. Be this as it may, it is clear that the later Heidegger found language other than phenomenology to name this process of emergence. It might turn out this is another, no less appropriate, language for phenomenology. Conclusion. We have seen Heidegger moving from presence and the present to the presencing of such presence, then to the realization that this presencing in a given epoch is not free of time itself, and lastly, to realize that this presencing in different epochs itself comes from out of an interplay reaching through them all. It is for this last interplay that Heidegger has reserved, from time to time, the name of the holy. As an awe-inspiring event, that presences each time differently, this event for which Heidegger found the name being not always appropriate, that is set apart and distinct from that which, through this event, presences in each case, namely the diverse beings, this event would have deserved a holy name. Heidegger would thus have retrieved the most traditional meaning of what is holy. Yet the experience of this event, one might say, is one of ultimate mediation. One might say, one never reaches purely into that which is reaching out to us. One can approach being's approach only through mediations. We think what other have thought about this event, while these others, in turn, thought what their predecessors, and so on. This is why the past and the tradition will become increasingly important for Heidegger. Thinking after the end of metaphysics cannot occur without incorporating what metaphysics has already thought. Long gone now is the leap outside of metaphysics. If, however, being approaches beings, and if God is to gesture toward beings, then such a God will take the hint as it were and, from out of a pleasing nearness, accommodate to the conditions of the receiver, knowing well that the receiver will distort and, well, deconstruct this very approach. If God then chooses to appear, then God will appear in being and as a being. 73. The Offenbarung will therefore accommodate to the Offenbarkeit and unconcealment of beings. In this way, Heidegger is quite close to how the theological tradition configured God's revelation. Aquinas, for instance, developed a similar stance in the dictum that God's revelation to humankind always and already occurs according to the mode of the receiver, a dictum to which Heidegger's discourse on being has, to my mind, always remained faithful. Heidegger remained most of the time silent about his personal beliefs. It is, however, not to be excluded that the question of the holy, and the appearance of the holy, in being, remained a real possibility. As a philosopher, however, and even though the methodical atheism of being and time was, if not abandoned then at least softened, Heidegger did not have to grapple with questions that a genuine theology of being would need to ask, he just needed to show that it was a genuine possibility. All of this means that, if theology is to learn from Heidegger, it will need to take the question of being seriously and start from the beginning as it were. All Heidegger had to show, as a philosopher, is that the address of the divine, which is grounded in being itself, is taken up by man into dictum and sayings, and thus that the relation to the divine being rests in being. 74. When speaking of Heidegger's philosophy after the turn, the writings of the 1930s and beyond, Richard Capobianco rightfully observes that Heidegger's thinking was rigorously philosophical but that it also attained the poetic. In one sense, Western philosophy is already an expression of theology as onto-theology, and second, since the onto-theological tradition has forgotten or obscured the concern with being qua being, it privileges what Heidegger calls objectifying thinking and saying. 2. In the appendix to the lecture, Phenomenology and Theology, Heidegger warns that if objectifying thought is left unchecked, this scientific technical manner of thinking will spread to all realms of life. 3. Thus, when exploring the holy in relation to the loss or fleeing of the gods, Heidegger seeks a form of thought and speech that is non-objective in nature. Heidegger finds in Rilke, and to a far greater extent, Hölderlin, a form of non-objectifying thinking and saying that is poetic, related to Dichtung, which Heidegger views as a revelatory form of singing, which is not a way of speaking and thinking about things, but rather an attuned manner of dwelling in their presence. The singing saying of the poet, insists Heidegger, does not covet or solicit that which is ultimately accomplished by humans as an effect, it does not posit and represent anything as standing over and against us or as an object, for non-objectifying thinking and saying instantiates the simple willingness that wills nothing, counts on no successful outcome, for and as we learn, it holds the unique potential to facilitate the emergence of the holy, which is essential if we are to once again dwell and prosper in the presence of the divine gods. Chapter 8. The Holy in Heidegger's Reading of Greek Tragedy. Necessity, Measure, and Law. James M. Magrini. Heidegger's sustained engagement with Hölderlin's poetry, which includes the confrontation with ancient Greek tragedy, is grounded in the pressing issue of the loss of the holy in our lives, for when attuned by das Gestel of technology, we experience the world's night, the default or flight of the gods from our lives. In relation to the sense of holy, it is crucial to note that not only have the gods or the god fled, but the divine radiance has been extinguished in the world's history. 5. Our experience of this destitution, as William McNeill contends, stands in stark contrast with the golden age of the Greeks, who were exposed to the fire from the heavens. 6. Heidegger claims that the gods will return at the right time, and Hölderlin establishes this time, for in the midst of the world's night the poet sings to the fugitive gods and poetizes the holy. This is because Hölderlin remembers what has been a time when the holy radiated in a powerfully luminescent manner and foretells what might be the futural reawakening of humanity to the lost sense of the holy, heralding in his poetry the return of the gods as the site of the wedding festival of men and gods. 7. This historical occurrence, according to McNeill, comprises the incipient greeting in which humans and gods are greeted by the holy, and the holy inspires a form of attunement more primordial and more originary than every other human attunement. 8. And that is the attunement Heidegger names das Festliche. As stated, Hölderlin poetizes the flight of the gods because he recognizes the absence of the holy. His poetry anticipates their return and arrival because it first prophesizes the return of the holy and humanity's reawakening to its presence. Turning to Greek tragedy provides a vista into what it means to already dwell in the presence of the holy, an experience that has been lost to us. Although there are numerous references to Greek tragedy in Heidegger's vast corpus, herein we focus on 3 of Heidegger's readings of Greek tragedy, offering an interpretation of the holy, elucidating the manner in which this concept is foundational to his reading of Greek tragedy, which opened the ancients to the holy and invited their participation in and potential appropriation of its truth for the sake of their historical destiny. Heidegger's notion of the holy stands in contrast to the holy or holiness of God found in the primary doctrines of both Judaism and Christianity, where, as William Barclay asserts, it is God that makes the world a place of holy dwelling and not the reverse, that is, the holy is not a phenomenon conceived as somehow antecedent to God. 9. It is possible to grasp this Christian view by turning to Plato's dilemma presented in the Euthyphro, where we encounter Socrates posing the following question to the priest Euthyphro when discussing piety, or the issue of the holy: is that which is holy loved by the gods because it is holy, or is it holy because it is loved by the gods? 10. We note that the Attic Greek hogiotes indicates that the holy is the property of the gods, not appropriated or permitted to man's use. 11. Christianity relates to the second horn of Plato's dilemma, whereas Heidegger's understanding of the holy relates to the first. For in Heidegger's view, the gods are only as gods in the first instance because they dwell within the presence of the holy, and with the loss of the holy as described, the gods become fugitives from the scene because they are dependent on the holy for their divine and sacred stature, and with this view, Heidegger's philosophy is irreducible to either theology or Christian philosophy. 12. For Heidegger is emphatic that the Christian tradition has impeded and even obscured our coming to know the Greek world. 13. For Heidegger, the holy is more primordial than an antecedent to the sacred, the divine, and the gods. The holy is the essential sphere of divinity, which in turn alone affords a dimension for the God and for God. 14. It is the holy, when radiating as the prevailing power itself, that is necessary for the gods to be as gods and for holy names to gather their power to communicate what is sacred and divine. As related to the Euthyphro dilemma, based on Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin's poetry, the holy is not holy because it is divine, rather the divine is divine because it is holy. 15. And the holy itself is nature, and physis holds everything, even the gods, in life. 16. Intimating the holy in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus, Prometheus, and necessity. In Heidegger's analysis of world and historical founding art, the origin of the work of art, we encounter the ancient Greek temple that gathers worshippers in community, and through their participation in the truth happening of the temple's work being, their world or open relational context is revealed and given legitimacy as it is firmly set upon the earth, which rises and juts through the world. 17. The earth is a primordial power that emerges and lights up the Greeks' historical dwelling, consecrating the ground upon which they founded their existence, and as Heidegger contends, the Greeks early called this emerging and rising in itself and in all things physis. 18. When the Greeks came to worship, in the rising presence of the earth, which alone granted the gods their divine power, the statue erected as the centerpiece of the temple was never present before them as a cold, sterile marble likeness of one or another deity. Rather, in the work-being of the temple, the statue came alive, they were in the presence of the God himself. 19. The unique experience of the Greeks in the midst of the holy revealed a world alive with historical potential, permeated by a sense of wonder, and according to Heidegger, the ever-present sense of the holy common to the Greek experience was also gathered and communicated through linguistic works, for example, poetry, and most specifically Greek tragedy, both of which poetize the holy. To poetize the holy in Greek tragedy, in a proto-philosophical manner, as McNeill observes, is not merely to depict narrative, dramatic events, but instead to give life to an essential poetic dwelling, accomplished in its being by the poiesis of a world that occurs in each case as mythos. 20. Poets and tragedians do not simply employ words in an ordinary manner, rather they allow language to speak through them. This is the basis of what Heidegger calls projective saying. 21. As stated, Greek tragedy was anything but a staged spectacle depicting and representing dramatic events for the purpose of entertainment or cathartic release. Instead, as Heidegger emphasizes, Greek tragedy poetizes the struggle between the old and new gods as waged and fought in the work-being of the tragedy, the place of all nearness and remoteness of the gods. 22. Within which the Greeks in attendance participated as preservers of the work. In such attuned moments, the holy and the God is invoked into the openness of his presence. 23. And in the midst of the opening of the holy, the ground is consecrated and the sacrifices and dedications to the God acquire legitimacy. So powerful was the Greeks' encounter with the holy, occurring through the rising of earth, that it attuned and transformed their world, and in every instance they fought a battle and put up for decision and choice, what holy and what unholy, what great and what is small, what brave and what cowardly, what lofty and what flighty, what master and what slave. 24. We introduced the notion of physis, which Susan Schoenbohm defines as an originary process that enables and allows the presence of things to come into appearance. 25. And thus physis is inseparable from unconcealment and aletheia. Beyond this, Heidegger claims that physis had a broad and expansive meaning for the Greeks. It referred to heaven and earth and human history as the work of humans and the God, and, in addition, the Greeks understood physis as the event of standing forth arising from the concealed and thus enabling the concealed to take its stand for the first time. 26. Capobianco highlights the arising and subsequent enabling power of physis within his perceptive reading of the phenomenon, making the distinction between that which prevails and prevailing as such. First, physis as unaided bringing forth is set off from techne, the knowledge associated with aided bringing forth. Physis indicates whatever prevails and persists in its manifestation. Second, physis points beyond what prevails to the prevailing of whatever prevails, prevailing as such. 27. This is expressive of the omnipresence of physis, which Heidegger links with the primordial earth component as paired with the world in relation to historical founding works of art, for the earth is the sheltering that is intrinsic to physis. 28. For Heidegger, drawing on Hölderlin's poetry, the earth is living and dynamic, everything arises from the earth and returns to it. The earth, as a sheltering agent. 29. Is revelatory, but it is also, in a more primordial and essential way, concealing and continually self-secluding. 30. Heidegger observes that Hölderlin names nature the holy. 31. And claims that the earth is older than the ages and above the gods. 32. That is, the earth, is the holy, and always remains unbroken and whole. 33. Capobianco observes that physis nature structurally precedes and exceeds any kind and level of meaning, it can never be mastered. As Greek tragedy shows us, and is never exhausted by sense or meaning. 34. And here we refer to the understanding and mastering of physis nature through calculative knowledge commonly associated with the applied sciences. McNeill echoes these thoughts when observing that what is given in tragedy, is never secured by knowledge alone, not even the highest philosophical knowing, that of theorein, which is a finite mode of knowing, but instead is implicated in a poiesis that is not merely human or within the control of the finite human perspective on the world. 35 Related to the Holy and Greek tragedy, it is crucial to note that Heidegger claims, it was not in natural processes that the Greeks first experienced physis, but the other way around, on the basis of a fundamental experience of being in poetry and thought. 36 Heidegger first seriously turns to Greek tragedy to illuminate his developing philosophy of history, necessity, and destiny in the Rector's address, the self-assertion of the German university, with the focus on reconceptualizing the power of human knowledge, or as Veronique Fati asserts, the relationship between German Dasein, the original Greek essence of science. 37 Heidegger introduces Aeschylus' tragedy, Prometheus Bound, highlighting a view of heavenly or holy necessity, which as Fati contends, offers an interpretation focused on a static figure of the enigma that is later replaced in Heidegger's further analyses of tragedy with being's historicality and temporality. 38 We return to this issue of stasis, and to a lesser degree, temporality, in relation to necessity after examining Heidegger's brief interpretation of the exchange between Prometheus and the chorus, which initially appears to dramatize the resignation of Prometheus to his fate. However, Heidegger understands things differently. He reads the tragedy as poetizing something revelatory and heroic in philosophical terms relating to what can be understood as a pervasive, enigmatic, and primordial divine force that transcends both humans and divinities. Zeus chains Prometheus to a rock of adamantine and tortures him for stealing fire from the gods, with the aim of delivering technological power to humanity. The chorus expresses sympathy for Prometheus, pleading, "Do not, after helping men to your own hurt/neglect to save yourself from torment." To which Prometheus responds, "Fate fulfills all in time," indicating that his freedom will come only after enduring countless pains, and Prometheus' rejoinder continues, serving as the focus of Heidegger's reading, "Cunning is feebleness beside necessity." 39 Heidegger translates the Greek, techni di ananx asthenastera macro, as knowledge is far less powerful than necessity, and he observes that into the speech of Prometheus, Aeschylus puts an adage that expresses the essence of knowledge. 40 And the prophetic message is that all human knowledge of things remains in advance at the mercy of overpowering fate and fails before it. 41 According to Heidegger, it is Prometheus's recognition that human knowledge is radically limited in the face of what is destined beyond the human being that qualifies him as the first philosopher. Prometheus, through philosophical insight, is attuned to the preordained, ontological inevitability that historical necessity is a power beyond human wisdom, manifesting in the radical indeterminacy of human destiny that this tragedy seeks to understand, and this for the ancient Greeks, as we have indicated, is found in their authentic relationship to that which lies beyond their sure and certain grasp, inspiring their openness to and receptivity of the enigmatic force of the holy. The single line quoted from Aeschylus, as Dennis Schmidt observes, is presented by Heidegger without context. There is no analysis of the overarching mythological story inspiring Prometheus's recognition and assertion. 42 And if we look closer at the dialogue following the line Heidegger cites, an undeniable sense of the holy emerges, a view within which even the so-called power of fate is under the charge of because it is less powerful than necessity. We note that the chorus, rather than focusing on fate, asks Prometheus whether or not Zeus holds power over necessity, and whose hand on the helm controls necessity. 43 In relation to the holy in terms of the prevailing that prevails as such, the tragedy poetizes the holy as an immemorial force, which is personified in the female cosmic goddess Necessity. 44 Who instantiates all that is inescapable and inevitable, a holy power that is unassailable. Necessity in Greek myth rules the heavens and commands the Moirai and the Erinyes, and even the gods can't escape her supreme power and rule. For example, Prometheus is clear that Zeus is below necessity, and for the chorus, the daughters of Oceanus, this astonishing revelation represents the supreme holy truth that had hitherto remained concealed, cloaked in mystery. 45 The goddess Necessity is often portrayed as bearing a heavenly torch as she shelters, radiates, and wields the gleaming, luminescent light of the holy. The originary fire from above, and for the Greeks, as Heidegger contends, tragedy inspired the Greeks awakening to the blazing brightness of the heavenly fire. 46 This image and theme of fire and light continues through our analysis, because for Heidegger, it is fire that ultimately signifies the essence of the holy, not only as it streaks across the ancient skies but also as it rises up and through the flames of the homely hearth, which is the center of being for the Greeks as Heidegger understands this issue. Capobianco provides insight into the phenomenon of glowing and gleaming in Hölderlin's poetry, as this is related to nature as the luminous phenomenon as captured in the German word das Glänzen, noting that nature does not just shine, it gleams, and this gleaming is a höheres Erscheinen, a higher appearance or higher revealing, which also suggests something more elevated, sublime, and holy. 47 This notion of gleaming, as consistent with our analysis, is inseparable from the unconcealment of holy nature, indicating that it stands higher than, and shines brighter than, and first makes possible, the conception and experience of nature as landscape, or collection of natural entities. In relation to our reading of the holy, we return to explore Fadi's claim that Heidegger, in the self-assertion of the German university, provides us with the static, reified figure of the enigmatic necessity, and only later, in Introduction to Metaphysics, moves to offer a more dynamic, fluid, and indeterminate model grounded in the relationship between historical Dasein to being's historicality and temporality. Is there a way to embrace a sense of stability in relation to necessity and the holy in Heidegger's reading of 1933 without invoking the onto-theological idea of a reified or hypostatized notion of the holy, which would run contrary to Heidegger's thought? It is possible, if we turn to Capobianco's enlightening reading of what we have termed physis earth or physis nature, for there we encounter a view that retains and necessitates both the sense of stability and the indelibility of the primordial temporality of the holy. It is also possible to explore this issue without granting a radical turn or change to Heidegger's view of the holy as encountered in other readings, for example, as we find in Heidegger's reading of Sophoclean tragedy in Hölderlin's Der Ister lecture course, which is analyzed in the next section. Exploring Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin's late poem, The View, Capobianco contributes to the understanding of the essential perdurance of nature, that nature completes the images of the seasons / that nature stays, as the seasons glide along in haste / is from fulfillment, then high heaven gleams / upon the people. 48 Nature is the holy and it stays because it is whole, for all that is given comes and goes, arrives and departs, the seasons, the suffering of Prometheus, the indeterminate historical dwelling of Dasein, but the giving itself, as nature and the holy, stays and perdures. Remains one, whole, simple, complete. 49 And this understanding, as Capobianco carefully notes, does not speak to any kind of traditional onto-theology, 50 but reflects instead a radically anti-anthropocentric view that expresses profound reverence for nature as the holy. This concept, as related to what was introduced as nature in terms of the prevailing as such, perdures as a primordial temporal phenomenon. Indeed, the finite temporality of Dasein is structured as it is only because it is correlated to the temporality of physis earth as that which prevails as such, as that which remains and perdures while the world's events glide along in haste. It is necessity that, as the holy, in its unwavering omnipresence that keeps everything together in the undamaged immediateness of its film law. 51 In Heidegger's reading of Aeschylus, the holy as necessity is at once the prevailing of whatever prevails and prevailing as such. 52 Anticipating our analysis of Sophoclean tragedy, Robert Bernasconi emphasizes that the holy is both on the one hand, the immediate, chaos, and on the other hand, it is mediacy, law. 53 Moving forward, we further develop Heidegger's claim that physis earth does not derive from the gods, but rather the gods themselves have their being by virtue of nature's powers. 54 Hölderlin inspires the view that the holy, older than the age and above the gods, is what essentially decides in advance concerning men and gods, whether they are, and how they are, and when they are. 55 For in the presence of the holy, the Greeks displayed their perseverance in the face of a stance that was initially one of wonder and astonishment. 56 Heidegger argues, in relation to the Greeks' relationship to the holy, that tragedy nurtures and facilitates their attunement and transformation, and in such moments, all that is questioned becomes truly question-worthy, for in the presence of the holy questioning is no longer simply a preliminary stage to the answer as knowledge, a stage that we can put behind us, but questioning will itself become the highest form of knowledge. 57 We learn from both the Greeks and Heidegger that authentic or essential questioning compels us to simplify our gaze to the extreme in order to focus on what is inescapable. 58. 2 Sophoclean Tragedy and the Holy. Oedipus, Antigone, Measure, and Law. When Heidegger turns to Sophoclean tragedy in Introduction to Metaphysics, he focuses on both Oedipus Rex and briefly on Oedipus in Colonus and, in far greater detail, the Antigone. And this tragedy is reinterpreted in the lecture course Hold Erlen's Hymn der Ister. Schmidt makes the observation that in Heidegger's reading, it is not deeds such as the murder of Lewis or marriage to his mother Jocasta that are responsible for his suffering, rather it is the excessive side of Oedipus, the excess of speculative power. 59 This notion of excessive side is expressed by Hold Erlen within the lines of the poem, in lovely blueness, perhaps King Oedipus has one eye too many, 60 and we explore this idea as we move from Introduction to Metaphysics to Heidegger's later essay, Poetically Man Dwells. Interpreting Hold Erlen's poem, taking a lesson from Oedipus, Heidegger shows what is required by Dasein to poetically dwell on the earth under the heavenly sky in the presence of the mystery and enigma we call the holy, that is, an attuned relationship to that which exceeds us in holding our potential for the appropriation of our destiny, our historical dwelling. Oedipus Rex is a tragic study in human subjecthood, decision, and choice, highlighting the unfolding of the essential relationship between physis and aletheia. 61 The primordial antagonism between concealment and unconcealment, with the foreboding sense that oftentimes self-knowledge is inseparable from the annihilation of the self. For Heidegger stresses that Oedipus's self-knowledge occurs in relation to and in terms of the openness to physis and its self-concealing essence, for Dasein, withholding such openness, facing potential dangers that have been brought to light, for example, language first opens Dasein to the threat of losing its being means nothing other than giving up its own essence. 62 It is possible to state that Oedipus hubristically overstepped bounds, and when his own essence was revealed to him in the clarifying light of unconcealment, he can endure only by gouging out his eyes, that is, by placing himself outside of all light, and in his blindness he is most clearly revealed to the people as the man he is. 63 The vile plague of Thebes that he zealously sought to eradicate. Heidegger observes, there always remains the question whether blindness derives from some deficit and loss, a naturally occurring physical affliction, or in the boundary-shattering abomination of abundance and excess. 64 Although Heidegger does not invoke this notion, Oedipus's tragic fate is relatable to the cosmic relationship between hubris and nemesis, a goddess linked to necessity who is assigned the task of meting out divine punishment when the cosmic order has been assaulted through hubristic acts that defy established limits and flagrantly violate the divine or holy order. The Greek mnemein means to mete out one's just share or administer justice and retribution for hubristic, limit-destroying, or boundary-shattering actions. In Oedipus's case, it is a form of hubris that leads to his destruction and tragic fall, and when the chorus listens in horror to the messenger's recounting of Oedipus's self-blinding with the brooches of Jocasta, they appear to have already peered into the heart of the matter that Hold Erlen poetizes, namely, that Oedipus has transgressed what we might call holy boundaries. Oh, unhappy man, what madness has come on you? Who is the unearthly foe that, with a bound of more than mortal range, has made your ill-starred life his prey? 65 This bound or boundary of which the chorus speaks is indicative of the range, scope, and power that is beyond us, but required, as Heidegger contends, if we are to come to our proper dwelling place on the earth beneath the sky and divinities, for it is against the holy that we must measure ourselves in order to receive the true measure and breadth of our mortal being in the world. Hold Erlen's observation that King Oedipus has one eye too many serves as a warning regarding the fundamental condition grounding Western culture, that we are lost to the fate of clinging to scientific or technical knowledge grounded in metaphysics, which is erroneously embraced as a salvific force, and this constitutes the tragic belief in the invincible power of human progress. Oedipus shows us that we require an entirely different metaphysical depth. We need what the Greeks experienced, namely, a fundamental relationship to the being of beings as a whole, a relationship that is well founded and built truly. 66 which indicates that we must learn to dwell near and where the authentic saving power resides, opening the potential for embracing a view of knowledge and self that outstrips all modern subjectivisms and psychologisms. 67 in Poetically Man Dwells, this understanding of a poetic earthly dwelling and self-knowledge that is well-founded and truly built, is expressed in Heidegger's view of what we have referenced as holy measure, which is engendered by Hölderlin's poetry. As stated, we arrive at the proper gauge for our dwelling only when measuring against the heavenly, 68 the unknown God. However, we note that it is not the divine God that truly serves as the human's metron. Instead, as our analysis makes clear, it is the holy itself. For it is the case that when measuring our finite existence against the prevailing as such, to find the proper metron for human dwelling, we do not submit to the God, but to the appearance in the sky and heavens of the alien element to which the unknown God has yielded, 69 that is, the self-concealing holy enigma. The measure taking required is not a common measure, a quantitative calculating of some distance in space, consisting of points and coordinates. Indeed, what Heidegger terms our unpoetic dwelling, our inability to take holy measure, is rooted in the curious excess of frantic measuring and calculating. 70 instead, the measure of which Heidegger speaks is an essential ontological form of measuring in which Dasein first comes into its authentic temporal historical dwelling by gauging itself against the awesome and incalculable powers of the holy in the presence of the unknown God while spanning and holding itself in the dimension between heaven and earth, between the sky and the ground that bears up Dasein's dwelling. In order for Dasein to come into its authentic historical dwelling, it must locate, establish, and continually re-establish its ties to the holy, for man does not undertake this spanning just now and then, rather, man is man at all in this spanning. 71 As related to our analysis of the holy and upward-looking measurement, Bernasconi describes the holy as immediate in the sense that it does not arise from mediation, and when considering the relationship between gods and human beings, which both belong to the holy is strict mediacy. 72 Thus, from Greek tragedy it is possible to receive the proper gauge for assessing our potential historical vocation, our potential way of building, thinking, and dwelling poetically that is wholly unique to our historical epoch. What Hölderlin poetizes about our relationship to the sublime and enigmatic sway of the holy, in the precarious and dangerous search for self-knowledge, as related to Oedipus Rex, is captured accurately in the Delphos Grammatiae. Know thyself. Importantly, as opposed to indicating that self-knowledge is possible through meditative and sustained self-reflection, the internalization of consciousness, this epigram serves as a warning to learn and abide by human limits, which are revealed, as we have learned through Heidegger and Hölderlin, when we measure ourselves against that which is beyond us, that which prevails as such and is itself ontologically beyond all measure. As classicist Jean-Pierre Vernant notes, know thyself meant for the Greeks, learn your limits, know that you are a mortal man, do not attempt to be the gods' equal, and this epigram is in no way urging the Greeks to turn their gaze inward to discover themselves inside their I, or the interiority of the ego, for as Vernant contends, learning for the Greeks always took the form of turning outward, or looking upward, searching for inspiration through measure 73. This is why Heidegger stresses that we must return to the Greeks in order to learn from Oedipus that the human application of knowledge, as it is understood, shaped, and guided by Western metaphysics, does not demand what is authentic, for the concealed will to transform beings for the openness of Dasein calls for more, 74 and is indeed grounded in that which is beyond us, that which prevails over our ephemeral, earthly dwelling. Heidegger's 1942 reading of the Antigone, in the lecture course Hölderlin's hymn The Ister, is crucial to our interpretation of the holy. In Heidegger's reading of Oedipus, we encountered the evasiveness or blindness to the opening and approach of his destiny from out of the depths and concealed essence of the holy. Oedipus failed to take measure of the holy and hubristically overestimated the power of human knowledge while ignoring the lawful limits set in advance of human concerns. Conversely, Antigone's actions and her story demonstrate an intimate understanding of human limits, and the essence of the tragedy lies in Antigone taking upon herself the unhomely to arrive at her being at home in relation to the holy. As earlier stated, in Introduction to Metaphysics, Heidegger provides an extensive analysis of the chorus in the Antigone, in which, as Capobianco points out, the human essence is primordially unsettled and unheimlich, and thus is not at home in relation to being and the overpowering. 75 Yet Heidegger's return to Antigone in 1942 is in no way a repetition as some have suggested, 76 and in fact represents a reversal. Capobianco brings our attention to what Heidegger states in his reading that is often overlooked by commentators, and this is the care to become at home, which reveals that the human being, as the unhomely one, is nonetheless primordially at home in being, 77 but is initially unaware of home as home. 78 Antigone must find her way through the unhomely in a resolute manner, as if through a foreign land, in order to come to recognize being as home and to dwell at the source. 79 The hearth, the originary site of being and becoming homely, in this reading is no longer the site of inauthentic Dasein, as we encounter in the 1935 reading, and is rather the site of being at home in a primordial way, for as related to our analysis, the chorus is actually pointing beyond the human being's unsettledness unto the hearth, the site of the holy, the place where human beings primordially belong. 80 Exploring this issue, we return to the understanding of evasiveness as introduced in our reading of Oedipus, for as Antigone comes to terms with what is indeed most homely within the unhomely, the evasiveness we describe relates to the inauthentic turn from the site of the home, the hearth, and the holy. Heidegger's initial concern is with two Greek terms in the choral ode, polita dianakauten anthropodianoteron pelei, and the key terms are dianon and pelei, and these terms are intimately related to and consistent with what we have thus described in relation to the holy in Greek tragedy. Dianon can be understood as that which is wondrous or awe-inspiring, but also refers to the fearful, the powerful, the inhabitable, in that what is dianon essentially exceeds everything habitual. 81 An understanding derived from Hölderlin's poetizing of Sophoclean tragedy. Capobianco observes that dianon indicates that the human being is das unheimlich Sein, the most unsettled, and therefore, unheimus, not at home, or unhomely. 82 In Heidegger's earlier reading of Antigone, Capobianco notes that the unsettled nature of human beings is intrinsically unhomely because it constitutively forgets being, for in and through its immersion in beings, it can find no home, no ultimate ground or meaning among beings. 83 Yet, as Capobianco further observes, in Heidegger's second reading in 1942, being as home is the proper destination of the human being, and this is the leitmotif of the reading. Antigone comes to be at home when recognizing, and further, appropriating, the ontological truism that her being toward death, and her ultimate possibilities for existing, are granted by physis earth, that which stands beyond and prevails above even the gods. With this idea, Heidegger removes the tragic Greeks, who were proto-philosophical, from the latent philosophical subjectivism that haunts Western metaphysics. When discussing the term Pelion, Heidegger states that in Homer and Hesiod, Pelion is the usual word for ina, which we translate as being. 84 We include in this initial definition the idea that Pelion also refers to what is more uncanny and looms or stirs beyond the human being. Pelion is the stirring and looming, abiding in itself amid change, emerging from out of itself, and this, as we are already familiar with, is what the Greeks otherwise call physis. 85 That is, physis earth. In terms that are now familiar, Heidegger indicates that Pelion and its persistence and movement, is the prevailing of that which prevails as such, for Pelion stirs itself of its own accord, and does not flow away but remains and abides within itself, in its surging, and in the depths of its abysmal essence, in its concealed presencing, lies a stillness and tranquility amid constant unconcealed absencing and presencing. 86 Heidegger's claim in this 1942 reading of the tragedy is that there is a tendency for us to turn from our homely essence and flee in the face of it, to expend our energies in all directions, and through a multiplicity of actions as a form of ontological escapism or the evasiveness that resists the homeward turn. We arrive everywhere and yet everywhere come to nothing, for none of these activities, once we have fled from and ignored our essence for Heidegger, ever prove sufficient to fulfill and sustain essence. 87 We flee in the face of what is essential because we are the catastrophe. We instantiate the ontological potential of the tragic reversal that turns way from own essence. 88 This notion, we might say, is the authenticity of Antigone in relation to her finding and choosing her proper place of dwelling, appropriating her destiny within the world as it is given in advance by a force that remains silent and unnamed in the tragedy. This is described as taking up or bearing up a suffering under as Pavian the full weight of the unknown, and when choosing her essence, she is informed in advance by what Heidegger labels Fronian, or what we might term intuitive tragic wisdom, which originates from the innermost middle of human essence. 89 McNeill also asserts that Fronian is the all-determinate origin of her actions. 90 The understanding of what she must do in accordance with a law that by necessity stands beyond both the gods of the higher realm, such as Zeus, and the gods and goddesses of the lower realm, Dike, and is, as Heidegger claims, something that pervasively attunes human beings, and yet is neither born of nor traceable to any human ordinance, for human ordinances have no rule or power over this law, because human laws fall emphatically below what prevails even beyond the gods. 91 Indeed, Capobianco's reading highlights the sense of Antigone's attunement to the law of the holy. Her being in awe and in admiration before that which commands respect and awe. 92 Antigone's actions, her anointing the body of Polynices and in a ceremonial manner, covering his corpse with dirt in order for his soul to find rest, is the moment of choosing her essence, and this choice is inexplicable in terms of familial duty born of blood or responsibility to human morality, laws of the polis, or edicts passed by Creon, but rather her choice instantiates what is promised in advance to a higher power and law, to what is fitting and what is destined to her from the realm of whatever prevails beyond. 93 And, as McNeill stresses, although what prevails from beyond is nothing determinate, it nevertheless prevails and even lives. 94 With an undeniable immediacy and pressing force, and yet the holy as we have described it, as stated, remains unsaid and unnamed by Sophocles in the drama. Heidegger observes that when Antigone is brought before Creon, he demands to know why Antigone has transgressed the law he has established forbidding the burial of Polynices, the precise type of law, as stated, that gives structure and organization to the human polis. Antigone defiantly informs Creon that his laws have no authority over her, and she steadfastly declares that no mortal law of the state could override the unwritten and unfailing statutes of heaven, for their life is not of today or yesterday, but for all time. No man knows when they were first put forth. 95 Prior to being led off by Creon's guards, Antigone cries out, "See what I suffer, and from whom, because I feared to cast away the fear of heaven." 96 Although Creon sentences Antigone to death, it is she who actually chooses death, and despite Creon later overturning Antigone's sentence on the advice of the chorus, his new decree holds no power, for Antigone has already taken her life, and in doing so has traversed, endured, and overcome her unsettledness, the fearful and inhabitual experience 97 of the Nothathome. For Heidegger, Antigone's death is ultimately her becoming homely, constituting her belonging to being. 98 So, in her choosing to ceremoniously bury her brother and end her life, in service to what stands above the gods and human law, Antigone accepts and then appropriates her unhomeliness Pavian to Dianon Tauto and, as McNeill recognizes, knowingly takes upon herself her being towards death, the dying that is Antigone's belonging to being, which is her homecoming from out of the experience of being unsettled. This is the dying that belongs, 99 not to Antigone, but rather to being or the holy itself. Here, we must return to Heidegger's words when speaking about Antigone and the attuned choices she makes. The essence of her being at home is the return to the site of the holy, which for the Greeks is physis, 100 and hence traceable to the earth. Homecoming for Antigone is a return to her primordial belonging to the holy earth, her enlightened recognition and appropriation of the source, which is possible in the first instance because she is immersed in the pervasive unfolding of physis, in its movement from out of concealment and back. Importantly, Capobianco emphasizes that at the heart of the unsettled experience of Dasein, there is already an intimation of this sublime, primordial home, which we have identified as the holy. However, it is obscured because of Dasein's immersion in and attention to beings, manifesting as the fear before that which commands respect and awe, the power, in the sense of standing out into the powerful itself, and the unusual, indicating the sense of potentially going beyond the habitual and accustomed to stand out into what is extraordinary. 101 Antigone is attuned to the homely source, the holy, and so chooses the necessary path to traverse the path of the unhomely, taking up and suffering under the unknown, and Heidegger names this her ultimate action, which is the choosing of a destiny as that which alone is fitting, and in her actions and undertaking, Heidegger locates the supreme action and proper history of humankind. 102 For to move through the foreign, the unhomely, in order to experience the return home is to accomplish Dasein's homecoming. By means of Phronion, Antigone knows precisely what is fitting and destined to her from the realm of whatever prevails beyond. 103 We have referred to what is destined as the holy, the law of necessity, that which engenders authentic measure for humanity, beyond Zeus, Dike, and all human nomoi. In Hölderlin's poetizing of Sophoclean tragedy, as related to our reading of Antigone's actions and her death, the holy is the law which ordains its measure in a different way than does human law. The holy reigns above all dispositions, and is properly above men and gods. 104 Based on the ground covered, we know that what essentially prevails as that which is to be poetized cannot be a being. 105 Or supreme deity as in traditional monotheistic religions, and since it is not a being or entity, it cannot be identified as something actual, and as a result, therefore always appears to be nothing. 106 And so it can only be said, intimated, or sung through a language that poetizes, or given through, as we have shown, the poetizing mimesis of the mythos of Sophoclean tragedy. Concluding thoughts. We who are banished from the hearth, the sight of the holy. The chorus in the Antigone emphatically declares that those who have forgotten their indebtedness to the holy and refuse to take up the full weight of to the unknown will continue to live in the destitute time of the flight of the gods, never to return and reside in their company. As Capobianco recognizes, in inauthenticity we remain unsettled because we have forgotten that we are primordially at home in nearness to being, the source of all beings, and unlike Antigone, we fail to take up unsettledness and unhomeliness resolutely. 107 It might be said that we are the unsettled ones that the chorus claims cannot be entrusted to their sacred hearth, which is the being present to the homely hearth. It is the hearth where the illuminating and generative flames of the holy rise up to the heavens, for example, within the gods' temples and in the warmth of the home's hearth and, as with all sites of human habitation. As Heidegger points out, this is where the fire from heaven has its secure local and, as this local, lit and engendered by the spirit of the holy, it gathers around it all that properly occurs and is bestowed. 108 Cathy Leblanc raises the issue of the usefulness of Heidegger's thought, concluding that to learn from Heidegger, we must first listen to his language, allowing ourselves to be attuned by its sway and oscillation to the end of inspiring and installing a mood, which holds the positive and transformative power to lead us to the consideration of ideas overlooked by Western metaphysics, leading us down new and potentially rewarding paths of thought. For Leblanc, Heidegger's philosophy offers the potential to counter the scattering effect of today's timing, today's often distressful way of life, which is highlighted by agitation and unmanageable stress. 109 Let us briefly consider a philosophical, or thoughtful, lesson from our reading of the holy in Greek tragedy. In this Anthropocene era, which John Gray links to the devastating effects of secular humanism, we are now experiencing and indeed participating in the domination and seemingly inevitable destruction of the planet. 110 The rise and domination of secular humanism is a phenomenon spawned by a certain metaphysics of presence as described so often, in so many different contexts, by Heidegger, who radically challenges this anthropocentric view, the subjectivism that is detrimental to the human community. As we have argued, it is the earth or physis that should serve as the true measure for the human being, and as Capobianco observes, Heidegger wants us to understand, through an event of reattunement, that we have lost the ability to hear the names of being as the Greeks heard them. 111 If we are able to truly hear these names again, then we will, in Capobianco's words, come to recognize that there is more, always more, to manifestation, a richness of showing, a reserve of appearing, that can never be fully tapped. Physis endlessly arising and we endlessly astonished. 112 When addressing the issue of subjectivism, Heidegger is clear that what is required for the originary community is the relationship to the holy, as we have discussed in the lecture course, Hold Erlen's Hymns Germania and the Rhine. The notion of the originary community is intimately linked to Dasein's historicality, occurring only when each individual is bound in advance to something that binds and determines every individual in exceeding them, that is, based on our interpretation, the holy must be allowed to manifest for appropriation in a way where its advent is neither reducible to the individual taken alone nor to the human community as such. 113 According to Heidegger, the potential exists to experience the return of the holy only when the loss and absence of the holy strikes with existential immediacy, when our historical Dasein, in a mode of fundamental attunement, endures the need of its godlessness and its fragmentation. 114 Heidegger philosophizes a double loss. The default of the god forebodes something even grimmer, for it is not only the case that the gods have fled, but the divine radiance has become extinguished in the world's history. 115 This is because the flight of the gods has been obscured in our unsettled times, and Heidegger claims that we become aware of the flight of the gods and our destitute state only when we are transformed within the revelatory power of the attunement of holy morning, which occurs in relation to the power of the holy earth. Holy morning must not be conceived as expressing an isolated whining over some loss or other, neither should it be thought of as a burdensome sadness about everything and nothing. 116 Instead, it is a knowing that takes seriously the matter. We take the loss of the gods to heart, and this attuned knowing, is the purest form of remaining with the gods and the divinity that is no longer fulfilled. 117 Holy morning gives rise to distress and engenders our authentic search for the traces of the fugitive gods, which includes the anticipatory listening for the reticent hints of their potential return while abiding in the darkness of the world's night, suspended in the deafening silence of the gods' abandonment. The knowing associated with attunement is Endenken or remembrance, which is thinking of what has been, in distinction to what is simply past, and it is at once thinking in anticipation of what is on the approach, but not yet fulfilled. What is on the approach is the festival, which is sent by the holy and finds its determinate ground in the holy. 118 As stated, this festive attunement is more primordial than all other forms of human attunement, and as McNeill brings to our attention, this indicates it is more primordial than either mourning and joy. 119 And the attunement of the festival occurred for the ancients through their participation in Greek tragedy, an event inspiring the communion of humans and gods, united in the presence of the holy. In returning to the Greeks and tragedy, Heidegger shows us what once was, and beyond, what might be or become, revealing to us through Greek tragedy the time of primordial decision for the essential order of the future of gods and humanity. 120 To move into the truth of tragedy, that which tragedy poetizes, requires that we encounter the gods and once again speak their essence, and Heidegger suggests that we already, although in an obscured and concealed manner, intuit what lies beyond the gods, and that is the true living potential of spirit, that is, the power of nature, the holy that essentially works in its prevailing to give life to and maintain the sacred. 121 Harboring the potential to inspire our earthly dwelling. under the sky and the heavens to new and unforeseen heights. Heidegger, turning to Heraclitus, provides an analogy to our discussion of the holy in the Greek experience of tragedy when translating fragment 119, ethos anthropodaimon, which is usually rendered, a man's character is his daimon. However, Heidegger is unsatisfied with this translation, claiming that it thinks in a modern way and not a Greek one. 122 Heidegger offers a unique reading that suggests ethos actually refers to the open region of being. For Heidegger does not read ethos in terms of what is commonly understood as ethics in Aristotle. Instead, Heidegger claims ethos refers to the more original sense of an adobe or intimate place of dwelling, and beyond this, Heidegger identifies ethos as the primordial side of the holy, that which pertains to the essence of the human being, as that which resides in nearness to him. 123 When attuned to the holy, all human dwelling instantiates the vocation and task of respectfully preserving, holding near and dear, the advent of what belongs to the human being in his essence. 124 That is, the arrival and manifestation of the holy. Concluding, along with Heidegger, with a slight modification, it is possible to understand Heraclitus as poetizing the following: the human being authentically dwells in his essence as a human being only in the enigmatic pervasiveness and perdurance of the omnipresent holy. Through Hölderlin we learn that tragedy is a hymn in praise of and in celebration of the holy, and it is Greek tragedy that poetizes what is above and beyond humans, bringing it together into the sharpness and force of the unique ray through which is allotted to man, in order to bestow it. 125 This is where Hölderlin's brilliance lies, according to Heidegger, in recognizing that the essential condition of the poet, much as for the ancient Greeks, is grounded not in the reception of the god, but in the embrace of the holy. 126. In the short trajectory of time from being and time one to basic problems of phenomenology, Martin Heidegger fled from space. Viewed historically against the prolific output of Heidegger's whole corpus, the distance between these two works is barely an interval. Yet many shifts are in this interval. Whereas space is interwoven with temporality as transcendence in being and time, the Heidegger of basic problems goes to almost excruciating lengths to excise space from time. He treats space as mere interval. The reasons for and artificiality of this project of excision, of diametric oppositional splitting of space from time, need to be explored as part of an argument for a spatial condition of the holy. The focus here is not primarily on the totality of the holy but on a key spatial condition for the experience of the holy, for the holy to unfold, unveiled in experience. This may be a manifold unveiling, including through disparate sense modalities and states of content of experience, yet it arguably shares a common supporting condition in spatial structural terms, framing experience. The holy is being postulated as a spatial framing projection underlying key features of Heidegger's thought, a movement of relative expansion and openness in experience, in both experiential structure and content. The matter in basic problems n. Introducing the dynamic between diametric and concentric spaces. The process of unveiling bears a heavy burden of explanation in basic problems, while the unconcealment of truth as aletheia is a pervasive dimension. Chapter 9. Retrieving and constructing a spatial phenomenology of the holy in the early Heidegger. Paul Downs. Of Heidegger's later thought, invoked also in being and time, and aletheia is explicitly associated with unveiling in basic problems. 3. In basic problems, unveiling is invoked for a wide array of phenomenological dimensions, namely, time, world, nature, transcendence, truth, perception, intentionality, cognition, and poetry, while also being a feature of inauthenticity, as an inauthentic unveiling, and not simply an authentic one. It is as though this unveiling operates as a fractal structure, repeating itself at different levels and modes of experience, a repetition that occurs in dynamic structural terms. Whereas Hans-Georg Gadamer notes that both Heidegger and Hegel share a concern with unveiling, as indeed does Heidegger himself when acknowledging that Hegel wrested concealed things from their hiding places, 4. Gadamer recognizes that Heidegger's unveiling is not the reflected light of Hegel's self-consciousness but a prior concern with unveiling. 5. In Heidegger's words, this is before all reflection. 6. This dynamic unveiling structure is intimately related also with projection. From this, it is a further step to envisage this key unveiling process as a concrete spatial projection, a dynamic spatial structural movement. In Basic Problems, Heidegger expressly links projection and unveiling, with the projection, with the fourth-cast world, that is unveiled from which alone an intraworldy extant entity is uncoverable. 7. Unveiling must itself somehow see, as unveiled, that upon which it projects. 8. This intertwining of unveiling and projection is also linked to temporality. Heidegger asks, how is projection grounded in temporality? In what way is temporality the condition of possibility for the understanding of being? 9. Projection, phenomenological construction, and reduction as retrieval are key methodological concerns of the current argument. For Heidegger, being must always be brought to view in a free projection. This projecting of the antecedently given being upon its being and the structures of its being we call phenomenological construction. 10. A phenomenological construction of the wholly is being postulated as concentric spatially structured experiential conditions. The wholly as a space, a spatial structure of experience, is being understood as an expanded spatial capacity for experience. Expansion is necessarily a relative term, so such a spatial mode of experience is to be distinguished from space as an absolute position. It is neither the terrain of a monistic fusion as obliteration of self in Nietzschean Dionysian Rapture 11 nor the empty mere nonentity space of Cartesian abstraction. 12. While it may be embedded at times in an immersion as dwelling in place, it is to be distinguished from mere space as place or change of place. Heidegger states, for us phenomenological reduction means leading phenomenological vision back from the apprehension of a being to the understanding of the being of this being. 13. This essay will also explore the space of the wholly through a retrieval from loss of this space of the wholly. This loss is not simply a mere nothing but it itself spatially patterned, postulated as diametric space. Projection and unveiling coexist as the dominant governing processes of basic problems. Both of these spatial structural dimensions require amplification in terms of concentric and diametric spaces of relation in relation, as part of a phenomenological construction and retrieval of the wholly. Projection is a fundamental process of movement, prior to causal relations. Very basic aspects of experience are proposed as meaningful in spatial terms as concrete projected structures of diametric and concentric space. This proposed spatial phenomenological approach also adopts a self-referential approach to interrogate the unthought spatial projections underpinning Heidegger's own thought, as projected structures of being. This ambit of inquiry on specific spatial projections in the assumption structure of Heidegger's thought is resonant with early Heidegger's propensity for self-referential thinking. For example, Heidegger of being and time is concerned with the historizing of history 14 and the temporalizing of temporality when asking, is there a way which leads from primordial time to the meaning of being? 15. A similar self-referential questioning occurs when Heidegger asks about the background domain itself over which the ideal and real, intellectus and residential correspond, noting that it is not enough to simply presuppose this relational totality. 16. Thus, Heidegger asks if this background domain is itself real or ideal in its kind of being or neither of these. 17. The current spatial phenomenological approach to uncovering the wholly in Heidegger's phenomenological period can be construed as a spatializing of spatiality. This self-referential background questioning invites a focus on background space itself to challenge metaphysical dimensions of an abstract nonsensory beyond. A diametric spatial structure is one where a circle is split in half by a line which is its diameter, or where a square or rectangle is similarly divided into two equal halves. In a concentric spatial structure, one circle is inscribed in another larger circle. In pure form, the circles share a common central point, a co-center. Jacques Derrida interrogates projections of embodied experience into language and thought to go beyond the Platonic priority given to the visual, for example, to uncover the ear of the other and the haptic. 18. Interrogating fundamental experiential projections into texts is taken in another direction here for primordial experiences of spatial relations that are prior to the five senses, for example, experience of breathing. This is resonant with diverse traditions of associating breath with spirit and with the later Heidegger's references to breath, explored in the final part of this essay. It is these concentric and diametric primordial breath spaces for experience that are unwittingly projected into texts, including Heidegger's seminal concepts. While these breath experiences may be experienced self-consciously, they need not be self-consciously experienced to operate as projected spaces. Without needing to take on board the epistemological commitments of Claude Lévi-Strauss's structuralist reliance on linguistics for interpreting myths, his empiricism, or all of his accounts of such contrasts, it is Lévi-Strauss' key explications of diametric and concentric structures of relation in myth, as well as in physical structures, across diverse cultures 19 that open a pivotal horizon of questioning pertaining to a spatial phenomenology of being. Lévi-Strauss apprehended this spatial horizon in rudimentary fashion, without addressing its ramifications for wider domains such as phenomenology. Diametric and concentric spaces can be understood as mutually interacting spatial projections. This must not, however, be reducible to the anthropocentrism of an existentially a priori anthropology. 20 These spaces are wider than merely subjectivist anthropocentric projections. Space is to be examined as an interactive tension between diametric and concentric structures. A purportedly key distinguishing feature of concentric. Figure 9.1 Diametric dualism, concentric dualism, and diametric structures, observed by Lévi-Strauss, is that they tend to coexist in functional relation. 21 Lévi-Strauss recognizes that they are fundamentally interlinked, so that an increase in one is compensated by decrease in the other. Meaning is in their relative differences, rather than in either space considered in isolated, absolute, or atomistic terms. 3 Geometric contrasts will be identified between concentric and diametric spaces regarding connection/separation, symmetry, and relative openness/closure. Concentric and diametric space cannot be treated simply as absolute positions, as merely positional states, if they are to be fundamental for a Heideggerian questioning. A relative and directional component to both spaces is required. Extracting being from one tethered to categorical assumptions, including mere assertion, in basic problems, Heidegger continues his task of disentangling a conception of existence from Kant, to challenge a Kantian view of existence as absolute position, the Kantian explication of the concept of being or the concept of existence, being equals position, existence equals absolute position. 22 This is an interpretation of being and existence in spatial terms, if only to challenge space as positionality for being. Concentric and diametric spaces are not mere categories but rather a relation, in relational directional tension. Despite subsequent emphasis on the open, on aletheia as disclosure in what is tantamount to a spatial excavation of being, in basic problems, Heidegger not only relies on temporality rather than spatiality as central to the question of being, he also directly retreats from a spatial questioning. This essay not only questions this spatial retreat but treats it as a point of departure for a prior questioning. Concentric space is not being proposed as an abstract, non-sensory mode of experience, but as an accelerated expansion of the sensory through experience of the breath. This spatial phenomenological questioning is a phenomenology through space and not simply of space. This phenomenological concern with the holy is not to reduce the holy to mere subjectivism or simply to Dasein. Moreover, concentric space is not being simply equated with the holy, it is an experiential condition and spatial projection to open to the holy, in a structural affinity with the holy. The current predominant focus is on a projected spatial structure of the holy, rather than primarily on accounts of lived experience of the holy as experiential content. Early Heidegger's emphasis on restructuring of time in his reinterpretation of St. Paul's understanding of the parousia as arrival beyond a simple event in linear historical time 23 offers some affinity with restructuring of experience in space. The current emphasis on space for phenomenology and the holy is not to impose a diametric splitting from temporal considerations. Referring additionally to other texts of Heidegger, this essay takes basic problems and to a lesser degree being and time as its main points of departure. While recognizing that the holy is more obviously central to much earlier and later writings of Heidegger. The focus on a spatial phenomenology of the holy implicit in early Heidegger examines the unthought in his work, and despite some strong affinities with some key aspects of the later Heidegger on the holy, it also requires differentiation from the later Heidegger's accounts of the holy specifically with regard to both the festive and the fatherland in Hölderlin's hymn Remembrance. 24 While this essay will mainly focus on structural dimensions as projections of concentric and diametric space, a preliminary account of concentric space as lived experiential content can be outlined. The holy as concentric space can be understood as an experiential attunement. In the words of Heidegger in the Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, attunements are not side effects but are something which in advance determine our being with one another. It seems as though an attunement is like an atmosphere in which we first immerse ourselves, which then attunes us through and through. 25 This spatial atmosphere for attunement with the holy, as a more open expansive decompressed space for attunement to the breath in concentric structured spatial relational experience, can contrast with the compressed closure of the sealed space of diametric opposition. It is notable that Henning and Orenburg's interpretation of Rudolf Otto's numinous qualities in terms of atmospheric quality, 26 including an atmosphere that condenses, 27 implies a spatially relevant dimension to the holy in experiential content terms. The open expansive movement of concentric space as a dimension of experience and breath offers affinity with Jean-Louis Chrétien's concerns with spacious joy in mystical and poetic traditions, specifically with his foregrounding of a spatial expansion in experience as dilation. Chrétien describes a radiant 28 circular movement spreading out in waves and circles, 29 as heavenly liquor, 30 citing Paul Claudel's liquid breathing. 31 Carl Jung's constellation of concentric mandala structures spontaneously emerging in the crisis of individuation offers another resonance with concentric space. 2 Retrieving the holy from a covering. Up through diametric space as Gegenstand, as standing against. Standing opposite, side by side. Heidegger's categories as a dimension of Dasein are envisaged by him as prior to Kant's categories of nature as quantity, quality, relation, and modality, which he notes were treated by Kant in Critique of Pure Reason as the sole categories and as distinct from the ego. Heidegger highlights that these categories informed the metaphysical tradition's account of 4 basic determinations of the soul, in terms of substance, simplicity, self-sameness, and existence. These treated the soul as immaterial, imperishable, persisting, and existing in reciprocity with the body. These determinations of spirituality, in the concept of spirituality 32 in metaphysical psychology, are to be distinguished from Heidegger's concerns with the holy. Heidegger seeks a prior realm not simply to the Kantian categories but also to the Kantian ego. Whereas Heidegger locates this realm in temporality, as distinct from the natural time of sensibility of Kant, a conception of structured categories prior to these Kantian categories can be understood in terms of space, though in a more dynamic sense than categories per se. Heidegger's quest for a more fundamental truth and experience can be construed here as opening a pathway to the holy that is not sidetracked down metaphysical alleyways of spirit and soul as metaphysical categories absorbed by Kant. A key consequence of the relative differences between concentric and diametric space needs to be established to interrogate spatiality in basic problems. A claim is not being made that entailments of the relational differences between concentric and diametric spaces are qualities that are in some way essential or intrinsic to either structure, considered as mere categories, or as individual isolated structures, abstracted from the context of their mutual relation. A key relative difference, overlooked by Le6 Strauss empiricism, is nevertheless ascertainable in principle. It is evident that inner and outer poles of concentric space are fundamentally attached to one another, unlike in diametric space. It is a self-evident entailment of concentric relation that both concentric poles coexist in the same space a cocenter, and thus, the outer circle overlaps the space of the inner one, the outer circle surrounds and contains the inner circle. The opposite that is within the outer circle cannot detach itself from being within this outer shape. That the outer circle can move in the direction of greater detachment from the inner circle notwithstanding, it cannot, in principle, fully detach itself from the inner circle in concentric relation. Full detachment could conceivably occur only through destroying the very concentric structure of the whole opposition itself. The inner concentric circle is prima facie interpretable as a mode of being in the outer, and, for Heidegger, of being and time. Being in is not a property which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have. 33 It is a fundamental feature of Dasein's existence. Concentric space offers a relation that allows for distinction between an inner and outer pole, while retaining an underlying connection. In contradistinction, in diametric space, no pole is in the other, both oppositional realms are basically detached and can be further smoothly detached from the other. These conclusions operate for both spaces, whether two or three-dimensional. A concentric space assumes connection between its parts, and any separation is on the basis of assumed connection, whereas diametric space assumes separation, and any connection between the parts is on the basis of this assumed separation. In Bachelard's words, pertinent to diametric space, simple geometrical opposition becomes tinged with aggressivity. 34 This is not a predilection for geometrical or mathematical models in general, rather, it is for this specific spatial tension based on geometric contrasts meaningful also for experience and, as will be argued, built into the assumption structure of core dimensions of Heidegger's thought. Concentric and diametric spaces are being examined as fundamental directions of movement rather than as simply static structures. Likewise, Heidegger seeks a dimension of directionality to space. While attributing this to view Aristotle, we must not take the places as a pure juxtaposition of the there and here. Instead we must take this there as away from there and this here as toward here. 35 Juxtaposition here is diametric spatial opposition of poles juxtaposed into static here/there opposites bereft of the dynamism of movement. Heidegger not only links projection to the inauthentic but also to the realm of things, as though the Dasein can be were projected by the things, by the Dasein commerce with them. This inauthentic self-understanding by way of things. 36 Thus, we lose ourselves in and with things. 37 This can be understood as part of a loss of the wholly in an inauthentic projection. Yet further scrutiny of this loss as an inauthentic projection 38 uncovers a specific mode of relation as diametric opposition. By this characterization of beings as objects, and in that sense as entities that stand over against, I no longer have as a problem the being in its own self in regard to the peculiar mode of being belonging to it. 39. The realm of objectness is a standing against, as in the German word for object, Gegenstand, but instead the being as standing opposite, as standing over against. Diametric space underpins this opposition as an object counterposed to the subject. 40 Heidegger does not take the further step of interpreting this spatially imbued oppositional standing against, this counterpositioning, as being a concrete spatial structure of diametric opposition. Heidegger reiterates his stance of being and time, when stating in Basic Problems, authenticity is only a modification but not a total obliteration of inauthenticity. 41 This opens the door to examination of diametric space as a space for modification and restructuring to concentric space, in the turning shift between these interacting spatial poles. It invites a phenomenological shift to the spaces themselves, from a Husserlian concern with the things themselves. This diametric spatial standing against is built into the mode of perceiving an object, but does an object require a subject? Of course. For something standing over against always stands over against for a perceiver. Certainly. 42 This diametric structure of relation is also a spatial precondition for self-consciousness, as object of self-perception and for intentionality, which requires an object. Heidegger's assault in basic problems is on an extreme version of Descartes and Kant's thought in German idealism's concern with self-consciousness. 43 A spatial concomitant of this assault is the silent condition of diametric space, as the standing against needed for self-consciousness. If holiness is associated with a primary mode of self-disclosure of being, it must be untethered from self-consciousness for Heidegger. As a spatial projection, the holy is not spirit as self-consciousness, since projection unveils without making what is unveiled as such into an object of contemplation. 44 The self is not its own object of contemplation in the unveiling projection. Yet a further step must be taken, namely, to reconstruct a way of being from one based on diametric spatial relation. A different space is needed for the holy. A concentric spatial relational way of being challenges the assumed separation of a diametric spatial way of being founding self-consciousness. Diametric space is a distanciation and leveling down of experience, flattening away the possibility for concentric space of experiential attunement for the holy. Another feature of diametric space pertinent to Heidegger's understanding of space is side-by-sideness. Spatiality of being in the world is expressly linked in Division 1, 3, 21c of being and time with the earlier discussions of being in and the two modes of categories and existentialia. Heidegger challenges the primacy of side-by-sideness or the separation built into two entities as categories in order for them to be side-by-side. He overcomes a diametric relation between Dasein, being, and world in his description of being alongside the world. There is no such thing as the side-by-sideness of an entity called Dasein with another entity called world. 45 Both diametric spatial poles exist side by side each other in assumed separation, as parallel silos, rather than as a mutual overlapping of encountering. Heidegger explicitly equates the touch of encountering with the mode of being alongside. 46 For Heidegger, entities such as a table, chair cannot even potentially be encounterable. Relations between solid objects in space are diametric, as there is a basic assumed separation between each object as an object. Both objects exclude each other from occupying the same space. This assumed separation means they are not encounterable. Encountering overcomes the remoteness of assumed separation. Concentric space expresses a being alongside model of relatedness, where one pole dwells within and alongside the other, surrounded and in assumed connection. In its entwinement with being, the holy is not a mere category or positional state, but a prior mode that disinters the stasis in the categorial and positional. This proposed transition to concentric space and from diametric space is as a way of being in dynamic relative interaction rather than treating the holy or concentric space as frozen abstract categories in absolute spatial terms. Concentric space is not reinstantiation of a category for the holy, it is a spatial movement, a directional process of expanse beyond the merely categorial, so it is not tantamount to a static labeling of a person as holy. 3 Stretch, continuity, transition. And the open as concentric space, the excision of a connective space from temporality in basic problems. Heidegger tussles with space throughout basic problems through his pervasive reliance on spatially imbued concepts of unveiling and projection in this work. This tussle becomes an overt struggle with space in his attempted revival and development of Aristotle's initial understandings of time that he builds from to accelerate a radical split from space. This overt argument to split space from time is, however, itself sustained through invoking spatially imbued concepts of stretch, transition, continuity, and open expanse to describe temporality. Heidegger thus invokes a peculiar domain for time that is purported to be firmly non-spatial. In basic problems, temporality, light, being, projection, transcendence, purity, being true, nature, poetry, world, motion, possibility, cognition, intentionality, and perception are all pivoted on a quasi-spatial axis of unveiling. Disclosedness and uncovering are also features of unveiling, while assertion is not. Yet in basic problems, this is treated as a peculiar non-spatial phenomenon. This excision of space from temporality in basic problems is in stark contrast with Heidegger's mutual entwinement of space and temporality in being and time, where the ontological meaning of care is temporality and Dasein can be spatial only as care, with care a key component of the temporalization structure of temporality. Beyond a cursory mention, care is nowhere to be seen in basic problems, in striking contrast to being and time. Basic problems also lies in tension with the later Heidegger's recognition of time-space as a mutually coalescing relation between space and time. In basic problems, Aristotle's time is a pathway, however initial, toward this more original temporal questioning, as an expansion, building from rather than rejecting Aristotle. Assailing Bergson's interpretation of Aristotle's time in terms of space, Heidegger in basic problems views Aristotle's physics as linking time with motion and not space. Bergson was misled as he took continuity in the narrower sense of the extensional magnitude of space. Aristotle does not reduce time to space, nor does he define it merely with the aid of space, as though some spatial determination entered into the definition of time. He only wants to show that and how time is something connected with motion. 55. Commenting on Aristotle's dimensional character megathos, Heidegger states: this determination megathos, extension, or magnitude, also does not have a primarily spatial character, but that of stretch. There is no break implied in the concept and essential nature of from something to something, it is, instead, a stretching out that is closed within itself. Space is only conceived here in diametric spatial terms of assumed separation as break, as interval, rupture, whereas the stretching expansion of assumed connection is explicitly demarcated as a realm that is not spatial. Stretch is a key concept for Heidegger's temporality. A stretchedness which enters into expressed time is already originally present in the ecstatic character of temporality, being equated with it. Temporality qua ecstatic is stretched out within its own self. As the primary outside itself, temporality is stretch itself. The connective space lost to Aristotle's space as break regarding time is reconfigured into stretch to convey a connective concept of movement. This is argued for current purposes to be a concentric spatial movement, though the Heidegger of basic problems adopts a retreat from space into a supposedly connective non-spatial movement. Stretch as a directional movement process is embedded with continuity, a continuous movement, this continuity itself as stretching out. The assumed connection of continuity of concentric spatial movement is allocated to a non-primarily spatial realm on the assumption that space's key feature here is rupture as break, in other words, that diametric space is the primary feature of space. An underspecified conception of dimension is invoked for stretch and its related term, transition. The now is not correlated as a point to a fixed point. It has dimension within itself, it stretches out toward a not yet and a no longer, and because of this dimensional content the now has within itself the character of a transition. The term dimensional content has vitiated any role for space. Heidegger continues, it is intrinsically transition. Because it has this peculiar stretching out within itself, we can conceive of the stretch as being greater or less. Stretch is characterized as peculiar as it is purportedly non-spatial. Heidegger's rejection of space within time imports this quasi-spatial vocabulary of stretch, continuity, and transition against a backdrop of a peculiar dimension. In basic problems, Heidegger offers further conceptualization in implicitly concentric spatial terms. Given that time embraces beings, it is required that it should be before beings, before things, moving and at rest, encompassing them. Kant calls time the wherein of an order. It is an embracing horizon within which things given can be ordered with respect to their succession. These are all also apt descriptions: embracing, encompassing, an embracing horizon of concentric space of assumed connection between its poles. Echoing Aristotle's view, for the Heidegger of basic problems, geometrical relationships and their contents are extratemporal, because they are not in motion and consequently are not at rest. A triangle is not at rest because it does not move. It is beyond rest and motion, and therefore in Aristotle's view, it is neither embraced nor embraceable by time. Heidegger's objection to space as pertaining to temporality is through invocation of a geometrical truth, as a timeless ahistorical state, as mere mathematical rationalism. However, a geometric space is available that is not mere abstraction, not mere nonsensuous stasis, and not one as absolute position. It is a geometric space embedded in experience, as a relational space, a space in dynamic interaction, as a directional movement. This concentric geometric space encompasses a dynamic connective quality characterizing Heidegger's descriptions of stretch, continuity, and transition, while a diametric geometric space as assumed separation offers a concrete structure of break and juxtaposition. Heidegger seeks movement and continuity as well as a boundedness to this movement for time, purportedly excised from space. Heidegger's solution of a peculiar spatiality that is purportedly a non-spatial dimension to avoid geometric connotations of a Western metaphysics as timeless abstraction risks going too far here in rejecting space in toto for temporality and not merely diametric spatial models. Peculiar non-spatial yet spatially imbued concepts risk importing a metaphysical abstraction and beyond for this connective quasi-spatial dimension in basic problems. It risks flight into metaphor with all of its metaphysical baggage of the meta. It evades realization that his fundamental concepts are thoroughly saturated anyway with geometric spatial assumptions and language. An obvious reference point for a conception of the holy specifically in basic problems is Heidegger's instant. As a primary original authentic dimension, the instant belongs to the Dasein's original and authentic temporality and represents the primary and authentic mode of the present as in presenting. Any entwinement of the holy in the instant must interrogate projection, as the instant is embedded in this projective movement of in presenting. Whether authentic in the sense of the instant or inauthentic, projects that which it in presence. 65 The instant is associated with authenticity, whereas projection pertains to both authenticity and inauthenticity. This interrogation of the instant invokes spatial assumptions of closure, additional to those of belonging. The present pertinent to the Dasein's temporality does not constantly have the character of the instant. The Dasein does not constantly exist as resolute but is usually irresolute, closed off to itself in its own most peculiar ability to be. Peculiar here refers to a purportedly non-spatial dimension. This issue of relative closure and openness pertains to a key entailment of the differences between concentric and diametric spaces, identified by L. Levi-Strauss, regarding foreground, background interaction versus non-interaction. L.E. Strauss argues that self-sufficiency and a split relation to the outside environment is a general quality of diametric systems. In a diametric system, virgin land constitutes an irrelevant element, the moieties are defined by their opposition to each other, and the apparent symmetry of their closed structure creates the illusion of a closed system. L. Levi-Strauss rejects closure for concentric structures, by implying that the relation of the background to both poles of the dualism is governed by the relation within the dualism itself. Cleared land is to waste land as waste land is to virgin land. Thus, as the concentric poles are in assumed connection to each other, they are also in assumed connection to the background. This assumed connection to background resists closure within the concentric structure. In contrast, diametric structures' relation within their own poles is one of assumed separation that maintains an assumed separation of minimal interaction with background. The wholly exists as the instant, closed off as diametric space and to be open to concentric spatial movement. This concentric space is not merely unbounded openness but a dynamically structured one. Preoccupation with the open expanse, as an open region and movement, is a pervasive feature of the later Heidegger's thought. This is a theme also in basic problems, with Heidegger referring to a peculiar openness. The horizon is the open expanse. The carrying off opens up this horizon and keeps it open. Again, this ineluctably spatial concept of openness is displaced from a spatial understanding as it is characterized as peculiar. Nevertheless, this peculiar feature of the open as expanse is a directional feature of concentric spatial movement, with the open region as a more positional concentric spatial dimension. With stretch, continuity, transition, and open expanse, Heidegger offers a space that is not a space, but rather a peculiar mode pertaining to time that is purportedly non-spatial. A more parsimonious explanation is that these are spatial phenomena but in a different non-traditional sense of space, akin to Heidegger's treatment of illumination and light that is to be distinct from a Platonic tradition. Each of these dimensions are not pieces arbitrarily stuck together, rather these dimensions of connective space, the open expanse as movement, concealment, and unconcealment, all cluster together not only in general spatial terms but in specific spatial terms, as an oscillation between concentric and diametric spaces. This clustering of a space structure of concentric space and concentric spatial movement is a key phenomenological condition for experience of the holy. A variant of the entailment of relative closure for diametric structures is that they bring decreased permeability relative to the increased permeability of concentric structures. The more fluid, open boundaries of concentric space are more permeable and transparent than the hard-walled boundaries of diametric space. Relative to concentric structures, diametric space provides an increased, tightened closed boundary between two domains, as diametric structures sever active interaction between its two parts. The closed boundaries of diametric space offer an implication for consideration of the holy in terms of irradiance of light. Diametric boundaries close off a space to be permeable through light, whereas the more open concentric spaces offer a permeability for light. Diametric space's thick partition of boundaries renders experience opaque to light. Concentric space opens up walls from the center of diametric space, to create an open axial point of symmetry, a clearing, a translucent center for permeability through irradiance of light. These features of lack of permeability and opacity in the boundaries of diametric spatial closure and of relative transparency in the more fluid boundaries of concentric spatial openness are pertinent to a Heideggerian thematic of the holy in terms of light. Heidegger in Basic Problems refers to unveiling a hidden light as pertaining to being, the eye can unveil only in the light. All unveiling requires an antecedent illuminating, referring to being's specific illumination, 70 with the function of light, of illumination, for all unveiling of beings. 71 This offers some resonance along with Richard Capobianco's emphasis in the later Heidegger on the distinctive. Gleaming, glistening, glimmering, glittering, glowing connotations for nature in Hölderlin's exploration of Das Glanz der Natur as a higher revealing in the opening line of his late poem Autumn. The open as a direction is in direct contrast with the compression and closure of diametric space as a directional movement. A fundamental shift in the center of the opposition occurs in the movement open from diametric to concentric space. The diametric spatial center is a wall, a veil, a dividing boundary between the poles, whereas the common center of concentric poles is fundamentally open and transparent as a clearing. The instant is opened away from diametric space through movement of the concentric space structure. Capobianco contrasts the theme of light in the early Heidegger with the later Heidegger's emphasis on the spatial in discussing Die Lichtung, the clearing. Capobianco suggests that this is due to a concern of the later Heidegger to distance his Lichtung concerns from a Platonic metaphysical tradition of light, as well as to express one that does not oppose light and darkness, with aletheia as both light and darkness in the clearing. 73 In other words, Heidegger sought a prior relation of light to darkness than one of a diametric spatial opposition. Moreover, Heidegger's earlier concern with light was not simply a perceptual one but is prior to perception in the unfolding of being as aletheia. The entailment of relative openness of concentric space is primarily a spatial concern with a movement of clearing open. A concomitant of this relative openness is more porous, permeable boundaries with background compared with diametric structured spatial closure to background. Such permeable boundaries in concentric space pertain also to light, so a duality of an opening clearing and light permeation can coexist in a concentric spatial movement. The openness through which light illuminates is one modality of the relative openness of concentric space. The luminous and the open as clearing are mutually entwined in the concentric spatial movement. As Capobianco observes, the later Heidegger often prefers reading Lichtung in terms of to raise the anchor, that is, to unburden. To lift 74 rather than in terms of lux, light, and, in my view, this is also a correlate of a process of compression into a tightening, an increasing density in a closure process of diametric spatialization. This is the counter weighing down, the gravity, pressing into closure against the open expanse of concentric spatial movement. A thicker partition of diametric space as a process of concealment integrates concepts of closure, loss of permeability, such as for light, and tightened density as an anchor weighing down the expansive. The concept of attunement as atmosphere in which we immerse ourselves. Through and through, 75 directly linked by Heidegger to being concealed or hidden, 76 is apt not only for concentric and diametric space but also for integrating space, light, and lightness as expansion contrasted with blockage of light through compression as a heaviness of atmosphere. Capobianco highlights how Heidegger seeks a conception of a spatial clearing that is different from Plato's metaphysical trope of light. Likewise, a space and geometry is needed that is different from the traditional. Heidegger needs to offer a similar strategic response to space as he does for light, to excise it from traditional associations with Platonism and geometry, respectively, in order to open a different realm for both. These relative differences between concentric and diametric spaces bring geometry into a realm of time, motion, and movement peopled by spaces too bright to see, to adapt Shelley in Prometheus Unbound. For retrieving a prior spatial realm of being and the wholly from the diametric spatial mirror image inversion of the sensuous and non-sensuous realm. Underpinning the beyond of metaphysics. The wholly needs to be retrieved for Heidegger from a Western metaphysical tradition that glosses over originary experience and flattens understandings of truth. Allied with interrogation of projection as a different movement to that of cause-effect, where the latter is characterized by Heidegger as a guiding thread in the dominance of metaphysics, the focus for current purposes is on a spatial precondition underpinning a central concern of Heidegger regarding the above/below metaphysical structure of the beyond in relation to the sensuous and supersensuous. This spatial precondition for the metaphysical can be uncovered as the mirror image inverted symmetry of diametric space. Le6 Strauss describes symmetrical inversions in Mandan and Hidatsa myths and develops a view of diametric structural opposition as expressing qualities of inverted symmetry more generally. A mirror image is not an identical one but a left-right inversion. This diametric spatial process of inversion is pertinent to Heidegger's questioning of the metaphysical realm of the sensuous/non-sensuous inversion. For Heidegger's commentary on Heraclitus fragments and the sensible/not sensible distinction is the differentiation upon which all metaphysics is based. Heidegger in Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics treats traditional conceptions of metaphysics as confused, trivialized, and unconcerned about the real problem of that which it is supposed to designate. This confusion is between two fundamentally different conceptions of the beyond, identified by Heidegger, the supersensuous and the non-sensuous. The non-sensuous determinations, such as something, unity, otherness, differentiation, and multiplicity, are ones which lie out beyond every individual thing and yet are entirely different from God's lying beyond in the realm of the supersensuous. For Heidegger, from Aristotle and Aquinas onward, the metaphysical tradition offers no mention at all of any distinction or of any problem persisting between the supersensuous and unsensuous in their mutual and contrasting relation to the sensuous. Heidegger's subsequent reading of Nietzsche goes further with specific structural objections. A path must be cleared for a new interpretation of the sensuous on the basis of a new hierarchy of the sensuous and non-sensuous. The new hierarchy does not simply wish to reverse matters within the old structural order, now reverencing the sensuous and scorning the non-sensuous. Reversing relationships within a diametric opposition still rests within the same structure. Heidegger's vital point here is on the need to shift the very structure underlying the sensuous-non-sensuous diametric opposition. A new hierarchy and new valuation mean that the ordering structure must be changed. 85 Heidegger needed to go further to recognize that this change in the ordering assumption structure is a spatial questioning. Diametric opposition is not only a projected structure, it is also a space. Heidegger continues, but what does that mean? The sensuous stands above all? But as long as the above and below define the formal structure of Platonism, Platonism in its essence perdures, the vacant niches of the above and below are preserved, suffering only a change in occupancy. 86 However, the above and below are not vacant in another sense, as a relation of diametric space. It is the diametric space that needs overcoming to offer a direct challenge to Platonic metaphysics. While diametric spatial structures of inverted mirror image symmetry sustain key metaphysical divisions for a beyond, it is the diametric spatial processes as movements that actively contribute to the glossing over and concealment of a more primordial truth of being pertaining also to the holy. Concern for current purposes is with a spatial mode of experience prior to the sensory, projected into language and thought, that does not seek to escape into the meta, that is, beyond, of the metaphysical. It is for a spatial mode of experience that shifts the diametric mirror image split spatial structure from being a supporting precondition underpinning the above/below hierarchy of the meta. Concentric space offers this different embedded spatial mode of relation modifying diametric spatial inversions. To adapt Heidegger's words, a concealed fundamental attunement 87 is being sought, namely a concealed attunement of the breath to be awoken as an expansion and opening into concentric structured spatial experience. 88 The concealing process of diametric spatial movement also requires uncovering. The holy as lived experiential content is an expanded breath space, a fluidating of the breath in the body, bringing a spatial reconstruction of the breath, body, suprasensory, sensory relation into a concentric relation of breath within the body, in contrast to a split diametric spatial relation between a closed-off breath displaced from body. Capobianco points out that breath and breathing in and out is an overlooked theme in Heidegger, and that this theme plays a prominent role 89 in his 1944 lecture course on the primordial logos of Heraclitus. Capobianco observes that Heidegger employs both the terms der Atem and the more poetic der Hoch to name breath, while Heidegger explicitly distinguishes this from simply air, but he does not clarify the broader, richer sense of breath that he is suggesting, 90 beyond a reaching out into the open and bringing back from the open. It is further significant that Heidegger's discussion of Heraclitus fragments 45 and 50 explores the breath of life. Why is it that we consider both breath and light as having the same relation to the fundamental characteristics of the living thing? Light is the lightning, it is that which lightens and opens, and which as the bright, holds open. Breath grasped broadly and properly enough as not being limited to air, is the drawing in and drawing out, the emerging into the open and the pulling back in of the open. If we think of air as ether, then air and light coincide 91. Breath, breathing, light, lightning, and the open are intimately related for Heidegger. The further step is to incorporate not only space but concentric spatial movement. A concentric relation of the breath as an inner circle within the outer circle of the body assumes a basic connection. It involves awareness of the breath in the body. A diametric relation of the breath to the body splits awareness of breathing, as a basic experience. Meditation, as an emptying of the self-conscious mind, invites a more intense awareness of the breathing process. This emphasis on breathing challenges a view of spirit as mind and reclaims the association between spirit and breath in a range of cultures. Spirit, as mind, or intellect, contrasts with, for example, the Latin etymology of spiritus as breath and the Hebrew etymology of ruach uniting spirit and wind. This offers direct resonance with Hölderlin's Heaven's Breezes in his poem, Contentment, cited and discussed by Capobianco. 92 It is notable also that the later Heidegger associates transition and breezes, simple transitions relating to the while, transitions that are not present at hand in some empty vacuum, for over them draw lulling breezes. 93 Which as seen, is resonant with transition as a concentric spatial movement. These roots between breath, wind, and spirit are largely lost to an English association of spirit as mind and a German, or at least Hegelian, treatment of spirit as Geist, or self-consciousness. Nevertheless, association between spirit and breath is implicit in English terms such as respiration. Spirit as breath is still evident in, for example, Finno-Ugric languages. For example, spirit in Finnish is hanki and spiritual literally means breathful. Similarly, in Estonian, hing is expressed through hingama and hinju. In Russian, Dutch means spirit, dusa means soul, both of which have clear associations with dichani and dishat. Jung notes that in the East the psyche is all-important, it is all-pervading breath, the Buddha essence. 94 The mandala can be interpreted as a circular space opened in the structure of the heart for the awareness of the flow of the breath. A compressed circle, in other words, a line, expresses the closure of a space giving awareness of the breath flow. Moving from diametric to concentric space as an unveiling process, a clearing of the membrane of differentiation in diametric space to the open center of concentric space emerges. The point of symmetry of concentric space is open at the co-center, whereas in diametric space it is a wall as the axis of symmetry. Heidegger's brief remarks of thanks for being awarded the Hebel Prize to celebrate the poet's 200th birthday, held in Wiesenthal, May 20, 1960, translated and commented on by Capobianco, 95 are as follows. Every being has a secret door into the mystery, through which being comes forth and shines forth towards us. The calling of the poet is, to point to this secret door in all things or even to guide us through it. 96. Turning from line to circle is the opening of a secret door of concentric structured space in the opening of the walls of diametric spatial boundaries. This opened door becomes the tunnel for the breath, the light of the breath. Heidegger's door is the lost circle opened and closed in its turning at right angles toward a line. 97 A line is a circle bereft of air, with its space dispelled and displaced. The walled center in diametric space expresses this line, for turning open into the clearing of the concentric spatial center, one without walls to allow permeability of light through the circle. The closing off of diametric space is both a structure and content of experience, as with the closure of a forgetting that forgets itself, in Heidegger's basic problems, forgetting, in closing off the past, closes itself off for itself. The characteristic of forgetting is that it forgets itself. 98 This is a self-referential bringing together of foreground and background levels, structure and content. A similar process needs to be envisaged for the holy as a concentric space of illumination in relation to a concentric space of experience in authenticity. One concentric space as a structure houses the other concentric space as a content of experience, as radiance. Heidegger's commentary on Heraclitus. Fragments 64 and 66 on fire and flame describes the conjoined boundaries of its form and the instantaneity of enflaming. 99 This invokes not only concentric structured imagery of living fire, including a structural issue of conjoined concentric relations, but also relates this to a focus on the instant. Radiance of a fire or flame is a concentric spatial movement, a ripple effect through space. The radiance of the holy is immersed in the concentric space as a structure, a housing dwelling structure, and is itself a concentric space as content. In the concentric dwelling space of the authentic, a space is opened for the dwelling of a concentric light space, as a space within a space, in concentric terms as an expansive movement. The holy fuses structure and content into an assumed connection in experience, through the mediating mode of concentric space, so this space is not sheer mediation but also exhibits the common concentric structure in both structure and content of experience. Space relates fundamentally to the presensory, as a precondition for the sensory. Space can also be understood actively as an inner concentric dimension, within which senses are embedded, as an inner connective precondition. Without the medium of space, sound cannot be heard, without space to move through, the resistance of touch cannot be experienced. Such a concentric spatial mode of experience, prior to the sensory, can be located in the breath, as part of a shift from a mind-body opposition to a breath-body opposition. This presensuous mode of experience is not non-sensuous. Concentric spatial relations can be projected also into and through the senses. A self-referential questioning of concentric and diametric spaces asks, is there a background relation itself to concentric and diametric spaces? The questioning of being at this level is as to the concentric, directional dimension of connection between concentric and diametric spaces rather than a diametric spatial split of non-being governing the relations between foreground concentric and diametric spaces. As William J. Richardson highlights, it is a question of being. It is only when we comprehend the horizon of transcendence as both the unifying dynamism of sheer presence and as non-being that we understand it properly. 100. Both Richardson and this self-referential questioning of the background relation to concentric and diametric spaces accommodate this background as both a unified structure and possible non-unity. It is not a bias of presence toward a necessary synthesis. A neutral non-interactive background space between diametric and concentric spaces preserves a diametric relation between the two structures themselves, whereas a concentric background relation itself connects concentric and diametric spaces. This shift in focus from Dasein to being is a turn that is amenable to interpretation in terms of concentric and diametric spaces at both levels, at both the foreground level of Dasein's structures of being and the background being level of the temporal interactive dynamic spatial relation itself between concentric and diametric spaces. Foreground and background are relative terms. The foreground concentric and diametric spatial phenomenological structures are themselves a background for the foreground content of lived experience of the holy. 3 layers of concentric space have thus been uncovered as part of an expanding directional movement: the background layer of being mediating concentric and diametric spaces, concentric structures of Dasein's authenticity interacting with inauthentic diametric spaces, and lived experiential content as itself a concentric process. The holy is not a category but a living process emanating throughout these concentric spatial layers of being. The foreground concentric space of Dasein's authenticity is a receptacle for the background space of the holy that is itself also structured in concentric spatial terms. The concentric within the concentric as an expansive directional movement shapes the contours of the holy. This perspective eschews a form-content split in experience, the holy as a content of experience, as a shimmering light and radiance makes its way through the concentric structured space of authenticity. Uncovering this hidden chamber of meaning for space and the holy in the assumption structure of Heidegger's texts, these multiple interlocking levels of concentric and diametric spaces are an interplay that takes place both at and between each level, as part of a fragile directional expansive movement toward embedded concentric spatial expansions. On this view, the holy is the concentric spatial directional movement at each of these levels in its tension with diametric spatial movements, as well as the concentric directional movement of expanse between all these levels of vertical expanse. The holy is the concentric spatial directional animation as a vivifying principle to further fluidate the positional authentic concentric spatial structures as ways of being. The holy generates a series of expanding whole concentric spatial relations. The diametric spatial directional counter-movement of splitting, closure, and inversion at and between these various levels is the countervailing interactive process of concealment, assumed as a central principle across Heidegger's oeuvre.